Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome from the beautiful Bang Sanville, right on the lovely Gulf of Thailand. We're just to the southeast of Bangkok in Thailand today, and we're going to be bringing you a whole host of racing action from the Bang San Street Circuit, an FIA Grade 3 circuit. The Grand Prix action kicked off in earnest yesterday with the Super Compact class who ran their race number 5 of the racing season. But all week, there's been loads of racing action. We've had the Rut endurance racing earlier on in the week. We've got multiple different classes coming your way for the Thailand Super Series, as well as a couple of other separate classes from the Bang Sen GP today. And I tell you what, Dan Yeaman, we are set. Look at how picturesque it is. I cannot tell you at home, ladies and gentlemen, how beautiful a track it is when you can go in, you can run off the track at the end of the race and celebrate by diving into the bay.
It is certainly novel in many respects, that is true. Thank you, Scott, for the introduction, and good morning from myself to everyone joining us here via speedcafe.com, as well as this English production of the Thailand Super Series here for 2023. And yeah, it has just gone 8:30 a.m. in the morning, 3 hours behind us in Australia is local time here in Bang Sen. And I mean, yeah, some of the pictures we've had a chance to see, obviously building up into the event here this weekend, for us at least, it's critical. Here is the feed now from the pit lane as we're getting ready for our first race of the day. It's going to be the Thailand Supercar GTC category. But yeah, just if the camera pans a little bit more right, Scott, we won't quite get it just yet as the cars are getting ready for their on the dummy grid here to head out for the formation laps. But just off to the right of screen, those palm beaches are basically the break here between one of the main streets here on the coast of Bang Sen and the beach. We've got the pit lane here on the beach today, which is, as you said, yeah, a great place for drivers to immediately basically run off and cool down at the end of their action later on today.
Well, it was an interesting one yesterday. I think there probably would have been quite a few takers of a dip in the bay because the main reason was it was scorching hot. You can actually see quite a few of our GTC cars getting ready for their race number 3 of their season. Reminder that there's been 2 races so far for, 2 rounds so far for a few of our classes here. The GTC is not among those. So there was an extra round done at Chang. Oh, going to cut away for a little bit of info on our Thailand Supercar GTC class. A little bit of a mixture of GT4 cars and a fair bit of other stuff going on as well. But race conditions yesterday, extremely hot. We saw a lot of incidents in qualifying, a lot of incidents in the compact race. We're getting the feeling, ladies and gentlemen, that the tyres themselves are actually overheating. There's a lot of grip issues. New surface laid down from about T6. I think it was all the way through to T15 as well. So lots of intriguing bits and pieces for our drivers to deal with today, Dan.
Yeah, as you said, we were sort of discussing in the build-up with that repaving that's been done around the circuit here to try and improve the track in many respects. Whether that was going to cause some issues with some of the oils, as you were speaking with me about how that would potentially have oils coming up off of the circuit and actually reducing the available grip, given how hot the ambient temperatures are in Bang Sen. In fact, we're looking at around 33 degrees Celsius this morning air temperature, and potential rain coming as well for the local environment. And it only got down to, I think, about 28 degrees or so overnight. So currently, obviously, we're around the equator. It is going to be hot all year round, even though it is the beginning of July here in Thailand, or beginning of the year, July here in 2023, I should say. So yeah, it is going to be really tough conditions, I'm sure, as part of all this. But yeah, getting ready for its opening race. About 10 minutes to go. So given that Bang Sen is definitely something that people probably won't have done much about, I think it's best we give you guys an idea of what to expect of this circuit here at Bang Sen. And big thanks to Daniel Bilski of the B-Quik Absolute Racing team. We'll see that team running in Thailand Supercar GT3 later this weekend. But a lap from 2022 aboard one of the Audi R8 GT3s to get you up to speed here at Bang Sen.
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bang Sen in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. 5th gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. Road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. This camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps. Get good traction. Then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2. Car goes light. Full throttle. 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width. Get ready for the next big braking zone. Flow the car in. Watch the exit wall. Get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour. Get the rotation. Pin the throttle. Ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here. A lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break about 100 metres. Now, hard brake. First gear, use all the track width. Flow the car in. Short shift to second. Kissing the walls. Get ready for the monument. Big commitment. Here. Pin the throttle. Let the car run wide. Big bump on the entry to the next curve. Full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200. Brake hard. Second gear. Flow the car in. Watch the exit wall. Watch the bumps. Trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner. You can flow very wide and very close to this exit wall. Big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel. 100 metres. V the corner. First apex. Get the rotation. Second apex. Pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat. Let the car settle. Run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bang Seng Grand Prix.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lap of the Bang Seng Grand Prix, and right now we're looking at Jalen Robotham, who's going to be running, I believe, out of pole position for our first race of the day. It's either pole position or P2. I haven't had a moment to review that one. But those GT3 lap times that were coming into us yesterday by the slower drivers who will be starting off of race number 1, which will be this afternoon. 1:37.4 is what we're looking at. And time for some footage from Jalen.
If you make a mistake, you're in the wall. So you just got to be a bit more careful.
Yes, we have a more bumper.
Yeah.
And turns through. How about a turn? Do you have a challenge in your opinion?
What was that, sorry?
What about a turn? Do you think about it? How many turns do you challenge in your opinion?
Yes. There's a few challenging corners here. Nearly every corner's got its own challenges, and you sort of got to take a different approach to everything, and it's nice and challenging.
All right. Especially leave a comment to Thai fans.
Swati Karp, thank you for watching, and go forward.
All right. Okay, best of luck. Thank you. ครับก็คุยกับเจลินนะครับก็ขอแสดงความยินดี
Ladies and gents, so back with that one. That is Jalen Robotham that is actually out of pole for our first race here of the morning. Will be 12 laps for your Thailand Supercar GTC. The format for these guys, Dan, some of you might recognize the cars from at home, but it's a little bit of a mixture. Mustangs here and some GT4 cars as well, Dan.
Yeah, so Jalen actually running in a TA2 specification Ford Mustang there, Trans Am. As you can see, another one in the background there. We've got a McLaren GT4 there in the front of shot as well. That there, the number 46, full function Wangpu racing entry. So that's going to be starting out of 4th place this afternoon. This here is one of our Porsche Cayman GT4s. Adam Patera starting in 2nd place alongside Jalen for this opening race today. So there's a really eclectic mix of cars. A Ford Daytona 65 GT Coupe starting back in 5th place as well. Plus, you saw in that overhead shot as well, a Nissan GTR 35, which I believe actually is, probably detuned, Scott, but also, legacy GT3 specs somewhat there as well. So, this GTC supercar category here for the Thailand Super Series, a lot of variety, and we will see that in all of the categories in many respects. With the exception of maybe the Thailand Super Compact when we get to that, their second race of the weekend later on today. That there is a little bit more dominated by a single cars there. We see there, you can see in the background that Golf colours, that Daytona GT Coupe, that is
that's beautiful.
It's an oddball, but absolutely looks fantastic there in the background.
I look, to be perfectly honest, with the Thailand natives, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, look, if there was a Honda and GT4 spec, they would absolutely be running it. Look, the class is quite wide open. There's a lot going on here. I actually managed to chat to Jalen probably about a month ago, about this circuit. He said, "Yeah, look, I mean, it's on the calendar. It's interesting. It's one of those tracks that you want to go over. It's one of those tracks that you really want to race because it's so unique. You know, the walls are right there. We've actually got, ladies and gentlemen, a permanent yellow flag zone in place from. You would have seen it actually on the on-board lap. There was a flash of yellow on the left-hand side as you come up and over Monkey Hill and down into turn 6 because it's that tight. They come back to 35 kilometers an hour in GT3 spec. The walls right there. We saw yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, 3 separate moments throughout the day where they had to repair the walls. Such were the conditions yesterday. I mean, a little bit of cooler. I believe it was 40 that we're looking at yesterday. It's a little bit cooler here today, Dan. So grip levels are coming up. Grip levels are going in. But let's talk about that forecast for the weekend as well. Rain this afternoon, potentially for GT3, and storms tomorrow as well. That's going to be tricky for our drivers to handle.
Yeah, just having a look at some of the updated forecasting information. Looking at a peak, currently, around 33 degrees or thereabouts, and it's only going to get only a tiny bit warmer today, peaking at about 34 degrees. But the humidity is high. We're looking at apparently a 90% chance of rain and around 10 millimeters, presuming it comes. And that could come in the form of a thunderstorm as well. So that could definitely mix things up. But yeah, humidity is high. Winds southwesterlies today. Blowing in from inland actually, and then sort of across the circuit a little bit here and across into the bay as well. As now we're not far away from heading out for the formation laps as we get one final look at the drivers and teams getting set to roll here for Thailand Supercar GTC. But lots of clouds apparently around, although it looks like the sun is breaking through here at the moment. At this particular time, because it's coming up to 8:45 local time in the morning. But yeah, it could be a real handful, dropping down only to 29 degrees tonight as well. So conditions, again, nice, tight, and warm.
Humid
band of weather, and yeah, definitely going to be humid as well.
Those cockpits are going to be so hot today, I think. So it's definitely going to be interesting. Good opportunity to look around at eclectic supercars. You know, this is such an awesome category. Anytime you get anything above sort of well, look at this. I mean, this is just awesome. The 65 entry. My word, wouldn't you love to be behind the wheel of that one? And those winds, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the southwest, that means that they're going to be basically a due headwind on the run down into turn 2. But it's going to be sort of a slight crosswind, mostly a headwind on the run down the main straight into turn 1, and a full-on crosswind as they come off of the turn 6 hairpin on the run down to turn number 8 as well. Just about a tailwind as they head through the Monument chicane as well. So lots of tricky. The way that the wind's set up with those conditions at the moment, it's going to be difficult. 7 cars here for our GTC competitors here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess, Dan, you want to take us through the qualifying order after yesterday?
Sure can indeed, Scott. So as we said, Jalen Rowbotham in that number 88 Ford, CRE Lanatech Liqui Moly Racing Mustang, and that TA2 specification is on the pole position. Qualifying time of a 1 minute 42.419 to his name. Adam Patera in the first of the the only Porsche Cayman GT4 here this weekend for AAS Motorsport, starting out at second place. His time was a 1:43.680. Next of our TA2 cars, the second of the Ford CRE Lanatech Liqui Moly Racing entries, is in the hands of Jack Lemvard. Qualifying time of a 1:45.469. So you see, the field is a little spread out, but that also, just again, the nature of qualifying. Nevertheless, full function racing, that McLaren 570S GT4, Tana Pongpan Sutamo, 1:46.023 was his time. Tech Pro Racing, Rafael Galina in that Ford Daytona GT Coupe in 5th on a 1:49.265. CNC Motorsports and KS Racing with Manuel Rafael Ceres in that Nissan GTR, 1:50.721, starting at 6th place. And the Turtle Monster Garage, number 35, Ford Mustang. I believe also one of our TA2 spec cars here with Sem Yilmaz, 1 minute 52.408 to round out the field here as they head out on the formation lap. They'll get a rolling start here in the Thailand Supercar GTC. 12 laps of action for a short, sharp affair to get things underway here, Scott, today.
Yeah, that's it. Bang Seng GP, home of races number 3 and 4 for your Thailand GT Supercar GTC entries. They will be heading off to Sepang next time out. The The pickups, the Ecos, and the Compacts will not be making that journey over to Sepang International Circuit, Malaysia. They already have had their round number 2 at the Chang International Circuit, so they will be, those 3 classes will be on with their rounds 5 and round 6. But ladies and gents, this is the track map. This is how your sectors are broken up. Your start-finish line are slightly separated. The start line a little bit further on down that straight, shorter run down to turn number 1. 12 turns to the left, 8 turns back to the right, 20 turns the circuit. 3 sectors. Sector 1 carries us all the way through that turn 6 hairpin. Then the run down the second of the straights on down to turn 8. That monument chicane, that is going to be critical. Is somebody going to get too brave? Whack the wall on one side of the road, whack the wall on the other side of the road. And then it's that third sector, the tight one, and pit lane as well, the pit and the paddock. It's going to look a little bit difficult for some of you guys that aren't out there. It is a U-turn pit lane, which we'll be seeing in our hour-length races. Off of turn 18, you rejoin back in turn 19, the double apex left-hander. Ladies and gents, we are moments away from kickstarting our first race of the day. We hope that you at home are along for the ride. Dan, thoughts on who's going to get away? You reckon, obviously it's difficult to overtake here, so it's getting away quickly, so you've got to favour Jalen Robotham out of pole position.
I do. Yeah. The field spread based on the qualifying times would suggest that Jalen is going to have a chance to jump away here. We also saw it in the Super Compact. We actually sat down to have a quick read things. But here are your drivers and the grid as they flick up on screen for everyone watching here on screen. But yeah, I think Jalen Robotham probably looking at being the driver to beat here in this Supercar GTC field, even though it is only a short 12-lap race. Yeah, it looks like he's definitely got the pace to break away early without too much of a drama there. And I mean, as you said, going to be a tough track to get overtaking done. And watch out for turns 1 and 2 if someone goes for a move. We can't get moves on at turn 6 because it's got such a tight head. I mean, this track, there's so much about it. When I saw the onboard for the first time earlier this week, I just said, wow, I just get so much of a Macau vibe from this place with the way they've laid this track out and what they had to work with here. But yeah, turns 1 and 2, turn 8, maybe turn 15, and then of course the 18, 19 double hairpin. They're coming through the little left-hand flick that is turn 17 here on our way down towards that final double hairpin complex. And as they get ready to form up, Robotham on the right side of your screen to have the inside for turn number 1. Patera to the right side as they head down. Safety car going to pull away towards the pit lane, and we'll get to see that in action later on today as they get ready for our opening race of the day. Thailand Supercar GTC, race 3 of the season from the Bang Seng Grand Prix. Scott, almost time to bring the action here from Thailand.
Yeah, Jalen Robotham's got the field under control. When will he release them? How late are they going to go? The run down to turn number 1 for the first time this weekend. Cannot get any more excited than this. Look at the delay. Look at how much they're banked up there, ready to roll. And indeed, they're underway. And it's going to be the Porsche that got the better jump on the right-hand side of the grid. The number 5 entry. Here comes Adam Patera. But all of a sudden, the horsepower that comes out of that Mustang. And down to the inside is Jack Lemvard trying to get down the inside of the Porsche. Not enough space down there at turn 2. Now he's going to cover it off at turn number 2. Sorry, it's turn 1 to turn 2. Now they'll slide their way through the little complex. The run over the jumps for the first time today, and they've managed to single file out. They'll all settle themselves in, just about getting away as they were on the starting grid, down for the first time down to the turn 6 hairpin.
It will indeed. Here we go. Look at them flick out to the wall on the right. Use all of the tarmac, of course, and then try and hook the cars back to the left, and then put the foot down here as the track opens up on the run through this little flick of 7 and opens for this stretch here at turn 8. Robotham pulling away nicely here on the straights. That TA2 spec Mustang certainly got the legs here into turn 8 to come with Patera not too far behind. Lemvard getting a move done there. Well, sorry, pardon me, actually holding on to his third position there after losing, I think, on the start there out to Tanapongpan Sutano in that McLaren 570S GT4. Here's that monument chicane, which we will actually have already flicked on through as we watch them then up through turn 13, 14, right, left, a little bit more of a left, then we head up to turn 15, which all green looks like this morning. So yeah, we were watching as some test footage. There's indeed a little wobble there indeed for Lemvard. These TA2 Mustangs certainly not easy cars to get the power down in, that's for sure, but gets through 17 nice and tidy here as they work their way down to the 18, 19 hairpin for the first time. On board now here with the 44 of Lemvard as we approach that hairpin here, Scott. You can see also blinding sun to deal with at this time of the morning as well.
Yep, so blinding sun there off of 18, 19, and then all of a sudden it gets a little bit shadier. They turn around. absolutely glary coming down that front straight as well as he looks at the rear bumper of Adam Paterra's Porsche Cayman GT4. So they've settled themselves down in now. They've managed to get through these opening lap, and now it's the run down to turn number 2. Look at the cars wiggling in. This is where we saw a lot of the compacts yesterday having problems on the run down at turn number 2. Turn 1 was okay. It was turn 2 that was causing a lot of the wiggles. We ended up with a safety car after an incident at turn 1 barriers as well. Now they'll settle themselves down in again, for this run down to turn number 6. And well, that McLaren's managed to go with them so far. So the full function Wang Pui 46 entry, Thangapong Pan Sutamnano, has managed to get his way in and buckle onto the back of these guys. So a big improvement out of that McLaren from qualifying yesterday, Dan.
Yeah, it is looking a little more pacey here in race conditions at least, as the top 4 work their way down to turn 8. They have broken away from the drivers in 5th and 6th. As yellow flags and safety car out early here, as we have a look here to try and figure out what that might be for you in a moment. I can see on my timing that we have 6 cars on the track. The answer is the 95 Manuel Rafael Caceres, the Nissan GTR R35. Unfortunately, not currently tracking for us. Somewhere down in Sector 3, it was last seen on the timing, Scott, as the safety car is now out and on the front stretch waiting for the leaders to pick it up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where that one's actually come about. So whether or not that's the final hairpin, or we did see a big incident, I believe it was turn 15 yesterday as well, the Tech Pro barriers down at turn 15 were actually pushed back in quite a way during the race number 5 of the Super Compacts as well. So wouldn't surprise me if it is turn 15. Indeed it is turn 15. So but he's gone off ahead of the Daytona Coupe of the 65 entry at the moment. So that says to me whether or not he went for an overtaking opportunity at the end of that straight.
Yeah, a little hard to say with the footage we've got there from that moment, but it will give the drivers, Galina and Yilmaz, running in that Daytona GT Coupe and the 3rd of our TA2 spec Mustangs, to catch back up with our top 4, as we're now on lap number 3 as they circulate around the circuit behind the Toyota safety car here, which is interesting. It actually is given the number 1 designation on the windows, at least. I mean, that obviously is coloured differently to all of the car markings here, but usually don't see safety cars with what look like race numbers on them, I should say, at least.
I'll give him a number. He's in P1. He deserves it. It's right there.
That is true. We actually saw the Super Compact race yesterday actually finish under safety car, so it seemed almost fitting in a sense that the number 1 would be on the car that came across the line, quote-unquote, first in that race. But yeah, we'll see them now stack up. We'll hopefully have the recovery teams picking up the 95 pretty promptly. They do have a crane there at turn 15 because, I mean, yeah, with cranes dotted all over the course, Scott, obviously, because they can't really get too many recovery vehicles onto the track easily here, with concrete, Armco and Tech Pro barriers lining this place to bring it up to scratch for racing purposes. But the Thai marshals and officials did a really good job yesterday getting one of our super compact cars picked up pretty quickly.
It was within like 2 minutes, wasn't it, Dan? It was up and off the track. Like the driver basically climbed out, they hooked the crane immediately up, and it was off the track straight away. Important fact for you guys to know at home, if you aren't aware, we were watching pictures live from the circuit this morning. 55 minutes ago, the streets actually closed and became a race circuit. Prior to that, it was country roads. I was watching that safety car through that turn 6 hairpin then, Dan. That's actually really something we should probably keep an eye on throughout the day. And for you guys watching along at home as well, is actually watch what it takes for that safety car to come through the hairpin. Because if you're going to be driving a car around here, it's more than likely going to be a street car, right? So this is what we know. This is what we know at home, us that aren't able to purchase race cars and go racing. But just watch the amount of steering lock that Toyota Prius had to put in and how perfectly timed it had to be at turn 6 to get that car around. Now you add a whole bunch of horsepower. Now you add roll bars. And I get the feeling that hairpin would be quite scary, shall we say.
Possibly so. In fact, there you go. We've come back around to turn 15 under the control of the safety car, and 95 Nissan GTR has been cleared away. So we might get one more lap here under safety car. We'll see if we, as we go to one of our chopper cams here, thanks to the local production team. I think unfortunately we don't quite get a chance to see if the lights have gone out on the second. No, there we go. Come back to the shot, looking down towards coming towards turn 18 and 19. So we will have one more lap at least here behind the control of that safety car, and it'll be an 8-lap dash, presuming we go green again here at the end of lap number 4, Scott.
I was just looking at that. Did you notice in the camera shots as we panned past turn 15, the road down there was not dealing with the conditions as well? Because remember, very, very hot yesterday, and that's part of the new surfacing down at that section of the course as well. So issues with the surface of the road down there. We did that was where we saw most of the incidents just about yesterday from the Super Compact. So with the scorching conditions, that's where they were struggling to get the cars pulled up, and then once you're offline, it's basically just a lock up all the way into the barrier. It's very, very dirty offline down at turn 15, and very tight as well. But you can also see the railroad tracks effectively ground into the road, where there was rubber effectively laid down, and everything in between it was just starting to come apart a little bit. So I have a feeling at some point throughout the weekend that section of roads might need some repairs, just based upon the fact that we're not even through the first race of day one, and then the road already starting to look very worse for wear down that, and we're about to throw a lot of cars at it very quickly too.
Yeah, some of our classes here this weekend are absolutely huge. Keep your eyes out for the super pickup categories. Both later on, pardon me, stop checking our schedule. They'll be on tomorrow. We'll see that category out on track. Today it's all about the Supercar GTCs, the Super Compact up after this, and then into Supercar GTM and GT4 and Supercar GT3. So smaller fields of racing today. As there we go, a confirmation from the race control team here at the circuit. We are going back green at the end here of lap number 4 to get us at least 8 laps of green flag action, as the drivers now start to think about getting a little bit more heat in the tyres and brakes on this final safety car lap, Scott. The grids for some of these classes are a little smaller, but then we get to things like Super Compacts is pretty large. Yeah. Super Pickup, Super Eco, I think as well. One of our other classes that we'll be seeing tomorrow on the Sunday footage. Fields there are pretty big indeed. And also, of course, keep in mind that whilst we're covering the weekend footage here, as we can obviously hear turn 15 and that crane they've got set up for vehicle recovery here on the outside of the circuit. But the Bang Seng Grand Prix has been going since Tuesday, 27th of June. We are on the 5th day of racing action on the circuit. We've had, as you said, the RAAT Thailand Endurance Championship was here. That was a 4-hour race on Wednesday this week. And that was to bed the circuit in almost, I guess you can say, on top of all the practice sessions. But enough of that here, Scott, because safety cars pulling away from the field. We're back in the hands of Jalen Rowbotham to get this race restarted here in the Thailand Supercar GTC category.
Yeah, I wonder how late he's going to go. Yeah, he's going to go fairly early, trying to get those horses round a long way up. Seems to be the advantage he's got over the Porsche. Now it's going to be down to Patera. Can he go with him, or is it going to be Jack Lemvard who's going to be able to go along with the Porsche, and immediately it's going to be covering from the Porsche. Now he's looking to the inside, looking to defend. It's going to put him on the right side of the road for turn number 1, but the outside of the road for turn number 2. And Lemvar was looking to the outside, looking to the inside, though, was going to be Putera on Rowbotham. Rowbotham nearly had a Porsche parked underneath his rear wing. Now the run up and out, over the jumps, down through to the Monkey Hill. And on the run down to turn number 6, the permanent yellow flag zone. Lap number 4. So far, ladies and gentlemen, as they will turn themselves down and in. I believe this is only lap 3 of green flag racing as well. So the McLarens managed to go with Jack Lemvard this time, Dan, and we'll be wondering whether or not you can stay attached there. A lot more grip through the corners, but that Trans Am is so quick on the straights.
Yeah, we saw it down the front straight away and threatening up through turns 3 and 4, but had to back out, not able to make the move before we got to that localized and permanent yellow, as you said, through turns 5 and 6. But almost pushing the walls there on the run up to the monument here was Lemvar, but just breaking away from Tanapongpan Sutanno here in that McLaren 570S GT4, which has certainly got the cornering grip. But yeah, we're really seeing a real sort of challenge again, almost like racing of old, Scott, here, where we used lock up there in the background somewhere, perhaps. I believe everyone's
Somebody else come through. Okay. I was going to say, is that the Daytona car that we're missing in the background? Yeah,
oh, we are indeed. Oh, dear me. Rafael Galina has found the wall at turn 15. Unfortunately, just nosing straight in there. We'll hopefully see that car going again shortly, because we stay green here as they head down the front straightaway. And yeah, Patera keeping within a second of Jalen Robotham as we head down to turn 1 on that particular occasion. Scott, yeah, looking fairly even in the straight line. Look how much time he can gain under brakes in that game. And of course, as I said, it's like the racing days of old, where we see these big, heavy horsepower cars that obviously will dominate the straights, but they're going up against smaller, more lighter, more nimble cars that therefore get their advantage in the corners. Almost unfortunately for Patera here, he can make up all the time he wants and be on the bumper of Robotham here through turn 6, but then has to sit and wait. And we see it as well there between Lamvard and Sutanlo there. The same kind, that same dichotomy. But it is great because yeah, we're going to get this this balance of action here as can confirm looks of things. Yeah, the 65 got going again, thankfully, but has had to take the Daytona back to the pits. And there we go. Yeah, you can see here the brake marks there, Scott. Unfortunately, just got it locked up a little bit on that surface and straight on to the Tech Pro at 15.
Well, he was out of line. He was offline there before he got into the braking zone down there. So I wonder whether or not he's attempted to go down the inside of the car that he was racing at that time, which I think was the 95 machine. So it looks like that's some debris that was on the circuit. The Porsche ran straight over it as well as we come back out and down and around through that 15-16 complex, and now the run down to 18 and 19. I tell you what, there's a fair bit of debris all over the circuit, so that's going to take a little bit of cleanup after this race. And with 7 laps to go, they've managed to get that front bumper at least pulled back out of that car, but that's some damage. I do wonder whether or not that car might be done for this race. They might poke its head back out later on, unfortunately. But self-recovering, no need for a safety car. They've managed to continue on. I feel sorry for Patera here because I think he's got an opportunity for an overtake, but they're in all the wrong spaces. So was that smoke coming out of the back end of Jalen Robotham's car?
Yeah, now if that's
Was that dirt?
It is something is smoking away on that car. Now, whether that possibly is a tyre rubbing against a wheel guard.
Well, he would have been the first car.
Left rear corner. Something coming from the left rear corner of the 88 machine. We'll see here, he's carrying on for the time being, and in the process has set the fastest lap of the race. So I'm going to say that's a tyre rubbing on the guard at this stage. You wouldn't be pushing on like that if it was something more serious just yet anyways. And maybe he's caught, it must have maybe brushed the wall somewhere as he's pressing, as you can see here, looking at guys.
It's tyre.
Yeah, definitely.
So, you know what? I actually reckon it might be brakes. I reckon he might have a bit of... Remember we talked about the debris?
Oh, that's getting worse all right there. Wow.
Yeah. So it's either tyre on guard, debris caught in the guard, or I reckon there's actually probably some debris in the brake on that left-hand side. The brakes aren't cooling off.
That's entirely exact. Got quite bad. It looked like he got bad as he got up to speed there. As we come here through turn 17 towards the 18, we'll see here if it flares up under brakes at 18 and 19. Don't think so. There. So can't rule out something in the brake duct, but I'm inclined to say maybe that's, thankfully for Robotham's case, just something rubbing away there. The tyre rubbing away on the guard must have just given it a little bit of a brush somewhere around the circuit through one of the many right-handed turns. See, look at that there as it leans through turn 1, Scott.
Okay, so it's tyre. Yeah, there you go.
It looks particularly bad. Not so bad there once they hit the left-hander of turn 2, I have to say.
And then it's just sort of rubbing, or there's a bit of tyre that's caught up in one of the guards. So that's something you'll have to manage. I mean, 5 laps left. May get away with it. May actually be okay. But in the meantime, I mean, he's still pushing on. He's setting fastest laps of the race. The critical thing, I'm actually looking at the times across here as well, Dan. He's on both of the most recent 2 laps. So he's down to a 43.8 now. On the previous lap was a 44.4, and with the Porsche doing a 44.7 on the previous lap, and this current lap was a 44.1. So 0.3 of a second is the margin he's actually got over him. And on that lap, Adam Patera, fastest in the first sector. So he is coming. That's it's certainly not up for debate. That Porsche has got something to it. And with more horses, more lean, more weight to these Trans Am machines, you'd think once the Porsche brings its tyres into temperature, it looks after them quite well compared to the Trans Am cars. And you can see that as well now between our next two compatriots in Jack Lemvard and Thenapongpan Sutamno.
Yeah, I think we are seeing that indeed. Yeah, purple sector in sector 3, which is mostly speed for Jalen Rowbotham still, but only about a 10.5 quicker than Adam Patera in Porsche Cayman, who on this particular
he
pulled
Yep.
0.4 of a second on Jalen through sector 1 and another 10th in sector 2, and in the process does a 43.6 for lead as position change there for third. Thenapongpan Sutamno gets up the inside of Jack Lemvard there at the 18-19 double left-hander hairpin as they work their way down the front stretch. That McLaren able to flex its muscle in that third sector. And Lemvard will have to settle for fourth, for now at least, as they get ready to start lap number 9 of this open weekend. Again, yeah, those Trans Am cars, Scott, absolutely bobbling and wobbling on the brakes through turn 1.
Well, crown of the road and the paint. I think that's what actually triggered that one for Lemvard there. So be interesting to see whether or not he's going to continue to have issues on the paint. But immediately look at the McLaren just step on it and pull away from these guys. So get the feeling that the Thenapongpan was thinking about this race and just sort of went, okay, well look, I might just look after the tyres these opening couple laps. I love looking at the rear bumper of that McLaren at 570 GTS GT4. 570S GT4 it's just a beautiful car to look at. But in the meantime, back under a second is this battle for the lead, and that tyre smoke, it's not getting any better. I wonder whether or not the marshals might not be tracking that and just keeping half an eye on it. It looks okay for now. Nothing to sort of think about, but he'd be hearing noises out of that car, Jalen Rowbotham. How well is he going to hang on to it is the next question, and whether or not Adam Patera can put enough pressure on him to force a mistake.
The way it looks through that right-hander, turn 30. Oh, a little lock there into the 18-19 hairpin, but gets it pulled up. Not too far off the line, I would have to say, as we check in here with Patera on the run down to the start-finish line once again. That is now 9 laps complete in this opening race at the Thailand Supercar GTC. 3 laps to go here. But the way it is absolutely eating at that left rear of Rowbotham's car, the 88 machine. Again, turn 1, turn 13, and a little wiggle out of turn 2 there as well, trying to get the power down. Oh, hang on!
The tyre's gone.
The tyre gone down.
The tyre's gone, yep. Tyre's 100% gone. Look at the way that car is squirming around. It's gone. There's nothing left he can do. So it was guard. Whether or not there was something cutting into the tyre. And now his race is gone. Just about as well. There's 10 seconds back now to the McLaren. And keep your eyes on McLaren's in shot. But that tyre is gone. Is that tyre? Is that... It might look mechanical, actually. He's done well, actually, because where it went, he could have picked up the throttle, kept going a little bit harder, but he would have been heavy in the barriers at turn 6.
Yeah, made sure to bring that car back in one piece, but that will be Jalen Rowbotham's race done here this morning in the Thailand Supercar GTC. And yeah, Adam Patera now gets a free run, it would seem, to the finish in that Porsche Cayman GT4 as he heads on up to turn 15. And he's more than happy to put the foot down here. Doesn't quite have the fastest lap of the race. That went back to Rowbotham before things went aside, Ori there, for him. Although in saying that, he has continued on, it might seem. Well, we're coming up to the pit lane soon, but he might just hang on. Actually, no, apologies. Get myself all kinds of crisscrossed there. No big surprise. The 88 machine will join the 65 and the 95 as being in pit lane, unfortunately. So that will see his race over and done. And yeah, the 46 McLaren, the Thenapongpan Sutamno's car, definitely checking out from Jack Lemvard. So the handling of these GT4 cars definitely showing its strengths here at the Bungsen Grand Prix circuit. And yeah, no big surprises. Sure, there's 2 long straights, but so much of this track is reliant on your ability to get the car to handle. As we have a look here in the pit lane,
and it's 100% brakes.
I was suspicious. I mean, yeah, brakes, yeah, definitely get a workout here. Oh, there we go. Fire in the brake disc. So, looks like with the car stopped, that's actually going to burn itself out there without too much extra effort. But
so I wonder whether or not there's actually some debris stuck on the pads of the disc down in there. It's just been eroding away. Something's happened. There's multiple bits and pieces. So throw it back. Remember, just after we went green flag, there was all that debris down at turn 15 because we saw Adam Patera run over it, and that was where I made the comment. I reckon he's hit debris. I don't reckon there was a mechanical failure there. I think that's caused by debris. So I'll reach out to Rotham and see if I can get an update on that one. But yeah, I definitely feel that was debris related.
Yeah, that would make plenty of sense. I still wonder if maybe there's an element of guard rubbing, given we saw.
Yeah, probably.
It was a lot of the effect was at speed through turns 1 and 13, but yeah, the fact that we get the shot there of a fire in the brake disc as Patera across the line, confirmation from the timing stand that we are on the final lap of our opening race here today on Saturday, Thailand Supercar GTC. Patera, nice and steady, brings it up into turns 1 and 2. He's got no dramas. His gap is now 13.8 seconds back to Tanapompang Sutamno as he climbs up and over Monkey Hill on this run to turn 6. You can see here, he's not hanging around all that much, but a 144.1 certainly able to relieve some of the pressure here at this stage of the race.
We'll see. That's something we're gonna have to keep an eye on. Obviously, the Trans Am cars are quick, Dan, but the tires, right? So that's a big part of Trans Am racing is looking after your tires, or at least having a setup that's not going to cook the tires, being able to hang on to them. So the GT4 spec, I mean, they're generally running longer races right around the world, right? It's not so much. I mean, there are sprint races, but they generally tend to run, 40 minutes plus. You're looking at those longer spec sort of races. So they're generally designed in the cars and the way they go about it to look after their tires a little bit better. A little bit smaller engines, not throwing so much at the rear wheels, not having to pull all of that up. So they're designed for cars that are going to do quite well. Look at how much difficulty he still had down there at turn 15 pulling the car up though. So there's issues with the road down there as well. So, but yeah, so I would expect that to track across the weekend. For race number 3, obviously now just about in the books, but race number 4 as well. Whether or not we see Lemvard get back past on a Pongpan on those opening couple laps where that horsepower really makes itself known, and then all of a sudden we end up with this great McLaren versus Trans Am battle. It's such a unique mix as Adam Patera is going to come across the line, ladies and gents, and win race number 1 of your broadcast on Saturday morning from Bong Sen Grand Prix, and Thangapongpan is going to come home in that McLaren beautiful car in P number 2, and Jack Lemvard will sneak home for P number 3 as well. So interesting race number 3 from the GTC cars there, Dan. We saw lots of impacts from debris, from the road, from tyres, lots to talk about in what is a 7-car field.
Yeah, it's not the size of the field, it comes down a lot to how well these drivers can race each other on the track, and certainly saw plenty of good action. And yeah, windy day it seems. You can see the wind blowing leaves and material across the circuit. That certainly is going to have to be in the minds of many of our drivers here today. As a result, as the flag's out, I have to say it's a unique look here that we get to see this here in Thailand. The flagging decision. I don't think I've seen it all that much elsewhere in the world, but yeah, the combination of the yellows and reds here to signal the end of the race at all of the flag stands. You can see here plenty of those posts around the circuit to make sure that drivers are well. I mean, it's a necessity, of course, of a circuit like this. We have so many blind corners or little corners in between corners that, entries into these bigger turns.
Visibility
need to be posted. Yeah, and make sure that drivers are aware of what's coming up around each and every bend here.
Well, just about all the accidents we saw yesterday in the Super Compact qualifying, they were just in blind sections of circuits. That's Lemvard smoking down the background. And confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Patera going to take out race number 3 of the Thailand Super Series GTC and race 1 of the weekend as well. And look at that lap time, 43.687, eclipsed by Robotham. Robotham will be hungry in race number 4 to get that one back. And fastest time for Patera was the 43.687, but that was eclipsed by Robotham. But what a race. I mean, different cars, different styles, different approaches to how they get pace out of the car, how they get lap time. But what an awesome combination as well. And yet again, ladies and gentlemen, look at the bay there as well. Such a beautiful sight here from the Bang Seng Grand Prix.
Indeed. As we take back a look at some of our highlights from the race in a moment's notice, there's plenty of energy and enthusiasm down on the pit lane for the dummy grid to get the race underway. And then, as we saw, the Trans Am Mustangs, Robotham able to get ahead of Patera there. Lemvard challenging for second place there off the start, but not quite able to challenge Patera there. Gonna have to settle for the turn 15, unfortunately claiming 2 victims today. First up was Manuel Rafael Caceres in that Nissan GTR, unfortunately running in deep and finding the Tech Pro. That would bring out our one safety car of the day, which got us back underway, and once again Lemvard on the attack. And then shortly after, unfortunately for Rafael, Galina would find the wall, got back to the pits at least, and then back out and racing. And Robotham Mossy led, had that smoking gun in the left rear to deal with. Katapongpang Satamo getting by that second Trans Am car of Lemvard. And then, as we saw here, up and out of turn 2, all of a sudden Robotham having to pull over to the side, and Putera being given the run home from there, which meant he would come uncontested. Unfortunately, that would be Robotham's day done as they tried to sort that one out. But number 5, AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 would take that checkered flag home here to get the first race of the day underway. And a nice little wiggle off of turn 2 to celebrate there, Scott.
Yeah, up and over the jumps. A little bit of motocross in there. There it is. As we'll cut away and go to a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with more action from the Bang Seng Grand Prix in a few moments.
Welcome back to the footage from the Bang Sen Grand Prix here, 2023 B-Quik Thailand Super Series. My name is Daniel Yeaman, here with speedcafe.com for the English presentation this weekend. Just having wrapped up opening race of the day with the Thailand Supercar GTC category going the way of Adam Patera for AAS Motorsport. Porsche Cayman GT4 coming out on top. Unfortunately for one of our own in Jalen Robotham, his race ending with a retirement due to a failure of something in the left rear corner. Whether it was the tyre or the brakes, we're not quite certain. Joined for the weekend by Scott Rankin here at Speed Cafe as we're getting ready for the drivers of the Thailand Super Compact take to the circuit. Here's Scott, and a 60-minute race coming our way as their second and final of the weekend, to contrast that opening 12-lap dash this morning to get things going here at Bang Sen.
Yeah, and a couple little interesting things that are worthwhile knowing as we head into Super Compact racing as well. You mentioned 60-minute racing. That will mean, ladies and gentlemen, for you watching along at home, if you're not familiar with the Super Compact and the 60-minute racing format here with the Thailand Super Series, what that's going to mean is it's going to mean a compulsory pit stop. That will have to occur between 25 and 35 minutes into the race, so that window will open when the timer on your screen hits 35:00 to go, and close when it gets down to 24:59. Drivers will have a minimum of a 100-second pit stop to perform. There will also be success compensation added to their pit stop times as well as a little bit up and down the field. What you'll see from the GT3 class later on as well is it will also be based around the driver's license rating. So, for example, we've got Marcus Winkelhock in the field, platinum rated driver. He will receive a little bit longer of a pit stop just due to his platinum assignment. Success will also come into that as well. So from the races yesterday, 15 seconds additional pit stop time goes to the winner of the race yesterday, 10 seconds to second place, and 5 seconds to third place, just to try and even things out, get a few different winners up and down the field. Makes the races really, really competitive. Whether or not they do tyre changes, that's completely and utterly up to the team. But they will also have to do a driver swap if they have a second driver listed. The teams that don't have a second driver listed, also an additional 8 seconds then as well. And for this race, it's the faster of the two drivers that will be starting this one, because this is race 2 of the weekend for this class.
Yeah, and we do have varying driver pairings nominated as A and A, B, and C are used as sort of a driver grading within this category. So exactly how, depending on your driver lineup, exactly how much extra you're going to have. So we should be looking at around 125 seconds, maybe even longer, for some of these stops here, given the driver pairings and how they've been graded here, as the cars, drivers, and teams will start getting ready here on the formation here in the pit lane for the Super Compact to be underway soon enough. We'll be getting going in this race just over 10 minutes time, Scott. So you can see now as they make their way into the dummy grid positions to get things ready to roll here, because of course we've got to get the cars in their positions for the formation lap and the rolling start. This is here the Thailand Super Compact, as we can see in the background, one of our Honda Jazzes, which stands out a little bit in this category, of course. Not of course, I should say, but what you should know is this category, dominated by Honda CRZs, is a very popular choice for the teams here in Super Compact. But it will be one of our Honda Jazz hatchbacks that will take to the pole position for this race. Aki Jitanarath getting that car, starting, I should say, this race off the pole position there, the number 93. Fortron Nexter Racing Team by Vitana Motorsport to lead the field away. As we see here our local production team speaking to some of our drivers here.
Yeah, and have a look at how confident he is heading into this one, that number 93 entry as well. I mean, we've seen it, the difference that he's actually got in terms of that pit solo driver, which means he gets that additional 8 seconds added to his pit stop, doesn't have to share the car. One of the biggest things about that, though, I mean, he gets to say, hey, I want the car performing this way. I want a little bit more camber here. I want a softer suspension, and he doesn't have to fight. Somebody else isn't giving feedback and going, oh, yeah, I actually don't like the car that way. Additional benefit, 2 practice sessions, 2 qualifying sessions. He gets all of that track time all to his own, so he's going to be a lot more dialed into this track. It's a little bit different compared to yesterday, a little bit cooler temperatures. Humidity's obviously a long, long way up. I cannot stress that 60-minute race. The other guys are only going to be doing between 25 and 35 minutes in the car. He's going to do 60 minutes. That is going to suck it out of him, suck it out of a lot of these drivers up and down the grid here today. I cannot stress that enough, Dan. It's going to be critical come this afternoon to make sure that you're hydrated, you're in the right frame of mind. And then for some of our guys who are doing double duties, Jalen Robotham, we just saw him in GTC as well. He's going to run super pickup later on. That is also going to weigh on his mind and his skill set and his abilities as well later on during this afternoon's racing.
That is true. We have 19 cars that were entered at the start of the week here for Thailand Super Compact. 6 of those cars are single driver entries. Aki Jutanan, we just saw there on screen in that number 93 Honda Jazz. He's actually a part of a 2-driver pairing. Sit Bun Yakiat is sharing that car with him this weekend. So for Aki at least, he won't be hopefully too stressed by that, and we'll have to share that car there. But yeah, we do have our lone Ford Fiesta in the field. Kajonsak Nasong Kla, number 4 Fiesta, which we saw unfortunately go down a lap due to just the way that there was a safety car yesterday, which did mix things up for the field. But yeah, Kajonsak driving solo in that Fiesta, which actually was strong. Previously, we actually had a chance to see some of the footage from earlier rounds of the Super Series this year, which included action at a Chang International Circuit for all the cars, and they actually raced there twice in the Super Compact category. This is the 3rd event of the season for all categories, although some classes, including our Supercar GT3, GTM, GTC, they didn't race the second event at Chang, which was back on the last weekend of May. But we will see them.
Got some interesting facts for you, actually, Dan, coming out of qualifying yesterday. There was actually multiple cars who didn't actually perform in the second qualifying session yesterday or throughout the week. Kajongsak was actually one of those. So the Ford Fiesta, he stands quite out, very white Ford Fiesta, way down the rear of the field. So for this race, he's actually starting at a 15th. He was one of the quickest drivers yesterday as well. So he's probably one of the drivers we'll probably see a fair bit of focus on early on because he'll be moving right throughout the field. Teams that we saw do really, really well yesterday was the 93, 95, the 14. We had 2 safety cars yesterday. Unfortunately for the actual racing action, one of those safety cars did actually fall during the pit stop window, so it did sort of eliminate a little bit of the strategy and the racing. We saw a lot of cars dive into the pit lane instant that window opened, so the track sort of emptied off then for about 120 seconds whilst they all completed their compulsory stops. But the thing that this super compact class has in spades is we just saw it in the GTC as well. 2 groups of 2 cars that was really fighting each other. We had that 3rd group, unfortunately, incident sort of robbed us a little bit of that one. But this class has got 3 to 4 car battle packs that are all on and about each other. And tire wear again, we talked about it. We've already talked about it from the GTC. These are more street cars, tend to look after their tires. They're designed to run really, really long times, look after their tires. You want to get as far out of your tires as you possibly can in the real world, safely, of course. Well, these were putting a lot of pressure through those tires, lot of lockups yesterday, a lot of cars dancing around on the run through turn number 1 into turn number 2. Dan, you reckon how many cars you reckon we see a safety car again? I've nearly got one penciled in already.
Odds are on that we might just see the safety car. Small cars, they're gonna fight hard and fast and fierce. But yeah, that turn 15 there, this aerial shot we get a chance to see once again. Yeah, that corner has been quite tricky. The fact that it was 2 of our GTC cars this morning, unfortunately, finding the Tech Pro barriers there. We saw a couple of cars finding here in the Super Compact category find that Tech Pro barrier as well. So the entry to that corner, the new surface that's been laid down there before the weekend, and yeah, definitely seems to be cars struggling a little bit up there as we take a closer look here at Aki Jatanarath in that number 93 on pole for this second race. And I'm having a look at the qualifying results from the second session, which does dictate this grid for today, I do believe. I'm just having a look through it now and getting my head around it. But yeah, the qualifying times were extremely spread out, which makes you wonder what happened there, because also we have things like, not a number of cars, not classified in qualifying, as they were beyond the 110% time that was set by Aki to get that car on pole for this race, which is a 155.001 to be precise. Then we do have a car that was put to the back of the grid despite qualifying provisionally in 4th place as well, one of our Honda CRZs, the number 55 Phoenix Premium Car Cleaning. So have a look here at another one of the CRZs. You can see trying to keep cool there in the car before we get going away. Plenty of air blowers to try and make sure drivers aren't getting too warm here. But plenty of cars, plenty of teams, and interesting names to suit here as we continue to watch the footage here from the grid formation. We're about 10 minutes away from going green here, Scott.
And the big thing I love about this category, to the fans that are watching along at home, keep your eyes on these guys in the dummy grid. These guys are all out here having an absolute blast. Look at the cars that they're in. You know, Honda CRZs, Honda Jazzes, Ford Fiestas. These are cars that you guys can realistically pick up, whack a roll cage in, make sure that everything's wired up correctly, and then potentially go racing. This is sort of where you'll get a lot of that low-level racing. You'll get as many drivers as you possibly can in. But these guys are just out here, grins from ear to ear. They're having fun. Look at the energy. Look at the grin on the face of our driver there. He's already fired up, ready to get going. That's it. Give us a lovely shuckers and move on down the grid. This is what it's all about. You know, you don't go racing to start off with to win world championships. You go racing because it's fun. And the reason I love the compact class is just all that. Fun cars, all about getting out on the track and having a lot of fun and getting up close and personal with the barriers for a few cars. Yesterday was a lot of work done overnight to a number of cars. So keep your eyes on that today.
Yeah, we've actually had couple of cars in other classes already had to withdraw from the rest of the racing action this weekend due to incidents in earlier qualifying sessions. So, yeah, as good as some of the cars and teams are, unfortunately, damage around here. Especially if you get the Concrete or the Armco. I mean, we've seen cars up to 15 in the Tech Pro, which does give you a little bit more lenient, I guess you could say, given it is designed to help absorb impact. But if unfortunately there are cars that find their way and make contact with Armco or Concrete here, that obviously is going to be a fair bit worse and do a lot more damage. As a result, there is one of our Toyota Yaris's in the category this weekend. The number 19 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, Nadol Vatatham, is going to be one of our solo drivers behind the wheel. There is that Ford Fiesta as well, Scott, the lone blue oval machine here this weekend. Another one of our solo driver entries, Kajon Sak, Nason Clark.
Look at him.
He is looking ready and raring to race indeed.
BDI is focused on that racing action. He's keen for turn number 1. He's keen for turn number 2. He's keen to try and pick off as many as possible. Another car back further in the pack, a Cheetah looking to stay cool. And that's the problem way down the grid. They're going to have to do a driver swap as well. 17th spot, the 92 machine. I believe there should be Thanaphon behind the wheel. No, it is Ceramet behind the wheel for the M-Tech Auto Cars entry. And look at them. They're all the buzz of activity, the hive of activity up and down the field. Another one of the Yaris's further on down the field is the 23 entry, which will have Newt behind the wheel for Arto Racing Team. And then we'll have one more car to round us out, the 23 and the 55 late entries, I believe indeed, to this one. And look at the damage repairs already stapled on the front end of that car is the 55 of Karate. All the way off the last row of the grid for Phoenix entry. But last row of the grid, you get to watch everyone else go in. You get to figure out where everyone else is ducking, diving. You don't have to worry about anyone else, Dan. A lot of opportunity. You can only go forward from last place on the grid. So most opportunity for that 55 entry.
Well, that's all going well. I do have to, I feel like, mention that point. Should things unfortunately go a little sideways, you could certainly stay at the back, as it were. As another look here at the pit lane here, quote unquote pit lane, if you will, here at Bang Sen. Yeah, it's Formula E is what we said. This pit lane obviously looks like all of the stalls here on one side that the cars come into, and then they head on down, they loop back around, and then head out straight away at the same part of the circuit. As we are getting ready to go, we should have our 1 minute signal about to be displayed here in the pit lane. As you can see, final air blowers being removed from vehicles. This is going to have to be it for the drivers in terms of cooling. Last couple of checks there for the number 33 Honda CRZ. That there being the M&M Racing Team. Chaya Muangnam in that car alone this weekend. Getting ready to roll off the grid here for the formation laps. Second race of the weekend. Race number 6 of the season for the Thailand Super Compact is not too far away from getting underway.
Yeah, so important details to note, ladies and gents, throughout the weekends for these guys, as the 15-second board's going to go up for these guys to roll out a pit lane. For race number 1 of the weekend, slower driver. If you've got a 2-car driver pairing, slower driver must start that car from race number 1, or lower rated driver must start that driver for race number 1. Race number 2, faster drivers in first, slower drivers come second. So you might see a lot more aggression coming out of this, guys. Really important to know that pit lane entry we're about to use it. Left-hand side of that one, that left-hand side of your shot, that's the entry. Where they're feeding out, that's the exit. They come in, they go, they do a U-turn down at the bottom end, and then they turn around and come back out. It's the first time we'll be using that one on the coverage this weekend from the English side of things. And the Super Compact grid's about to come up, Dan. Why don't you take us on through?
Sure thing indeed, Scott. 19 cars should be set to take this race. And just like in GDC, we sort of start things off. Hankook, our sole slick racing tyre supplier. So here in Super Compact, they're running 15-inch tyres in this division, and only about 195 I saw there for the tyre width. So sure, they're slicks, but they're not that wide. As indeed race 6 of the Thailand Super Series season for these drivers. Indeed, Aki Jitanarath going to start this one on pole. Buddha Hamont is going to start in second place, the first of our CRZs, the YK Sports BBR car. And then quickly flick through. Tanner Roth at a third, Chaya Muangnam in fourth, Tanachicha in fifth, Punapat Punsup in sixth, through seventh, eighth, ninth. You see, names come through so quickly for us here, Scott. But yeah, 19 cars should be set to take the grid. Yeah. Not top 9 set qualifying times, with the 19th place car of Kirati there sent to the back of the order. Unfortunately, don't have confirmation as to exactly what was the reason for that one there. But yeah, this is going to be a proper pack's worth of racing that we should look forward to here for the second race.
Street circuit here, Dan. Street circuit. And street-based cars, albeit with a little bit of a modification to make them race-worthy. So, theoretically, this is their home. This is, all the wide open spaces of Chang. So what we actually saw from the Ford Fiesta was that at Chang, a lot of power on the straights, was very, very strong in a straight line. We did see from a number of cars up and down the field yesterday, I think it might have been the 95 entry was struggling to hang onto its tyres. Was very, very quick early, but sort of then just burned the rubber off and back to back down. Actually, might have been, yeah, it was the 95 entry. Thanaraj was so quick yesterday, went out to an early lead, disappeared up the road. Safety cars were not his friend yesterday. Will he get an opportunity here today?
Well, they did bring it home in the end, given that they pulled such a margin in the opening part of the race that they, despite the safety cars and bunching the field back up, were able to get things back and sorted out. As a result, yeah, for a reminder, actually, we can run you through here the race results really quickly from race 5 of the season, which was yesterday. It was a Tannerot in that number 14 of the YKK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco entries. 28 laps completed. Was only joined on that lap count by 2 other cars. The M&M Racing Team number 33 had Chaya Muangnam in that car there, and the second of the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco entries, the 95 of Woodethmont, 95 only 3 cars that were on the lead lap in that one there. Aki Gitanarath, who's starting from pole, came home in 4th. But yeah, 1 lap down on your top 3. You then had John Sack on Clark in the number 4 PTT Lubricants Ford Fiesta. That finished in 5th. First of our Honda Cities, that number 15 by Demitsu Racing Team Thailand by AP, driven by Tanawitz Apihunya, as we're focusing here on John Sack there as they circulate around. And one of the cool things we see with these guys is things like dish steering wheels. We've got H-pattern gearboxes, Scott. But real quick, also, Pratamporn Ratchasingho was in 7th, the number 35 MM Racing Team car. You had another CRZ in 8th place next to HYB Motul by TTR, number 18, with Puapon and Nunthawat sharing that car this weekend. Next and Baby Boss Garage Racing Team 24 CRZ was in 9th, number 24 car. Number 80 SPF K1 Racing Team car finished in 10th, and the number 69 Insane Motorsport car driven by Achitafon and Ayrton was in 11th. As indeed, round 18 and 19 we go in the hands of Aki Gitanarath for the Super Compact Race 6 of the season. Scott, it is time for these guys to get underway for 60 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yep, they did not wait around. They're already shooting off out the last corner. And the run down to turn number 1, the right-hander, where we saw an incident yesterday and brought us back on the safety car. Will they manage to fire their way in? Already looking for the move to the inside. Here comes the 65 entry to try and shove it down the inside. Will he manage to get that car pulled up? I believe he's managed to pick off 1. So now it's about settling yourself on in and keep your eyes in the background for that white Ford Fiesta. Have they gone forwards? Have they gone backwards? Still 3 wide as they enter down into turn number 1 as well. For the first time today, 59 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. An hour with the Super Compact Racing coming your way.
Here we go now on the first time up to turn 6 for these drivers today. Aki Gitanarath is going to lead them into turn 6, closely followed by Budamont in that number 95 machine. And then you've got Shayo Muangnam in the 33. So it looks like the front of the field mostly unaffected. Look how slow they all back off to as they try and get through the hairpin here at turn 6, making sure they don't run into each other and cause unnecessary damage off the start. And then they can get the foot down and expand a little bit here on the run to turn 8, almost side by side there in the background. That was a position fighting 7th and 8th. The 34 of Punapat Punsub and 18 of Puapon fighting there, but they don't exchange places this time by as our leader's already up and out through the monument chicane. Top 4 breaking away quickly here, Scott, to be in a race of their own.
Yeah, I think that's just the squabbling that's going on in behind them. Thanaraj has managed to get through. Whether or not he can immediately start to hunt these guys back down, as he did have the pace yesterday. Remember, some of the drivers will have to do pit stops. Some of them won't have to do some of them won't have to do driver swaps. Some of them will. So there will be some drivers that'll be out here in the first half of this one that will still be here in the second half when everyone else has to put another driver in. Lap number 1 in the Super Compacts in the book. Lap times, ladies and gentlemen, in and around that 2-minute mark, just a touch underneath, is the way that they will start things off. So a long way, nearly 20 seconds back from the GTCs that we've already seen today. And immediately the ducking and diving, the 65 machine already trying to look to go down the inside at turn number 2. Pulled out of the draft, pulled to the left, pulls to the right. Now he's deep at turn number 2. That's going to present an opportunity for the 33 machine to get back down and after him. After he got overtaken after the start-finish line, will manage to hang on to the spot. And the 65 of Chanicha will manage to grab 3rd spot away from Chaya. But Chaya's going to be settling on down there in a 4th. I don't think he's going to disappear out the rearview mirror, Dan.
No, he shouldn't. By the looks of things, it will be, again, yes, our top 5 that will, squirrel. If these guys here at the back of the 4 start fighting, it will invite Tanaraj to the battle here as they wind their way up to speed again. Little flick that counts as turn 7 on the run to turn 8. But Aki Gitanarath starting to build a bit of a margin at the start of this lap here on Budamont in the first of our CRZs. It is such a dominant car as we have a look here. Speaking of cars, Nardol Vatatham trying to fend off Kajon Saknon Klar, but that Fiesta pulling out under brakes in for turn number 8, able to slip on by the Honda City there without too much fuss or much of a fight, you might say. But I mean, that is part of the racing thing. Is we've got an hour for these guys here, plus a lap. There's sometimes you just got to know when to, give it up if the car behind you is out of position, which it does kind of feel like that is the case here for this Ford Fiesta of Kajonsak Monclar. He works his way down through 15 and 16 here, and all going fine and well. But for being down in 9th place currently, about 16.8 seconds off your race leaders, who are already up and past the start-finish line and heading on their way towards turn 1. On board now with Kajonsak, as we see here, there's Ford Fiesta working the wheel here, working the gearbox. Plenty of stuff to do here for a driver at Bung Sen, Scott.
Well, it was interesting to note that was the last corner, so pit lane would have fed off to the right-hand side of that shot, basically, as we crossed on board from him. But this will sort of give you the run down at turn number 1. There's a little bit of a rise as you come to the end of the straight, and then you've got to try and pull the car up. You're looking to spot your braking zone. You're looking to not get too far offline. You don't want to track out to the left-hand side of turn number 1, because all of a sudden you're narrowing up turn 2. Then you've got the jumps. You've got to try and get on the power. The car's going to be bouncing all over the place. Watch for the GT3s later on today. That is going to be important, to watch stiffer sprung cars bounce all the way up there as they try and get the power down. Then it's the run down here. Monkey Hill, turn number 6, the hairpin, permanent yellow flag zone. No overtaking on the run down through here. And we've seen multiple different lines from multiple drivers as they try and get the power on for this then big straight between turn 6 and turn 8. And then big braking zone down there at turn 8 as well. So multiple opportunities for the super compacts. Narrower cars, Dan. Better racing. I'll leave you to be the answer to that.
That's the working theory, at least, indeed. Given that, of course, if we do have actually these trackside cams, they do give off the impression of some decent space here. And, I mean, credit to the circuit designers who put this layout and configuration together. We actually do have a decent amount of track width most of the way around to work with, at least. In saying that, of course, no surprises. We do have the run basically, from turn 4 as you start weaving up to the turn 6 hairpin. Do have to close things off there, and the little monument chicane, which makes up turns 10, 11, and 12 on the circuit, does tighten things up momentarily. But again, it's an opportunity for drivers to get a run going, because you do have to sort of work your way through it here. Speaking of which, on the front stretch, our race leader, Aki Jitanarathe, completes the 3rd lap for this category. 1 minute 57.1 to his name as he crossed the start-finish line, fastest of the class so far. Closely followed, though, by Budamont, only 0.3 behind on a 157.4. Gap up to just under 1.4 seconds at the start-finish. Oh, dear me, that is a little bit of a problem. Now, is that 65. A tyre on the guard like we were suspecting in GTC? Or is this... No, that looks to be coming from more around what I think is the exhaust region of that Insane Motorsport entry. But...
we've already got 2 cars in the pits as well too, Dan. So the 18 and the 55, because the 65 going to join them.
I suspect it might just be 2. It was, oh my goodness, all the way up to turn 4. The 19 and the 34, Nadolva Tamthan. Oh my goodness me. And the 34 of Punapat Punsub. Sky Gallery Racing Team Honda City versus versus the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Yaris there, almost getting into each other on the run up the hill. We don't see that very often. We saw drivers thinking about it in GTC, but their cars are pretty big. Didn't even think about it. Looks like, obviously, the rules certainly play a little bit differently here. In Super Compact, they can dare to push the limits up to the start of that yellow flag zone. Meanwhile, here into turn 8, one of the Honda Cities dropping back through the field there. I believe that was the 90... sorry, it looks like it's 59 of... If I can pick it up right. Pardon me, trying to catch some of the car numbers here. Bright blue does make for harder. It was actually the number 69 of Achitafon in the Insane Motorsport Series. They're passing by the number 92 MTech Auto Cars. Pardon me, it would have been the number 15 Honda City Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand car, who's actually already lost as well to one of the MTech Auto Cars entries at the same time on this lap. You can see here, though, the Insane Motorsport car is looking pretty racy here, and now really getting on the back bumper of this Sky Gallery Racing Team Honda City up the inside at 18. Job done as we then round 19 head to the start-finish straight once again here, Scott.
Yeah, and have a look at the mirror hanging off the wall and an update from the pit lane. So the 34 entry is the one that we're obviously seeing the mirror dangling down and off that one. The 65 in the lane. We also have the 18 and the 55. So the 55 we saw come in very, very early. They were in, I think, at the end of the first lap. The 18s just rolled back out of pit lane. They've completed 2 laps thus far. So they're starting their third. Right now in the 65, which is the one that we saw the smoke coming out of, they're already in the pit lane. Pit stop window not open. Absolutely not open. So, and an update, there was a couple of questions coming through from YouTube. What are the cars that are in the category? Honda Jazz, Honda CRZ, Ford Fiesta, Toyota Yaris, and Honda City are the 4 different cars that we actually got out in the field today.
Yeah, it is certainly a mix of vehicles racing in this class today. But crucially, whilst we were talking there about cars already in the pit lane, did notice there, of course, well, hope you did notice there, Scott, but also, yeah, it looks like that number 65 Insane Motorsport car has dropped a fair bit on the racetrack. We've got the red and yellow flags out all across, all around the circuit now, it looks like. They've gone out as we switch back to your race leaders. For Aki, he's now, I think, actually struggling with fluids down on the circuit. It'll clean up about here now that the 65 is in the pit lane, unless it started dumping it before it reached that 18-19 hairpin. But Aki Gitanarath still leads the field, but lost 2/10 to Budamont on that last lap in that Honda CRZ, number 95. B-Quik Motorsports, BBR by Sunoco machine as they cross the line and work their way up into turn 2 once more. It looks like they are going to be the 2 in this race because they have pulled 24 seconds on the third place to M&M Racing Team CRZ in just the space of 5 laps of racing here, Scott.
It'll be interesting to see how well that 14 manages to make their way back through the field as well, because they were obviously quick yesterday. Safety car, I believe, is off. Oh! Well, ladies and gentlemen, huge. That's on the main straight. So something's happened coming out of the hairpin, or somebody's moved over on him coming out of there. That's a huge incident. Where does that come out of?
One of the great mysteries for us so far in this one, as indeed flag still out, and there we go, safety car boards being prepared at one of the marshal posts, and there we go on the digital display, and no surprises there. That's just almost at the entry to turn number 1 the drivers are going to want to tip in for. So no surprises there that this race will be neutralized to go and collect the number 14 second of the B-Quik Motorsports BBR by Sunoco cars, and unfortunately that will be their day and their weekend done as a result, as the drivers now slowing on down to match that safety car speed. We are still, as you said, Scott, around 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes away from the pit window opening in this race. It will open at 10:10 local time, but as you said, that will be at the 35-minute mark. There we go, safety car on track, awaiting the race leaders to round 18 and 19 to be picked up.
Yeah, so they'll be receiving intel at the moment, telling them which car that they're trying to pick up. And the race leaders are just coming out of the last corner. Yeah, so there they go. They're already picked them up. So that was just waving another car by. The pit window opens with 35 minutes remaining on the clock. So that's 25 minutes into the race. So that's what we're looking for. So updates on how the rules will work, ladies and gents, on that one. So the camera hasn't even picked that one up. He's got damage on both sides of the car. Is that a flat tire on the right rear?
Can't quite spot it there from this angle, Scott. But that would make sense. Something going wrong with the car mechanically on the right side, firing that car into the walls here on the left side of the circuit. Yeah, unfortunately, our replay angle, picking it up. Got a good spot. I've just actually opened up the broadcast as it's going out to the Speed Cafe TV channel, and yeah, I just caught that there as it was playing back behind our copy of the feed. Yeah, that looked like the right rear had indeed failed on the number 14.
Or whether or not he's got contact, because he was racing with the 33 machine at the time. So they were desperately trying, because we said yesterday, because that 14 car was quick, right? So they were leading the early portions of the race yesterday. I wonder whether or not they've tried to get past the 33 machine because they were 24, like you said, 24 seconds back from the lead. They were trying to push on with their race, and the 33 just hasn't realised how far out there or how close he was. They've made contact. That's failed the right rear, and it's fed him into the guards on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so many possibilities without knowing for certain, unfortunately, what exactly led up to the number 14 in the wall there on the start-finish straight away. But it's going to have to be one that, well, we're left wondering. Hopefully, we might get a chance to find some answers from the paddock later on today. Because, yeah, we're producing this remotely here for you. A big thanks to everyone who I can see watching along, and great to see the engagement in the broadcast chat. So thank you, everyone, for being here with us for this English production of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for 2023 at Bang Sen. Yeah, hopefully we can get some answers for you as to what might have happened there, a little bit more than what we've been able to see off of the broadcast feed that we receive from the local production crews.
Well, it's worth noting as well to everyone that is actually watching along at home. We are monitoring the YouTube chats here today. So if you want us to see if we can get some updates, we do have a couple guys on the ground over in Thailand as well. We just got an update. We'll actually have an interview coming to you guys from Jalen Robotham after that GTC race as well. So we will get a little bit of an update on what happened there. But yeah, if you've got questions, like particularly the ones that are about the category, what cars we got in the category, who the drivers are, bits and pieces like that, we can absolutely try and get you some information throughout the weekend. One of the benefits actually of working on YouTube as opposed to working with live TV coverage, we can communicate, interact with the audience. Love it. That's I mean, social future, right, Dan?
Yeah, it is, and you see, yeah, they've just noticed that, and I'll actually put one in and say hi, everyone there on the Thailand Super Series chat as well. Indeed, we are watching, and yeah, it's one of the things that we're used to because we come from a sim racing background, and so we're used to. Well, for one, I'm used to having obviously the freedom to have camera angles and play around with what I can find, so I can do my own digging. Whereas obviously, yeah, here today we're obviously relying on. The great production team on the ground here. The camera feed we're getting from Thailand is looking great. Is able to help, and yeah, we've got some great people on the ground who are able to get us a little bit of extra information in the background to give extra bits and pieces to go in, because of course we are still getting things like extra pre-race and post-race material that comes from our Thai commentary team, which obviously for anyone with the English here for the English presentation, unless you happen to know Thai, it might be a little difficult to understand, so we're able to thankfully chip in with a little bit. Yeah, are we in Australia time? Between myself and Scott commentating and our local producer who's providing our feed, as well as localized graphics and a few extra things like our English interviews that we'll have on. We're all based in Australia today at the moment. So yeah, we are reliant on the local Thai copy of the local feed from Thailand coming to us remotely in Australia, and then we rebroadcast that here both on the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel and Speed Cafe TV as well. So we're actually double streaming this effectively for those looking for the English broadcast that we see here. Yeah, the marshals and recovery crews. It looks like they've got that number 14 up on the flatbed truck already, Scott. So hopefully we'll have this safety car in maybe 2-3 laps time or thereabouts once they can get the safety vehicles cleared off the circuit. You can also see, look at them there. Look how far back they're putting down material on the circuit there to clean up potentially some kind of spillage. Also on the racing line as well.
Well, here we go.
Live footage, I believe, on board with the number 4 Ford Fiesta here, as we're under safety car with Kajon Saknan Narsongkla. Is what seems to be happening there, as well as we continue to follow the field around here under safety car. But yeah, that amount of powder being put down on the racetrack, try and usually clean up spills, Scott. That's quite suggestive that something a little more to the story there with the number 14 happened on the run up to making contact with the wall.
My first instinct is that he's made contact at turn 18. Something's gone wrong at turn 18, or there's debris that he's hit as well, because we've already seen quite a fair bit of debris coming out of that GTC race. So I'm actually kind of worried that they may actually have to do a little bit of a sweep after this race is done. We've seen quite a lot of incidents actually coming from this compact race so far. But for you guys who are just tuning in to perhaps your first round of the Thailand Super Series as well, made up of quite a few categories here. We've got Super Eco, which is probably your bottom category. We move up to the class you got on screen at the moment, which is Super Compact. From there, we'll move up to Super Pickups. If you haven't seen a Super Pickup racing, you are about to see some of the most stylized utes or utility vehicles as we'll see them. Yeah, give us a thumbs up. Give us another one of those from the Ford Fiesta. This is actually my favorite car on the field, by the way. He's absolutely celebrating. He's seeing himself on the commentary around the circuit, so he'd be looking up at the big screens whilst he's pacing around. Yeah, I'm on screen celebrating. These guys are big characters. Yeah, so Super Pickups. If you haven't seen the Super Pickup cars, they are really cool looking. I'm actually keen to see those guys. It's a unique style of racing, something we don't necessarily get. GTC we also have, as well as the GT3 categories as well. For everything from Super Pickup on down, they have already had their second round of the championship. This is round number 3. For everything with the GTCs and up, they actually haven't had their second round of the championship yet. This is the second round that we're actually seeing today. So there was 2 rounds at the championship for the compacts, ecos, and pickups that were run at Chang International Circuit. Then we've got today, and then after that we'll head on to Sepang, which is where the GT3 and the GTC will be heading. That's why that the support categories got their second round at Chang International Circuit. They'll also do another round, a non-championship round for a couple of cars and a couple of categories at the Singapore GP to go with the Formula 1 later on in the year, and then they'll finish it up back at Chang International Circuit to round the season out. So that's basically things as they stand, a little bit of information on the category. I tell you what, I'm enjoying this. I could do this just about every weekend, Dan.
Oh, do it every weekend. Yeah, I'm sure you'd like to. Unfortunately, as you said, only 6 rounds here for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series in 2023, and they are a little spaced out, but at the same time, I mean, yeah, we're talking about, I guess, yeah, potentially drivers and teams that, you know, racing it could be expensive, and I mean, coming racing, if things don't quite go right, and we have incidents, and then you've got to think about car repairs and getting the car back in shape. Yeah, things do space out, sure, but I think in one respect, that's not such a bad thing. I mean, yeah, the final race of the season when they head back to Chang and they bring all of the categories together again after the next couple of rounds, sort of, yeah, things break away and sort of separate here. Yeah, that's not until the weekend of the 14th through 17th of December for that final round of the 2023 series. And
look at how long.
Yeah, continuing to lay down. So I think he hit the wall just prior to that dark blue patch of concrete on the right, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember the replay correctly. So the fact they have put down powder going back at least another 400 meters, that really does scream. And the fact it's yeah, something has happened in the right rear corner, as you pointed out prior, and presumably, well, the right rear corner is down already after he hits the wall. He only seemed to hit the left side wall on the front straight. Unfortunately, a lot of questions that we don't quite know the answers to when working off the remote feed. But good news is the race control team are happy with the work done on track. Big thanks to all of our marshals and officials who have worked to get this circuit back in, ready to roll. Confirmation that we will be going back racing at the end of this lap. We are now on the 9th lap of this race. We are at about 38 minutes left on the clock here as well, which means that our pit window is going to open about 2 minutes after we go racing again. So drivers might be able, depending on the exact timing here, do 1 lap and start diving straight into the pits for their compulsory pit stop window here.
I think you're going to see a good chunk of the field actually do that. But updates on the cars that are actually out. So it's a reminder that obviously we lost 65. I'm wondering whether or not the 65 jumped oil all the way down the straight, and that's actually what's that's cleaning up. I don't necessarily think it's actually our 14, and we just don't have visibility on what's caused that issue for the 14. I'm monitoring the race control channels just to sort of see if we've got any onboard footage or anything that's going to help our driving standards advisor, which is Craig Baird, actually, to come to a decision on what's going on there. So 2 cars out, 65. Obviously, we saw them dropping all that oil. We're just talking about them. The 55 and now the 14, not in the lane, on the back of a hauler, all the way back around there. So the 65 and the 55 entered pit lane under their own power. They're out of the race as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately, as you said, 3 retirements in this race so far to kick things off. Safety car lights are out now as the field works their way down through turn number 17. It'll pull away from the field slightly and put us in the hands of Aki Chitanarath in that Honda Jazz to get the racing back underway. We saw in the safety car in GTC that Jalen Robotham chose to put the foot down basically right as they approached the hairpin. We'll see here if Aki does something a little different. Nice wide entry to 18. Looks he's going to put the foot down through the corner. Nice little jump there to get himself about a car length on Budamont in that Honda CRZ. We are back and underway here in the Thailand Super Compact. Their 6th race of the season here at Bang Sen. And look at that nice, huge gap even pulled Scott as we get back to racing speeds. And here comes a move for second. The M&M Racing Team car, Chaya Muangnam to the inside for turn 1 is the powder being kicked up on that racing line. Cars, they have to back off there. A little uncertain of the grip, perhaps, with that down on the racing surface. Places unchanged for 2nd and 3rd as they round turn 2.
Yeah, and have a look at Kajonsak as well. Remember, this number 4 Ford Fiesta is actually going to lose a spot on the run down to turn number 1. They started 15th. They're up to 5th, so 10 spots already gained in the opening portion of the race as we're keeping our eyes on the leader. That 93 machine, not hesitating by any stretch of the imagination. Out of here. He does not want to be part of that battle of the cars that are in behind him. He's going to let the 2 CRZs go toe-to-toe in behind him, and that's just going to allow him to just escalate away. Very, very smart racing. Look, if I'm in the middle of this pack, I'm coming in this lap. 100% coming in this lap. Oh, I've got to get myself out of here. Street circuit racing. Overtaking's difficult. Let's get in. Let's get ourselves out of this queue. Give ourselves some strategic options.
Speaking of those options, indeed, you see the time in the top left of the screen has ticked past 35 minutes. That compulsory pit window has indeed opened whilst they're on this first lap since the safety car. Lap number 10 of the race. And they're indeed in the corner. Confirmation down at the pit lane that the window is open. Thankings for our signage there as we have a look here at what is the fight for the 4th, 5th and 6th. We've got Jirapat in the number 24. That is the next Baby Boss Garage Racing Team CRZ. They're being chased by the PTT Lubricants Fiesta, as it looks like. We do indeed have a couple of cars who are going to choose to come to pits. Our race leader, though, as he rounds the corner, will come by and not go to the pits. Looks like, there we go, 2nd place. Will go to the lane there. The number 95 of Budamont will be the first car to take to the pit lane. I have to actually apologise there, Scott. We've got, obviously, the live timing for the event. I've got to remember that it's not quite synced up with the video, but look at that there from Aki through the powder. Zero concerns, it seems, about grip on the way into turn 1. I mean, obviously, at that point, he's still mostly at speed, but that's going to kick that up all over the place for the drivers behind us. We see in picture there the Thailand Gazoo Racing, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand number 19, also down on the lane and doing a driver swap there, I think.
So we've got 4 cars in the lane. We've got 4 cars in the lane already. So cars in 95, which you're just seeing. The Kajonsak car expected. Oh, hello! That's a car not facing the right direction.
Well, right direction now. It's trying to see if I can pick up who that is in the background there. Apologies. Oh, another car stopped on the right side of the circuit there out of turn 7. The 92 M-Tech Auto Cars has also dropped off our timing screens and is dropping down the order. That is a Honda CRZ. That could be, either of the cars. I believe that actually might have been the car that stopped on the run up Monkey Hill towards turns 4 and 5.
I've got the Insane Motorsport car.
Yeah, the number 69 Insane Motorsport car has dropped off timing, and that looked like it had pulled up. That was a red car pulled up. Yeah, and I just see it on our timing. Yeah, up at turn 7. That matches up with the red and yellow car I saw parked there off the racing line on the run to turn 8. As we watch these drivers come down here with the risk of another safety car coming. We'll see how many more drivers dive straight into the pits to get the stop cleared before they get compressed back up once again. Focusing here on the number 24, And indeed, Gira Part will bring the that car down the lane.
I think it's a smart decision, Dan.
They have to, absolutely, Scott. Safety car will absolutely compress them all back up. You cannot afford to have not cleared your pit stop with that threat of a safety car coming here.
Well, we saw yesterday the guys that actually made the biggest benefit were the guys that pit as soon as that window opened with the threat of a safety car. So everyone that sort of got in and pit as early as they possibly could. Now, benefit yesterday was that they were swapping their slower driver out and putting their faster driver in, so it gave them clear track to do so. Basically, everyone that's pit has now got clear track in and around them. Good opportunity to get on it and get back out there. But they've taken their faster drivers out and put some of their slower drivers in. If you're not doing a driver change, a la the Ford Fiesta, the number 4 car, well, it doesn't really affect you. So you may as well just come in.
Yeah, and they actually were heading out as we were watching the number 24 machine head in. Yes, indeed. Speaking of driver swaps, there we go. Yeah, the number 59 Honda City, I believe that is. Indeed, it is. Yeah, one of the next cars by GJ Motorsport. They're in the lane. We'll do that driver change. Currently, 6 cars taking that swap at least, or at least the pit service, as you quite can see there in the bottom right of screen. Number 33 M&M Racing Team machine came in second to the pits. Critically, we do have 3 cars that have stayed out. 2 of the Sky Gallery Racing Team Hondas, I should say, the number 34 and 98, but also here, actually focusing on the 95 there, sorry, which did take its pit stop early, but is back in 10th place and being chased down potentially by John Zach Narson Clark there in that number 4 Ford Fiesta as they carry on. Race is still green for now, but not sure what the status of that Insane Motorsport car is. Apparently in the pit lane, I'm seeing. Actually, no, sorry, we've still got one that's unaccounted for. At number 69.
Chat was just saying they think the lead 93 was actually just about to pit, and confirmation he is still cracking on. He hasn't pit as early. The more that I watch this number 4 machine, big fan. I love it. I love watching it going around. I love watching the energy coming out of the drivers that we saw under safety car as well. He knew he was being watched, celebrating things. So he's driving a Ford Fiesta. I'm a Ford Fiesta fan.
Boards.
Oh, hello.
We are back under safety car here. And I can tell you that, well, we now have, again, your top 3 are the only cars that we yet to pit that are in a somewhat competitive position is indeed. I just saw a flash of it a couple of laps ago, but the number 69 Insane Motorsport Honda CRZ has come to a stop and unfortunately can't get that car restarted. So the marshals will have to push that car quite a ways here. It seems down towards turn main. Ayrton aboard on the car. You can see here the signal's out. Make sure to stay to the right side of the circuit because that car is on the racing line. Scott, you don't want to be have cars make a mistake and end up driving too close to the marshals. Crucially, they're driving by under safety car, thanks to again the fact that the compulsory pit stops and drivers. How to put this here? As I said, there's a compulsory stop time, but we have different amount of drivers. Well, different drivers and such. Now, I think also critically, one of the reasons also pit window closed. I think this is why safety car might have been delayed slightly. Actually, no, apologies. We've got, if the safety car hadn't come out, it'd be 3.5 minutes left for the drivers to pit. Safety car closes the pit window here, which means our top 3, which I can see on my timing, which is the number 34 Sky Gallery Racing Team, Honda City, the number 35 Racing Team Honda Jazz GK, and 98 Sky Gallery Racing Team Jazz. They were, according to our time experience that I can see here, were yet to pit, but they will have to wait till after the safety car period ends for the pit window to reopen for the final about 3.5 minutes or so before to get that pit stop done, I should say. Looks like we have ourselves at least 6 cars, maybe even more on the lead lap at this stage, as we see here. Safety car waiting to pick up our leading cars at this stage.
So for those of you watching along at home, this is a really interesting scenario. We saw it again today after watching it yesterday as well. So the issue we've got here is that pit window. We're in the middle of it. Pit window is closed on the safety cars. I don't want people diving in and out. All the activity that's going to be going on during the pit window under a safety car period as well sort of really eliminates. It's a no-brainer, right? You pit under a safety car if the pit lanes and your compulsory pit stop window are open at the same time. Pit, get it out of the way, done and dusted. Really not much of a penalty. Well, what happens is that they pause the pit window. So basically, I think we're about 6-7 minutes in through our pit window, exactly when that safety car came out. Whatever the remaining time was, when that pit lane window opens back up after we go back green, that's the remaining time that you've got to get into the pit window and get your pit stop done. Anyone who's already on pit lane when the safety car is called, they can finish their stop. They're done. They're really good to go. So it's realistically, I think we've got 3 cars that are yet to pit at this point in time. And then we've got a bunch of cars that are on the 12th lap. So most of those cars are the guys that have already pitted. So that'll really shuffle things up. But we've got a whole bunch of... We're going to have to keep an eye on our timing screens right the way throughout this one. This race is about to get spicy. And again... This harkens back to what I was talking about yesterday's compact race as well. Get in early, get your stop out of the way. Safety car comes, you get all of those laps back. Everyone else has got to pit with those once that safety car comes back out. So safety cars breed safety cars down. It's been tricky for the super compact class. A lot of incidents, a lot of cars failing today as well. So they've really been driven hard throughout the week.
I mean, yeah, it's the final race for the super compact this weekend here that we're seeing right now. As you said, had their first race yesterday, that we got a chance to sort of get our heads around and see how this class took to the streets. But yeah, there's a whole lot of factors to think about and consider. There's also the fact that part of this thing is there's a minimum pit stop time. From the moment they enter the pit lane to the time they exit the pit lane, 100 seconds or 1 minute and 40 seconds, depending on how you want to think about that. That is the minimum amount of time that any car can be on the pit lane for. As you then said, the driver pairings or single driver cars then have to, depending on how the pairings are graded, or if it's a lone driver, you have to add time to your pit stop. For most of the teams, that'll be at least 15 seconds added. Plus, for any solo driver entries, it's another 8 seconds on top of that. And then, our top 3 from yesterday's race will get more pit. Now, that's interesting there. The 93. Aki Jutanarath having to come to the pit lane under safety car and under the bonnet. That is not a pit stop that they needed to make. They already had theirs done. And a shake of the head, Scott. Something has gone terribly wrong for the car that was sitting out in front, and he is not happy that he is here in the pit lane.
He's had speed all weekend too, so he knew that he was on for another really strong result as well. So that'll be disappointing, given that they finished 4th. Aki finished 4th yesterday. It was the 14 car that won yesterday's race, but he was the first of the cars 1 lap down. I think he got caught out by that safety car yesterday as well, and came to the pit lane after the safety car, which is why he was the first of the cars 1 or more laps down. But he had so much pace here today. He was on it, really pushing the margins out on the dust, kicking the dust up. Bravery coming down into turn number 1. You saw the lines that they were using down there as well. I had a lot of highly respect the driver that he was doing. Did a great job yesterday, great job today, and that's race. We've seen that already. Strongest car, right? 2 races in a row. Strongest car in pit lane with mechanical failures. You got to get through the weekend. Street circuits, Stan, tough on the cars. We don't talk about it. You and I are not used to this, right? Sim racing, street circuits, but the cars can take a little bit of a beating on a sim racing game. You don't get that here. This is for a lot of the drivers or a lot of the fans that are actually out there and watching. The closest that they can get to these sorts of things is safety cars come back in. We'll get back racing. But you got to look after the machinery. Everything's got to be working, and for Aki, it's unfortunately not gone the way he wanted.
Indeed, as you see here, we've now got cars that have completed pit stops, trying to get themselves a little bit further up the road here. That number 18 Honda CRZ is the next to HYB Motul by TTR car, trying to get by your current race leader of Punapat Punsup. One of our drivers there could be a Puapon or Nanatawat in that CRZ. Yeah. But they're out of sequence here, and the car there that's second on the road, 33, is also way out of sequence. And looking at my timing, is one of the cars a lap down. We need to find the 24 next to Baby Boss Garage Racing Team CRZ. They are the effective race leaders. As we see here, this 18 car again, Scott, try and get at least one of its laps back on the lead, but again, not able to commit under brakes there, which allows the 34 of Punapat Punsub to continue on there in the Sky Gallery Racing Team. So that 34 Honda City needs to still come and complete a pit stop. The number 35 MM Racing Team Honda Jazz, which unfortunately isn't in picture at the moment. That kind of comes. Oh no, another slow car.
No, not the Fiesta. No. What's going on here for Kajonsak? Did they finally get that move done for the 18 car? So the critical thing for the 18 car, they're actually 2 laps down at this point in time. So if they can get this lap back from the 34 car, and I believe the pit window's back opened up again. So as soon as that 34 car peels off, he's back to 1 lap down. They get another safety car. All of a sudden, he's grouped with all those cars on 1 lap down. Here comes the 33 car, though. No, they're in pit lane. The 18's on its way in. No, it's not in. But the 34 is. The 34 just come out of shot on that left-hand side in the lane.
Yeah, there we go. So getting that service complete. Also followed in by the 35mm Racing Team Honda Jazz, which was further back in shot. So they will get that service complete. It actually, in all of this, the number 95 YK Motorsports BVR by Sunoco car has got itself to the front of the field here as we have crossed under 21 minutes remaining in this race. These cars here not quite on the lead lap. In the case of the 33 machine, currently for Chia Mungnam, you can see their 9th place for him. He is currently, a lap down on the leaders. Actually, sorry, almost a lap down, I should say, Scott, because at the front of the field like this, they will, be the majority of a lap down. I'm trying to see if I can figure out roughly where on the track they might be. Actually, interesting. Having a look at our timing here, trying to. Okay, so it's a decent margin back to the 95. I'd say about 10, maybe 12 seconds. In fact, there we go. Footage of your actual race leader here, and the second of the CRZs in the background. Then the 24 of Giropart. That is second place. So that's 1 and 2 on the road. Now got a car in between them there. That I believe one of our Yaris's. That's it's either Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand or it's R2 Racing. They actually have very similar paint schemes, and they're both in Yaris's. So it's the 19. That is the Gazoo Racing Team entry there.
Yeah, the 34, 35, both in pit lane. I think they've just come back out, actually. So they were the race leaders prior to the safety car because they hadn't completed their stop yet. So now they've completed that stop. We've cycled all the way back through. But this would be interesting. That 24 entries really got the opportunity now to sort of press on and see if they can get something back in their favour. But I'm looking for that 98, the 80. The 80 was doing quite well. Yes, I think they had issues actually yesterday. So for them to be back up and into fourth for Teshit, they've done a phenomenal job. And Putno in that 98 entry as well. Like, the order's so shuffled up, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you, the front 2 are on lap 16, which is your 95 and 24, 98 and 80. And from there on back down to all the cars that are still running are on lap 15. So they were all 1 lap down. And the 98 entries actually just come to pit lane. So,
the way I'm looking at it, based on timing and information and such, it's actually the fact that they're not technically a lap down yet. It's just the case that they're so far behind. In fact, that is our top 2 heading around on track. They're all good. And well out clear at the front of the field. As we watch these cars wind their way round turn, or your leader, I should say, winds his way round turn 6, followed there by the number 15 of Tanawit Apipunya. Goodness me, apologies if I'm making an absolute mess of some of these names. The Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand Honda City. As clock ticks on down, Scott, pit window has now closed. So looks like all the drivers who are still out on track and still racing have completed their compulsory pit stop, which is good to see. Making sure they get that done. But
we actually had updates yesterday in the final 15 minutes of the race for 3 cars, I believe it was, that didn't actually meet their minimum pit stop requirements. They had to come back down and do a drive-through penalty of the pit lane as well, so keep an eye on that one. They are monitoring down at Race Control all these pit stop times, because remember, it's minimum stop time. You can go over it if you have a minute and 30-second pit stop and you want to sit there for 2 minutes, by all means, I won't stop you. But you're doing yourself no favors there. But yeah, lots of debris sort of floating around on the circuit at the moment. There's been lots of wing mirrors. I think we've seen about 10 wing mirrors. There's another one there on the right-hand side. At that shot, it's the 24. He's going to try and slice his way down the inside of the 35 entry, grab another spot there away for him, and settle his way back on down. It's important for that 24 because he's slicing through the lap traffic at the moment. He's got to go hunting if he wants to get off in pursuit of the car 10 seconds up the road from the 95 entry of Budamont. But yeah, at this point in time, wing mirrors, there's going to be lots of little wing mirrors hanging around all the way around the circuit, and there's another car at the front of that shot that's missing a wing mirror already.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where I might have heard it in the past, but someone described wing mirrors as being used as sort of like feelers when you're on a street circuit. They are...
Sure,
tracks like Bathurst, Mount Panorama in Australia, but street circuits in particular, given that the way to go fast at a street circuit is to be up against the walls. That all checks out. There is third place on the road. So this is to sort of give you an idea of the spread. We were watching second there head up into turn 6 at the top of Monkey Hill. Here is third place coming out of turn 20 on the front straightaway. Here you see Tekit in the SPF K1 racing team Jazz here. Car number 80. Currently sitting at 59.7 seconds behind your leader and 49.9 seconds behind second place as the clock passes by. 16 minutes to go here for race 6 of the Thailand Super Compact Series. Gap at the front is staying fairly steady for now, as we then see here Scott 4th place, the first of our Honda Cities, in the next by GJ Motorsport. It is going to be Chotanin behind the wheel of the car. It's about another 16 seconds back in the 59. And then, here we go. So Gajonsak.
We got that car back running.
Got it going. And so maybe just a moment of some kind temporarily out of turn 2 at least, Scott. Thankfully, that's okay. But, we watch these cars wind their way down the hill. Bad news, though. I just seen message from Race Control. We just saw the number 80 on screen, Scott. He's, unfortunately, made an error in the pit lane, speeding above the 40km/h limit. They will have to come back and serve a penalty driving through the lane, which will see them probably drop down to at least 5th, maybe even 6th, as it's Choyam Wangnam, about 14.5 seconds behind Kajonsak here on screen in the 33 M&M racing team. So check back in with your leader, who looks to be happily carrying on and checking out ahead of basically everyone else uncontested.
Well, Chen boot, using that right boot for sure. I don't know where the left one, down through turn 6, bounces over the curbs. We saw a couple moves down at turn 2, bouncing over those sausage-style curbs on the inside as well. And the 19, that car's still going. Where is that at? So
yeah, good question. I'm trying to make sense of it.
Was in sector 1. Has he made it off of sector 1?
Yeah, I don't know. I can see indeed, that we was at least captured entering sector 1 at some point. So they're between, anywhere from the start-finish line to turn 7. Now we can say that much and narrow it down to the first third of the circuit, as vague as that might be, as we continue to watch our race leader.
That's either got to be turn 2. I actually reckon it might be the runoff zone in turn 8, actually. Given that shot that we sort of had, it's either turn 2 or it's turn 8. Everywhere there's no real runoff area for him to be parked in. So,
good point, actually. Yeah, actually, it's a good point. You might have passed the sector 1 timing marker, and which would put him somewhere between turn 7 and 14. Unfortunately, we'll not quite sure unless we see here with the leader carrying down the start-finish straight. As you see, the drive-through penalty sign out for car 80. That doesn't worry Chanya Boot at all. He can carry on with 13 minutes to go. Just trying to figure out yellow flags at turn 2. Is the number 19 off down past the runoff there, perhaps, at the second corner?
I mean, if that's the yellow flags,
there it is. No, there. There you go. It's been pushed back behind the wall there on the run up past turn 3. But looks like, I think, as long as we've got local yellow flags, we're going to be able to carry on here in this race, because the marshals have already got that car at least in line with the wall there on that left side of the circuit.
Well, they're pushing a lot of limits this week, and I can tell you when we get to the pickups later on as well, they some of those cars actually have an adjustable turbo in the car. Some of them don't actually have an adjustable turbo in the car. They got to set their boost pressure prior to the race. It sort of would be the same thing. Kajonsak nearly going a lap down to the 95 entry. Whether or not Kajonsk's having another issue, the concern I've got for Kajonsak is the heat. How is he managing the heat? How is he managing the cockpit temperatures? He's struggling.
Oh, very slow last lap of 2 minute 14.9, and well, has to yield to the race leader. Makes you think that perhaps that number 4 Ford Fiesta for PTT Lubricants, VC, Meat Borno, RPM, Nexter.
Could you be having electronics overheating? Because if the electronics overheat, reset, and then come back in, because he picked up pace again, right? So whether or not...
At least got going, yeah.
Yeah, so whether or not what the problem they had was temporary, they were able to sort of fix it, and then it's happened again. Oh my word, the 34's got doors and bits hanging off as he's going to try and go past the 15 City. They'll go toe-to-toe, but that might be adding to the debris around the circuit, and that's one of the cars that is missing a wing mirror as well. So what we know of the 34 is that Funapat's getting out, he's getting the elbows out, he's getting aggressive, and have a look at the wing mirror on the other side. So he's used those feelers quite well. Whiskers on a cat from the 34 entry.
Yeah, don't forget that Sky Gallery Racing Team, Honda City, has been already actually had elbows out with another car earlier on in the race. Up here through Monkey Hill as we're watching the number 18 machine, which is the next HYB Motor by TTR car, work its way up the hill, currently in 12th place. And we see that's Nantawat behind the wheel of the car, trying to... I believe chase down the 23, which is the Arto Racing Team car, but they are further ahead on track somewhere. Let's see if I can figure out exactly how far ahead. Quite a distance by the looks of things.
You know what that 34 entry reminds me of, Dan? It's that old soccer competition where you got to hit... you win the competition by hitting the left post, the right post, and then the crossbar. That's a bit what he's trying to do with that car at the moment. A little bit on the left, a little bit on the right. And then we'll rip off a skirt whilst we're at it.
Yeah, I mean, is you saying there, like, okay, it's Kajonsak has lost a place now too. And in fact, possibility, I'm just looking at my timing screens, Kajonsak has lost a couple of spots now. Potentially, just trying to even get a long way back. Might even be heading for the pit lane soon. Drive-through penalty is now being served, it would seem, by the number 80 SPF K1 Racing Team car, but back on track, fighting once again. 24 and 15, apologies, actually on different laps. That's second place in Girapart, trying to continue on there and pass by the car that is in 7th, Tanawit Apapunya, there in that Honda City. So it's not racing each other directly here anymore. Scott, carry on.
So if the Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand is looking for a new driver, I mean, I'm available. I can be there for the next round. You just let me know. I'll come and help. I'll assist in that car. I can get out of the way quite quickly. I'm quite good at that. I can turn laps, keep it out of the fence. Should reach out to someone, Dan. Mina car, super compacts, next round. Let's go.
Well, there's a couple of issues that require me, A, to know how to race a car in real life, 2, have money, 3, have probably a couple of licenses. You probably don't need to know all the particulars, but you get the gist, I think. As we see here, the 24 of Girapart continue on. Now got what is lap traffic, unfortunately, the number 80 here, which Tekit was in 3rd place, now down in 6th, and being given blue flags. Can't let him go here into turn 6, but we'll have to step aside surely here in a moment as they want to exit this permanent yellow flag sector. And also, we'll then be racing Tanawet in behind there in that Idemitsu Honda City. That's just in the background, a shot as there we go. Second place, Girapart will pull out to the inside for turn 8, and place taken without too much of a fuss, at least. But gap is growing all the time to our race leader, Chanyabut. It's almost 20, or almost was 20 seconds at the start-finish line when they started this lap. I get the feeling it is probably over 20 seconds now that he was in behind at number 84, the run up through Sector 1 at least.
Well, just having a quick look through the point standings after race 4. So there was actually 61 points of series leaders was the 14, but this is not including yesterday's points as well. And then Kajonsak was actually sorry, my apologies. It was the two different drivers. Yeah, the two different drivers out of the 14 car actually tied. So it's done on a driver's point standings. So because they share the car, they still both earn the points for the race results. And then Kajonsak was actually in third in that Ford Fiesta, followed by the 33 of Chaya. And Chaya's had a reasonable race here yesterday and today. Scored points quite well on both of them. Was in fourth. So it was actually the two single driver combinations locking out effectively, if you take the car considerations out of it, effectively P2 and P3. So car 14 P1, car 4 and 33 P2, P3. So it's interesting to note.
Yeah, as we're speaking of the 33, have a look at them here through turns 8, 9 up to the monument at 10, 11, 12. Doing a solid job, but as you can see, a lap down on your race leader. And yeah, it's been quite the dominant sways. In fact, it looks like some good news for fans of the number 93 for Aki Jutanarath. Back out on track, but unfortunately, if my timing is saying right, apparently
5 laps down?
9 minutes behind 13th, who has done 17 laps. So it could be more. See, 16 laps complete. Now 17. There we go. Just ticks over. And on that lap there, just went and did the fastest lap of the race. Why don't you there in the the Fortron Nexta Racing team by Vitana Motorsport Honda Jazz. 1 minute 55.544. So that's really unfortunate for Aki, I'm sure, because if he's still got pace, but he's got pace back in that car, that is definitely not the way.
Well, that car is actually in P4 in the drivers in the car standings as well. So, and they were only 2 points behind Chaya, and Chaya was going to score a boatload of points in the 33 entry in this race, but Aki yesterday scored a boatload of points in race number 5 of that series, so he may be okay. It's important for him to get back out and see if he can score points. I don't think he's going to hit 75% race distance is the problem, so not classified unless you score 75% of the race distance, so he won't hit that because there's just not enough time left in the session for him to actually get back out there and score points. But yeah, I mean, he's done well. And another car, I would say, looking at that's probably had an overheating issue because they're in the pits, they let the car cool off, they fired it back up, he's gone out, and he's done the fastest lap of the race. That says overheating.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a look and see how many laps we might get. I think it's going to be 20. On the leader's on lap 24th lap of the race. So probably looking at 26 laps completed. And as you said, 75%, you need to do 19 and a half. Let's say they've round that up. So can Jutanarath get 20? He's on lap 19. I think he will just do enough laps here for the 93 to score points in this race, despite being down in 13th place and 5 laps off the lead of the race.
Well, with 1 round left, that's actually been quite crucial, actually, for the Super Compact Championship for the year. So, I mean, he's got a long break now, all the way back through until December before he, gets back out for a point scoring round. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be important whether or not they've turned up their car a little bit too far and the heat's sort of done for them. I know that'll be an issue when we head to the Super Pickups later on as well, like overheating those turbos. They've really got to monitor the temperatures in those cars. So. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be something we'll be monitoring probably all weekend. GT3 cars should be probably okay with it. Lot better cooling, lot better air intake, those sorts of things. But it's still a street circuit. One of the things Daniel Bilski actually said to us about the track yesterday: very little breeze, very little air getting down and in onto the track. So it's actually not surprising me. We're seeing probably a few engine failures coming out of these cars, including number 4 car. So Kajon Sack's now just circulating for points. He's not pushing on.
He certainly can't. His car, unfortunately, about 20 seconds off the leader's pace, 25 seconds off of the fastest lap that we've seen, which was in the hands of Aki in the number 93. We see there on screen, I believe that's the third or fourth place car. So we have a 59. Fourth place car indeed. There we go. Chotanin behind the wheel. You can see, I think that's our best lap times of the race on screen next to them. As you can actually see, we do have quite the pace spread at the race. So 206.7, the best time set in this race by the number 59, next to by GJ Motorsport Honda City. But what's the big... I mean, it doesn't really matter about pace when, as long as you keep circulating, keep scoring the good points, you be in a good position championship-wise. As the clock strikes 2 minutes to go, we look at your leader, Chanya Boot. Now, 60 minutes plus 1 lap. I believe that means we will indeed actually even get to maybe even 27 laps in this race because, well, yesterday we saw the Super Compact race finish under safety car whilst we were sort of getting our heads around everything, preparing for today's broadcast. So it was a little unclear as to exactly the rules are. 60 minutes plus a lap.
Plus
so,
yep.
Yeah, for Chanya Boot, he's going to cross the line here in about 20-odd seconds or so and start lap 27. He'll start lap 26, apologies. So, got to make sure again, timing is slightly ahead of what vision is. There we go. Hey! Like they heard me or something, Scott, because here we go. Here's how many laps they've done so far in this race, coming across the line to make that 25 laps complete. The minute to go on the clock, I believe, get around this lap, and then they'll get energy. They'll get a board at the line, which will say final lap, I do believe.
Yeah, so there'll be one more. That point in time.
In the timing stand.
And they've got control. I mean, this has been a good race from Chenya Boot. I mean, he's had to get a little bit aggressive in and around traffic, but he's also paced himself a little bit. You know, he's been on the lights, hasn't been pushing things, but that's what it's about. He's going to come past Kajonsak yet again here. I wonder whether or not they've actually got white flags out for that car. Just sort of, oh, who's on the brakes there? Was that the car ahead of him? Might have been the car ahead of him, so then force yellow. So no overtaking down through here. But he's been clean and concise, whereas you've seen a lot of the other cars pushing on, getting aggressive. His best lap time, 56.804. Not the best lap time in the session. You don't need to set the best lap time in the sessions to win races. You've got to be clean, concise, pick the traffic off, keep it out of the fence, look after the car, and that's what he's done well. So, I mean, this is a deserved race victory for me.
It is indeed. This 95 YK Motorsport Speedway up by Snowcards, both been driven by Budamont and Chanya Boot here in race 2, has definitely done the right things. I can just see a joke of that when we saw fastest laps for each car up on screen, that the number 55, which is unfortunately is the last car to be currently scored. You can see they're 1 lap complete to them.
I don't think they finished their actual first lap. I think they actually peeled off at the end of the opening lap. They didn't actually make it back to the start-finish line.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm seeing a 2-minute 12.6, which was recorded as their first lap. So that might have been the case, as Aki has just gone and decided that needs to push the marker a little bit further forward in that number 93 Honda Jazz. 1 minute 54.896. So I think, it's now become a hot lapping session for Aki, as our leader will round the corners here. Final lap on display in the top left of your screen, and indeed, there we go. Confirmation that it will be one more lap. Here is, interesting, as our overlays there say that he's taking the checkered flag, but that's not what the marshal stand said there. Indeed, timer hit 0. We do one more full lap to round things out afterwards.
Yep, so they've just cleared that one off there now. So yeah, last lap, run down to turn number 2, and this will just be sort of a little bit of a parade lap for him. Not hanging about though. He'll be pushing on. He'll be celebrating. He'll be enjoying everything that's going to make. But remember, it's a street circuit. You can't make a mistake on this final lap. There's no one in and around him. Back it off a little bit. Lock it down. Just make sure you confirm that result. There's no reason to be risking it for the biscuit on the final lap of the race. The team down in pit lane, I mean, they've done a good job. They've obviously had to come in, do their pit stop. Make sure that you've come in, you've hit your marks, you haven't sped in the pit lane. You've been sat static in the pit lane for more than long enough. I don't actually think we saw any pit lane penalties based upon the pit lane times today, which is a huge note.
Yeah, all the teams making sure that they were not below their minimum pit stop time. Just one car that picked up a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pits, which was, as we said, the number 80 SPF K1 racing team Honda Jazz, which has a ticket behind the wheel here in this second half of the race. But not far left to go now for Chanya Boot, up through turn 15 now. which has been what seems the trickiest corner on the lap, but navigates that one quite happily, quite easily. And then little kink to the left, one more kink here again to the left at 17, and then just the double left-hander hairpins and a right-hand sweeper to wrap things up. And with a gap of over 30 seconds back to the next Baby Boss Garage Racing Team entry of Tanapon and Jirapat, it will be Budamont and Chanyabu to win the second and final race of the Thailand Super Compact here at Bang Sen, and they are comfortable winners here as they take the checkered flag for the second race of the day.
Yeah, and I tell you what, there's going to be some celebrations from that one. We now wait the 30 seconds it is back to P number 2. An hour race, 30 seconds. Really, really well done, though, for the 24 machine. They'll pick up P2. 59 is going to come home in 4th place, so a good result from them. Really disappointed for that 80 team. You know, the difference between 4th place or potentially a podium today and being all the way down in 6th place was a drive-through penalty because of speeding in pit lane. That's how much it means to these guys. The 59 is going to bring it home and lock in that 4th place. Now we wait for Jirapat to come on through. Chai is going to be P3 as well, and it was a fairly long way back to him as well. 34 machine. I'll tell you what, he's managed to shed some weight throughout the race. That car is certainly lighter than when it rolled out of pit lane.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's still dragging the skirt on the right side of the car with it, but now it's dangling off the other side of the car there as these drivers now make their way across the line. You can see here as drivers coming in a lap down or so and waiting on the last couple of cars as a result to finish circulating here as we get this lovely look of the run there. Go down the front straightaway, but yeah, once again, pick up your race leader as he now brings it through the monument. Chanyaboot, yeah. Despite the fact we had 2 safety cars there, Scott, and they got their pit stop done at the right time to come back to the race lead and then just walk away from the field, it feels like there. But that's part of the game here in racing like this. We get some really fast drivers at the front of the field where they hope to be. At the same time, of course, as we said, there are a lot of cars that probably wish they finished better, but said hot weather,
update
tough track
on Aki in the 93 car. I actually don't think he finished the race out on track. Confirmation of the results coming through from Chanyaboot and Budamont finishing in the win. Jirapat and Thanathorn coming home in P2 and Chaya in P3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Aki actually didn't finish on the track. I actually think he finished the race in pit lane. So he pushed that car on too fast. So I reckon that was overheating for him, for sure.
That would add up there. As we see here, your top 10 finishes and their classifications there on screen. And then flicking over to our final drivers there, 11th through 19th with their fastest laps as recorded during this race. You see that 154.896 from Aki Chitanarath, absolutely pushing that Honda Jazz to its limits. But your race winners, bring it home with a 1 minute 56.804 as the best lap that they got done today. But that will do it for the Thailand Super Compact for this weekend. 2 races done and in the books. That's their 3rd round of the season complete here in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for 2023 as we look to the highlights as the drivers were getting ready to get out on track for that 1 hour of racing action here, Scott.
Yeah, I did notice Aki, you saw his eyes that were in the highlights package just a few moments ago. He had the eyes on. He was so keen for this race. He was looking to get aggressive, looking to go down and get after it. Technical issues, going his way. Kajon Sak as well. He's earned a fan in me, to be perfectly honest with you. But have a look at this. 3 wide on the run down to turn number 2. That's crazy.
John Stack on the outside.
Yeah, he had a go at it, didn't he? He got aggressive. I think John Stack's a fan favorite. And look at the contact in the background. See, you saw that light blue, that nearly sky blue CRZ way off in the background contact at turn number 2 as well. So that may have led on to some of the mechanical failures that we saw. It'll be really interesting to catch up with the 14 entry as well and see what happened for Thanaroj. There's a lot of question marks sort of going to be asked of what caused that incident. And this is the final turn as well from Kajongsak's point of view. Did he whack the wall? The 14 whacked the wall on the right-hand side. 55, that's the car that I was looking for. Whoa! The 19, that was a failure. That was 100% a failure. And there's the incident for the 14 entry.
Yep, our second safety car of the day there, which brought the field back under the control of that Toyota safety car, and unfortunately, bringing the race to a premature end for Tanner Roige and Chat Trapol, who look quick. There we go there, really briefly there for John Sack, who are excited. The 92 machine, unfortunately, one of our other retirements today in this race there, the M-Tech Auto Cars Honda CRZ, as more drivers dive to the pit lane to get their compulsory stops complete and out of the way. You can see here drivers waiting, and then unfortunately, and the other safety car brought out there, sorry. It's the first car for the safety car for the 14, the second safety car there for the 69 in Same Motorsport. Arky there, unfortunately, some kind of car failure. Overheating is probably likely, definitely not what he wanted to see. But at the end of it all, as the drivers got these pit stops complete, headed back out on track. Well, actually, first of all, we'd have the 19 parking up there on the way to turn 4 as well, joining the 92 there. But this 95 machine, YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco of Budamont and Chanyabut, could not be challenged here in the second race of the Thailand Super Compact for the weekend to round out the action for these pocket rockets. To be said, they come away your well-deserving race winners. And with that, we're going to take a break here in the English coverage of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for 2023 at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. We will return in just under an hour's time, as we currently have the Classic Car Parade about to start. We return with the Toyota Yaris one-make race at, that will end up being, pardon me, at about 11:45 a.m. local time here in Thailand. Thank you very much for being with us here on the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel and Speed Cafe TV. For now, we'll take this break. My name's Daniel Yeaman. It's been Scott Rankin alongside me here commentating this racing action here from Bang Sen. Be back with us in about an hour's time.
Thank you. Thank you. got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. When I come and go, you told me you would not succeed. Not like your friends with super wealthy families. Tears in your eyes, you set the bar kinda high. Would do anything to forget your father's goodbye. Guess I didn't fit in that frame of your life, but I hope that you find all that love in your kids and your wife. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally get some big toys. You know your girl's spoiled, daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally get some big toys. You know
Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back once again. So currently we are just under preparations for the next class that's going to be out on track at the moment. We're doing a little bit of a Thai presentation or a little bit of a Thai celebration. The Toyota Zoo racing team that was victorious at the 24 hours of Nürburgring, celebrating their 4th consecutive year of fine results at the Nürburgring 24-hour event. And it's always important to celebrate it. This just in a Thai format. Oh, cultural heritage never can go past this. It's always important as well, ladies and gents, to enjoy all of the cultural bits and pieces that you pick up from racing right around the world. Thailand, no stranger to that.
Dancer Celebration ครับ
So that there, ladies and gents, the celebration of the 24 hours of Nürburgring Championship. And, well, welcome back. My name is Scott Rankin. Alongside of me in the commentary booth is going to be Daniel Yeaman for the entirety of today's proceedings. I mean, when you win something like the Nürburgring 24 hour, you got to celebrate it. You got to celebrate it right around the world, and it's particularly for Toyota Gazoo Racing, who are actually in attendance this weekend at the B-Quik Thailand Super Series as well. What a demonstration from the drivers as they now start to walk up on stage as well.
Indeed, yeah, thank you there, Scott, for that introduction. As we see, yeah, the team brought up onto the stage to receive, well, their awards, but also be recognised here in front of a home crowd. And it's quite an impressive, little track record there. 4 years consecutive. Oh, pardon me, apologies. Apparently, just coming back from my lunch break for myself there. Need to make sure nice and sorted. But yeah, in fact, yeah, taking 2 cars over to Germany, to the Nürburgring, to perhaps one of the most difficult circuits of them all, you would say, Scott, in terms of, pardon me, but just in general, yeah. How to put this here? Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult track. Possibly the most difficult track is raced on a regular basis. I think is probably what I'm trying to get at here. And
yeah, because I was about to come over and say, I mean, have you seen the circuit they're racing around today? Because that's tough and tricky out there.
It sure is. I'm just trying to scroll through it actually, pick it up. What guys what cars this class actually is entered in. And the answer would be the SP3 category. So we had two Toyota Corolla Altis GT N24 specification cars there, as you can see photographed on screen. As we have more of the Gazoo Racing Team Thailand personnel welcomed onto the stage to celebrate the success of our drivers already on stage, ready to go, and more of our team management personnel now ready to receive their awards. So there we go, the second placed of the 2 teams, they're receiving that plaque. And indeed, congratulations, well deserved to the team there. In just a moment, we'll get the plaque will come across for the pair the team that ended up finishing in first position, and there we are, that award.
Well, it's most important to note that Dan, they finished first and second, so it was a 1-2 finish for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand outfit in the Toyota Altis. The win this year in the car was achieved by the 119 car. They did have some off-track ventures. There's a lot of mud scrapes around that car from the journey, but it was won by Suthipong Semachat, Narawat Chiran Sekawatana, Natapong Hodthong, and Malat Kula Palanot. And then the second place car was the car number 120, driven by Shenzhen Hong, Khan Superpong, Naiku Kuamura and Krit Wasarat were the two cars that took part. So 8 drivers across the journey, obviously represented by the 6 on screen. It looks like some part of the team staff there as well on the front of the podium.
Indeed, yeah. And I'm just having a quick look through at things, and yeah, 60th and 61st outright, mixing it up amongst various other classes. The next best finish of the 4 cars in the SP3 category that they were racing. Sorry, 4 cars in SP3, 2 of which are photographed here as part of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand outfit. The next best car in class finished down in 74th place, and also to boot was just looking at this here, 8 laps behind the second placed number 120 car, and 8 laps behind the winning 119 machine. So
it's important to note that everyone that's sitting along at home, you say that there was only 4 cars in the SP3 class, but I think it's important to note that the Nürburgring has got a lot of special specifications to actually qualify. Then you've got the classes, you've got so many different multi-classes, you've got to survive the race as well. But I think what can't be underrated is actually earning your Nürburgring racing license as well. So these guys have put a lot of behind the scenes work in. There's a lot of logistical efforts to get over there and get the cars there. But not only to do that, but to win the race 4 years in a row as well. So not only have you got to have the drivers with their licenses, everything's got to run right, the team's got to run right, the pit stops have got to go right, the mechanical car makeup have all got to be put together correctly. The drivers have got to do their job, each of their job, keep the car clean, look after the car, stay out of the way of the other guys that are they're obviously pushing all around as well. So it's important to do it not only across 1 year, but to do it 2019. I think it's up there, 2019, 2020, 22 and 23. Obviously missing the COVID years as well, but 4 years in a row. That is a super achievement, and I think you can see down the front now the 119 car that was there for that result as well. So it's not an easy thing to do, and hey man, they did it, they achieved it, and they deserve all the accolades that they've received.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I should have looked through the entry list again from the Nürburgring 24. 19 different classes of entry. Ranging from the GT3s at the top of the pecking order and what is called SP9, down and through to cars such as you have Hyundai i30s, BMW 330is. Kind of wish I could find where the Dacia was. Actually, there you go. Oh, the Dacia was in SP3. Long may it live. The number 118.
There you go. They beat the Dacia.
They beat the Dacia.
I mean,
how about that?
Yeah, so a car of such international renown, and now I think this is an important point to highlight. Actually, the class that we're heading into next is the Toyota Yaris one-make race. So this is effectively the way I like to think of it is it's your Porsche Cup class, but in Toyota Yaris's as well. So look at the drivers as we'll go through them as well. 15 for next HGR Racing Team, 17 for PTT Lubricants, Team Jib Online, 22 for HC by Citipol, 26 for the B-Quik team. Such a popular and big outfit over in Thailand, as well as the B-Quik team, as well with the 27 Audi GT3 car had an accident yesterday as well, so it'll be worthwhile keeping an eye on the 33 entry, 34 entry as we make our way back down and further through the field as well. And then, alongside of this class, will also be the ladies class that will be taken to the track at the same time as well. So not just one make Yaris's, we've also got the ladies class circulating at the exact same time.
Possibly. That might be coming up next, Scott. We have Yaris's and then Corolla and okay, well, yeah, I might be the case there. Nevertheless, yeah, we've got a lot of cars coming up. Toyota, strong presence here in Thailand with the Gazoo Racing and these one-make categories here that will be on next. So we're about looking at. Just double check my clock here for you folks, and We're expecting that this Yaris one-make race will get going in about 5 minutes' time, and then we'll be.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I see it. Yep, the Corolla Altis is the next race after this one. So with the lady combined classes. So we are into the support categories at the moment, ladies and gents. So to give you a rundown of what's left in the afternoon as well, we've got the Toyota one-make race. We'll do 8 laps of a race. Following that, we'll have the Toyota Corolla Altis one-make race alongside the Yaris Lady one-make race. After that, we'll have the grid walk for the Supercar GTM and GT4 class. And then finally, we will be onto the Thailand Supercar GT3. So that's what's left for today's action. So 2 8-lap races coming your way, and then we'll get into the grid walks for the big boys, the GTM GT4, which is a 60 minutes plus a lap race, as well as the Thailand Supercar GT3 to close us out for today's action. And back again tomorrow as well, ladies and gents, for more action from the Thailand Super Series Bangsan Grand Prix.
Indeed, yep, as we see here now, one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Motorsport members here down as they're getting ready with the final parts of the pre-race presentation before we head out onto the circuit. Drivers, team officials, also organisers here with B-Quik Thailand Super Series. A moment of recognition for them on screen before we get going racing here. And it's going to be an interesting one here because we've had 2 rolling start races. We now have a pair of standing start races to get things going here in this sort of afternoon for us with these Toyota one-make race events before we get into, as you said, the GTM, GT4, and then later on the Supercar GT3 categories. Back to that rolling start formation and those 60-minute plus 1-lap race formats as well. It is going to be, I think, an exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what these. I haven't seen what these Yarises can do out here just yet, Scott. So this could definitely be an exciting and interesting part of the afternoon. By the looks of things, we do have 2 divisions for the Yarises. Our top 15 classified as Yaris D1. With the remaining cars, which are therefore stretches from 16th down to 28th in qualifying, Yaris D2. So we might see we'll see a bit of a split there in terms of lap times and more the cars themselves exactly slightly different there.
Yeah. So pole position as well, by the way, was 2:19.840 for Nudafon Watanabe. Was 3/4 of a second quicker than Sritana Mitari, will be off alongside of him on that front row, and then it's sort of really, really tight from there on out through the middle of the pack. But only car into the 2:19s from the Yaris one-make race. And then the Division 2 of the Yarises is 2:23.2 was the pole position time for that class as well. So a lot sort of to bring ourselves up to date with as we move into this race. But I mean, worthwhile sort of looking back and thinking about what we've seen from everything so far. I mean, we've already seen multiple cars in the barriers, quite a lot of chaos going on as well. 8-lap race, drama. I'm expecting drama.
It's the smallest cars we've seen today, so I would say yes. There's entirely possible that that'll happen. And just because it's an 8-lap race that these drivers here in the Yaris cars will be out on track for, I would expect that things will be just as excited and busy as looks like we get the last couple of personnel out, well, almost done and standing to the side, and we're almost ready to have the field head out onto the circuit for a formation lap before they will take to the starting grid. Let's see how.
Is that a little bit of cloud cover? Do my eyes deceive me?
I don't think they do.
That's
Again,
an important shot. Yep.
Threat of rain and thunderstorms still hanging over the area of Bangsan, but no sign of that just yet. At least, still looking at around 34 degrees Celsius down at the track, and depending on, thanks to the humidity, that is, still feeling a lot hotter in terms of the air temperature there. apparently could feel as high as 41 degrees Celsius. Here, as it looks like we're getting our final signals for the drivers to clear team members and figures to clear the grid and get ready for these drivers here in the Toyota Yaris one-make race to begin. Yeah, the race here, you can see, got the revs rising. Got the flags ready to go here as well, Scott.
Rain incoming. Rain. So we weren't just playing with you, ladies and gents. Rain incoming on the weather radar. Yeah. So wet tires are starting to get rolled out into pit lane. Everyone's getting ready for. What do you think in terms of our GT classes a little bit later on as well? So obviously we've got these guys to sort of sweep the track a little bit, hopefully push a lot of that debris out of the way, hopefully not create any more debris, and then rain comes down. That's going to spice everything up for the rest of the day.
Sure will. I'm just having look, see if I can zoom in and find Bong Sen on the weather radar. There it is. And yeah, rain slowly approaching from the southwest. Might even be in the area already. Hence why we're seeing, yeah.
Oh, that's very dark. Absolutely very dark. That'd be looking sort of near due west, a little bit southwest. So you'd be right on that one.
The cloud cover in the background is shot. That would be so
south.
From this angle here now with this static shot. Think slightly to the left is where the wind and the rain is coming from what I can see on our weather radars that we can bring up here as we get ready. So there you go, drivers now getting ready for the formation lap, and there you go, confirmation that they will get a lap here to start warming up the tyres. Yeah. Oh, actually, it looks like there may be some drivers who were thinking we were going to go straight to the starting grid. Not quite, folks. Time to head out, get going, get some heat in your tyres and brakes, and then we'll set up and get ready for the grid.
I think what's going on down here in the background of that shot as well is worthwhile noting and just sort of being important. You know, a lot of cars. We're going to have the most cars actually out on track that we've seen so far. Counting, I think 27 cars, 26, 27 cars. So most cars we've seen out on track so far this weekend. So, I mean, everyone sort of forms up as they pull out of the pit lane. The medical car will pull onto the back end of the grid. With the start line as well, worth noting, your finish line is not sort of too far out of turn 20. So turn 18, turn 19 is your pit lane entry, pit lane exit corner. Down there is that double apex left-hander, and then turn 20 is your right-hander that brings you back onto the start-finish straight. The finish line is a lot further back on that front straight. And the starting line where those lights are is a lot further down the straight. So you will see cars a lot further along that front straight when they pull up and into their positions, their grid stalls for this next race. And indeed, this is how it's going to line up. And pole position is going to be... so we've got the D1, D2 starting position. Left-hand side of the screen is... Bottom left-hand corner is your pole position will be 39, and the 66 off alongside. In P3 will be 68 and 17. Will round out your second row of that grid. 10 and 3 will be off alongside of each other on that third row. And the 45 and 27 on the fourth row. Dan?
Yes, indeed. We've got 28 cars based on qualifying results to get through. We'll see here if they all take to the start. We'll see here P9, going to be the number 59, which I've got an English name for you here, but Kajon Pasek, Kate Krejcin. Probably absolutely massacred that one there, so I might just want to go with car numbers. So it was 59, 34 in 9th and 10th, and 57, 78 in 11th and 12th. 99 and 22 there in 13th and 14th, with the final car in the Yaris D1 class, the number 51 of Ayrton Azdathom there. We then leave a couple of rows empty before we get to the Yaris D2 class. So it's 23rd grid spot, but 16th and 1st in Yaris D2 there, the 54. Then you got the 89 alongside there, and then rapidly flick through here. 36, 41, 26, 15, as I'm just looking at the car numbers. Well, they've actually gone rapidly quicker. Oh, there you go. So number 15 has been moved to the back of the order. This is where we're probably looking at the actual grid. So yeah, it'll be 54, 89, 36, 41, 26, 35, 91, 33, and we had 8, 88, and then we had 93, 37, and 15. Yeah, moved to the back of the order. So yeah, that still adds up to 28 cars. And there we go. Our drivers in the Yaris D1 class making their way to the top of the order here as we get ready for the Toyota Yaris one make race, thanks to Toyota Gazoo Racing Motorsport Thailand here, Scott. So see a grid spot missing there on the part way down. That would potentially be the number 34, Punapat Punsub. I would think that car might be missing his grid box. So yeah, a couple of gaps here and there. Then we've also got the big gap back from the Yaris D1 to the Yaris D2 cars. We're waiting for the green flag signal at the back of the field there with the marshals. We're going to get that signal now and get the lights in the left side of your screen coming on. 5 lights to start this race off here. The Toyota Yaris one make race at Bang Sen is go. The tyres go squealing as well, but we're away as the drivers put the foot down on the run to turn number 1. Inside line for the 66, Siratha Mitari going to take the inside there, it would seem, for the first corner, but then the switch back, of course, to turn 2 here. This hairpin will allow Nipithon Watnit to take the lead back in the number 39 as they climb the hill. You can see here, though, they're quite slow, these cars. There's a bit of contact in the back of the field there, Scott, as we've got 3 wide to try and work their way up the hill, but this is absolute battle. Look at this, we've got cars rubbing and bumping. Oh, sideways and blockage almost at the track here. And this could be nasty here if this car doesn't stay straight. It does. Tyres loose. Absolutely going to need a safety car here to surely clean this up, Scott.
Yeah, that'll be triggered almost immediately. I don't think there'll be any hesitation. But it was everyone was crawling all over each other. It was the run out of the corner. So the problem that we've got there is that the D2 cars have got such a long way back. But as they get down into turn number 1, all the cars up ahead of them are checked up because they're 2 and 3 wide feeding into turn 1. Didn't catch the number. Is that 55?
45 there.
45. It was a 5. Nearly right there, which is Fulpon the Raccoon is the driver there. And I know they started deep in the pack. They started at 7th, actually. So they were actually a long way up the grid, but just got shuffled on the run down to turn 2 and then never got back in line. And it was chaos. It was 3 wide there on the run to turn 6. And remember, yellow flag on the run into turn 6. You have to be single file. So sorting that out was always going to be mayhem.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we got maybe 4 corners in there before everything went kind of crazy there tells you a bit there. Looks like also we've got yeah, so they're now with the 30. Also the number 34, yeah, Punapat Punsub, which was meant to start the race in 10th place in the Yaris D1 class. I don't think got out on track according to what I can see on the timing screens as well. So yeah, we were a car short compared to what we were expecting. But
looking at the timing, I've got the 51 car, which was actually in the D1 Yaris class, is actually in. He's effectively behind the leading 3 of the D2s. So,
yep.
Not effectively racing his cars when he goes back to green here. Looks okay. It wasn't a huge impact. Was quite slow speed, which is the benefit there. So at least everyone's going to be a-okay. I'm more concerned about that GTM car that we saw at the start of the day. I still want to see that Ford back out on track later on the weekend. Dan, that was probably one of my favourite cars we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's one of the great things is that we get such a diverse range of cars in those mixed categories. I mean, there's nothing, to be clear, there is nothing wrong with seeing one make racing like this, where it's sort of like we get to see a manufacturer like Toyota able to commit. Oh dear me, there we go.
That's not a tyre.
I'm trying to read the car number on it. Just see what number. 99, I think that was. Sitting 9th place currently. Burapat. I'm actually not going to try and pronounce the second name there because it's so long. But Compact Brakes Super Club Racing Team number 99. Just absolutely
is that a
shedded.
Car?
Shedded the inside. Yes, it is. Good call.
on the right-hand side as well. So he's either run over something, but that wasn't tires. So that was the inside of the wheel well being stripped out. Because remember, Toyota Yaris's. So this is effectively street mate cars with roll cages strapped into them. So those inside the wheel wells held in by those really plasticky style rivets. So that's real easy to just sort of rip. So he's hit probably some debris and it's been bouncing around off the tire, on and off the tire. So it's actually quite important for him to shed that at this point in time. Before they go back racing. So now he'll actually have a better car. Fair bit of damage to that car, obviously, but both of the rear tyres are off on that 45 car as well.
Yeah, it lost one of the tyres. It got ripped free of the car. As there we go, more footage from elsewhere on the track. John Pasek,
That's the run of
Recreation, number 59. Yeah, that was the car that you saw slow on the front straightaway. So that's what that is there. Because there you go, pulls away. That's the sign of turn 2 there. In the background is shot. As we've got a lot to still do here. Recovery team is going to have its work cut out for them as they continue to try and clean up the number 45 here, which is going to clearly take some time getting it up onto the flat. But you see, going for the crane to try and just lift this car straight up and onto the bed of the truck, and to hopefully reduce the time it takes to get that car cleared out. But we're probably looking at most, I'd say, a 5-lap race.
3 laps, yeah. So,
5 might be optimistic.
Information coming in from yesterday's race. There was 35 cars actually started yesterday, so 7 of those unrepairable. Is that the car that looks more like the car that wasn't running on the front straight? I think it was the 15, actually. Because the other car that we were looking at that was stuck there on the run down to turn 2, or turn 1, sorry, my apologies, didn't look like the car that was right at the head of the D2 field. I thought it was, but that looks a lot more like the car that we thought was up and about there, which was the 15. They're now in 13th place within that D2 field. Hey man, somebody get me a Yarra. Like I look at classes like these, Dan, and I'm always like, I'm in the same machinery as everyone else around me. It's down to raw skill. It's always a really, really good challenge for where you stand up as a driver compared to the competition around you. So any time you give me a Yaris, add into that, it's a street course. They're narrow little cars. There's 2 sides of the road the whole way around here. So that says to me there's enough space for 3 cars to feed in just about everywhere. You better believe I'm going for a move.
Yeah, that will be. You can see it, see actually, like up to turn 15 here. This, well, it narrows up here out of 15. But it is a very good shot, to be able to get an idea of the track here and see 15 all the way down here now, properly on to the beach front for this part of the circuit here, as they wind their way down back towards the pit lane. But yeah, actually, it's a good question in the Thailand Super Series broadcast chat, sort of what we can get for everyone in terms of information about these cars and what the deal is with them in terms of about the cars and the series. Unfortunately, they do come separate to the rest of the Thailand Super Series information. So unfortunately, the publicly available regulations don't quite give me an answer. So hopefully we can dig something up in the background. But
I mean, the big thing here is that what I sort of understand of the events is it's built out of the Bang Sen motorsports sort of festival, motor car festival, effectively. I mean, you go right your way anywhere around the world. You talk to us, obviously, we're sim racers. You talk to people that have driven real life cars, like Jalen Rowbotham's a perfect example. Talk to him; he's done some sim racing, done some real life racing. And then you have your culture, your car culture sort of fanatics, and then you have just everyone who's just interested in racing as well. So the benefit is, no matter where you go around the world, you've got car people, and we're in Asia, so there's a lot of that drifting sort of culture, that aggressive street racing sort of style culture. So to me, this Bang Sen Grand Prix circuit is really heavily invested in the local culture and the style of racing in the cars. And if you have a look at the super compacts, which we just saw out on track before this race, over an hour ago, but that's the local culture. That's the local cars. That's what they like driving around. That's what they like going and racing. It's not big, heavy, fast cars. They're expensive, those big sports cars, but it's stuff like this, and it's always important. I remember growing up and seeing the new generation of the Mini Cooper cars racing around Australian circuits, and how important that racing was, because it was cultural. It wasn't about the car, it wasn't about the machinery, it was about getting out there, having fun, and enjoying yourself. So, you know, events like this, they're so important to the local culture. It's feeder series, get you guys out on track, but just having fun, enjoying the sights, enjoying the sounds of Bun Sen, and going race at the same time.
I mean, yeah, the fact we've had people out on track since Tuesday practicing and then racing since Wednesday. This is a huge event with all of these classes as well. That it makes sense. I mean, yeah, the fact that the Thailand Super Series in and of itself specifically is at least 6 classes, and then we have here the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand one make races, as well as it looks like Coconuts for All here down in the pit lane here with Nexter Racing as they're watching on from the track side. Oh, very nice there indeed. Props to the captain there on the back of the shirt.
Well, props to the captain. A captain anywhere is just about always out and finding the best ways to enjoy the local scenery. I mean, coconuts on the beach, bit of car racing. That's how to enjoy a Saturday night, I think. Saturday afternoon was Saturday midday over in Thailand as well. I mean, I'm sitting here at home with a cold, and I'm looking at that warm weather going, gee, I'd love to get over there. I'm sure the cold would clear up in a heartbeat as soon as you put him in a beach.
Quite possibly, yes. I think so indeed. Well, also having a look at our feed from race control messages, both the race start on the front stretch and also the incident up at turn 4 that has brought out the safety car, apparently both going to be reviewed by race control. So obviously it makes sense that the incident's going to be reviewed, because determine who's at fault there and what needs to be done about that. But also interesting to see that there's something has come up to the stewards and the race control team about the initial start itself that needs to be looked at here. So,
well, I wonder whether or not that was our 4th place driver on the grid out of position, because he was like ahead of the line. So that's effectively a jump start. But did you notice that his front wheels were over the grid slot line? Just about everyone else, there was a foot in front of the car up to their grid slot, but he was a mile over that line. So it's not an easy spot. I mean, you got 28 cars filling out in your grid slots in a lower level class. None of these guys will have crew members. Normally, if your big series is standing starts, you'd have somebody down on the pit wall going, yep, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pull up. That's your grid stall. That's where you're going to start. For us as sim racers, we normally load in, we're in our grid stall. We don't have to roll forward. You know, we've not got any of that sort of stuff going on. Incident for a race leader here? He's got an issue.
Yeah, very, very slow indeed. The field packed up behind him here. No message that we are going to go. So it looks like maybe just slowing down, thinking that we might restart, but it seems to have gotten going again. If it isn't an issue, if it is, then, well, he's moving again at least, but that's not what you want to be seeing. As they're around 18 and 19, all that looks like a little bit more towards speed. Haven't had a message to say that we're racing again.
We're still safety car. We're still 100.
Okay.
So I'm wondering whether that's trying to keep temperature in the tyres.
Yeah, that would make some sense. That would make some sense, even though it does mean we now get this massive concertina down and around, around 18, 19, then here along the front straight away. So, indeed, 5 laps to go. We're still under the control of the safety car, as we hopefully find out soon that, we'll hope to see that the trackside crew, who have been doing a very good job this weekend so far, might have a chance of seeing this race get a couple of green flag laps in. If they get a chance to finish cleaning up the incident at turn 4.
It's actually novel. So I grew up around motorcycles quite a lot, and motocross in particular. Never got the opportunity to drive around behind a safety car. I went down and actually spoke to good friends of mine that were running Ninja 300s at Sydney Motorsport Park. It was an endurance race. I can't remember the actual event, but they travelled sort of half the state away to come down to Sydney, go down to Eastern Creek and drive down behind that. For anyone who's never actually driven on a circuit, to me, this is actually novel. Driving around behind a safety car, because it's something unique. It's not something that you get a whole bunch of. in all the stuff that I'm a part of. That's damage to the barriers. They're working on those barriers.
Very true indeed. So I fear in that case that unfortunately we will not see this race restart, and that here, unfortunately for the drivers here in the Toyota Yaris one-make race, will mean that they will unfortunately do basically the entire race under the control of the safety car here as the Marshall team continues to make sure the drivers stay to the left side of the circuit whilst they're working here on the right side.
Have you seen the note that's just come through from producer Jay Kennedy behind us? Can we get some coconuts delivered to the broadcast booth? I think they make all three of us sort of enjoy our Saturday afternoon a fair bit more.
Maybe. Probably would have been better if it was on location. It would have
I agree. Yeah.
More fitting and appropriate in that case, but. Given this is my first ever time with the chance to commentate an actual race or series of races this weekend, might want to go baby steps and start here from home like we are today. At least maybe one day we can add that one to the itinerary.
I'll add coconut water to my wife's shopping list this afternoon. That way I might have some coconut water for tomorrow. We can feel like we're on location, Dan.
Fair enough, yeah.
Go and get some coconuts, and we can wear coconut hats tomorrow. No, can't do watermelon.
Well, that would be quite something. And the thing is that nobody would know apart from us unless we brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, we take photos, obviously.
Right, because that's the kind of thing we need to preserve for future reference. As apparently our local producer Jay Kennedy is helping with some of the local stuff that we're adding in for the English feed. His head apparently is, quote, too big for a coconut hat. We'll just find a bigger coconut in that case.
No, he found two bigger coconuts. They're the commentators that... Oh, wait, that's us.
That's true. Sometimes I don't know when to stop talking, so it can be an interesting time now and again as we continue to watch here. And obviously, this is a nice shot here. Actually,
that's a good one. Yeah,
as we watch the cars snake their way out of turns 8, 9, then the monument of 10, 11, 12, and then up here to 13. You can see safety car is going at an actual snail's pace, I think, which credit to the safety car driver, I think, is actually, again, the team here at the track trying to give us a chance to get a lap or two of racing right at the end of this one here. Probably the right call. I mean, we're not quite at the halfway mark. In saying that, I need to double check the schedule again. We're coming up on 12:20. It's already 12:22 local time. We actually might be at risk of running up against the race duration if they're going to cut that one short here. As well, unfortunately. So that is another thing to say. Yes, there is an 8-lap race, but there's also only 25 minutes of allocated time.
I'm really curious now, after we've seen that that incident at turn 4. I actually really want to know what's in the driver's briefing, because obviously we have that mandated yellow flag at turn 5, turn 6, Monkey Hill sort of area. What's in? How are they supposed to yield? Because that's always really, really important. Is getting that procedure down and right, because if you're a couple words wrong, and it only takes one word generally to be slightly off in the way that it's delivered to drivers as well. It's difficult, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never actually been a part of drivers briefings at all. If you haven't, there are NASCAR. A lot of you at home will be sitting there and going, "Oh, NASCAR, why are you referencing this to NASCAR?" Well, NASCAR actually, their drivers' briefings are actually available on the internet, because they actually send them out to the teams prior to the event. And you can actually go and watch their drivers' briefings beforehand. So it's a really, really good opportunity to sort of familiarize yourself with some of the things that will be going on. So the things that they're talking about in drivers' briefings is marshal posts, is course exit areas, is fire marshals, cranes, how you'll deal with safety car procedures, all the procedures and making sure you're doing the right thing. And when you have a forced yellow flag zone, like we've got here, they will... How to deal with that, who's in the lead, who has to yield, and all these sorts of things will be built in. Much in the way that we go driving on the real life road. You're obviously, if you've got a dash line here, this car must yield in this sort of position, but then obviously it comes down to the drivers. But you need to stick to, when you've got a forced yellow flag position, you've got to stick to the procedures very, very hard. I reckon this one will probably lean in that direction. The crew that's in charge of driving standards for this series will actually look into that quite heavily, and that'll actually feed back into potentially some changes to the drivers' briefing this afternoon. Potentially might be a message sent out to all teams or a brief sent to all the teams that will adjust. Yeah, look, lap 1, standing start races, we want to file in. As soon as you come out of turn 4, you have to immediately apply that. If you're 10th in the field, that means you're going to start checking up immediately. As soon as you come off of turn 2, you're starting to look to where to feed in. The cars ahead of you are checking up to slot in. So there'll probably be a fair bit of a review of that sort of a process going on as well in the background. So a good opportunity for stewards to do that. And more importantly, we've got another one-make series immediately after this with more standing starts. So get those no's, get those reviews done quickly. You can review penalties like this post-race, no problem. Review that procedure as soon as possible. Get any adjustments, any updates to it, to those drivers for that next race as soon as possible.
Yeah, that will be an important point to note. You might have noticed on the footage there, up past turns 3 and 4, where we had the incident on lap 1. Track's now clear, Scott, and might just get ourselves a bit of racing here in the Toyota Yaris one-make race this
We'll be 3 laps to go.
And I do believe can now confirm that race control messages come through. We are going to get a race restart here at the end of lap number 5. We'll have 3 laps to go. Whether we get all 3 might be a question mark, but at the very least, we should see some Yaris one-make racing under green flag conditions here as the drivers now get their tyres warmed up as best they can. They've certainly been trying to warm things up here, as you also see. Looks like some final instructions from the pit lane to at least one of our drivers here as the field will get ready to be in the hands of Nipiton Watanit in the number 39 next set in HGR Racing Team. Yaris, and indeed, safety car lights out and pulls away from the field. We're now in the hands of the 39, getting ready to restart this race.
Yeah, so I'll come down here to 18-19 in a few moments' time. So that was turn 17 there that they'll feed through. And then it'll be on to turn number 18. They'll get down to the hairpin down here. And then don't forget, we've got to have that little bit of a split. Our D2 class as well will fall a fair way back. Not forming up double file, it'll be single file, but everyone's trying to pick up where the leader is as they come down to turn number 18. And indeed, the 39 has gone nice and early. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll restart here with 3 laps and 2 corners to go. It's the Toyota Yaris one-make race.
It's lovely in the wall shot there on the exit of turn 19. Down the front straight, it's going to be a top 3 of Nipiton, Srithana, and Akalavut at the front of the field. They get the green flag as then your next couple of cars follow on behind, as we see here, jostling for position as the slipstream important down the front straight away there. This is in and around, pardon me, as we're trying to find which cars are involved here. Down to turn 1 they come indeed, but as you see a defensive maneuver there as cover off that inside line, but compromised turn number 2 a little bit there as the is it the 15 or 18 car, apologies, trying to get a read on the car numbers sometimes. It's a little
Somebody's had an issue. That looks like a missed gear. That's an issue for the blue car that's going backwards quite rapidly. I think that was Furipat Leela Hanan. Yeah, so it's the 68 that's slow. He's dropped a ton of spots down at turn 1, turn 2, and still slow. The problem is they're now forced yellow flag down here, but he's got issues. He's got issues, so...
do you know why, Scott? I've been able to find on the timing screen, he's a lap down on the rest of the field.
Oh, that would explain it. Yeah, okay.
So apologies there. Yeah, that was a bit of a head scratcher because I was sort of like, yeah, why is there a car slow? The answer is it's a car that's ended up out of position relative to everyone else. And so, yeah, as the leaders try and get up to speed here on this lap to race it under green flag conditions. As the number 10 there, Vaka Lavut, nearly finds the wall on the exit of turn 8. In fact, he might have actually just brushed it to come up through the monument. A little chicane there. But your top 2 of Nipiton and Srithana, at the very least, they're going to get ahead here up through turns 14 and 15. And if there is going to be a race, it's between these 2 by the looks of things, Scott, for the win here in the Yaris one-make race.
Well, I mean, there's one car that was sort of earlier on going with them. I'm wondering whether or not... Remember that car that we saw with a little bit of damage on it when we went back green flag racing? There it is, still in 4th place. Never mind. I thought for a second that might have been the 68. It was actually the 17, it looks like, at this point in time of Rhoda Thongchua. managed to grab himself a little bit of a spot, but the dicing as they come down into the last corner, the 66 machine now of Strathana really looking to harass the rear bumper now at the 39 as they make their way through 18 and 19, back and forth, dicing, fill that rear view mirror. Who's going to make the first mistake? Who's going to blink first? The draft as they come out of the last corner. Listen to the Yaris's. The straight feels a lot longer in a Toyota Yaris than it does in a GT3 car. Across the start-finish line. 2 laps left to go. It's the Toyota Yaris one-make race.
I'd say 86. We don't have that here today. Right now is Thana's going to show the nose at turn 1 here, Scott, but not close enough to get up the inside, which means it'll be single file for now, at least as we check back further in the field, as we've got side by side the number 68 machine. It'll be the number 8 that goes past here. This is for 15th and place on the road, a mix of Yaris D1 and D2 class entries here as they come up to here. Yeah, that's the 68 there. So it's one of our Yaris D1 cars, which is dropping back through the front of the Yaris D2 fielders. Then we see a dive up the inside of turn number 2 there in the background of shot. As we're looking here, these cars look like they're really struggling to get it up the hill here. Turns 3 and 4 as they climb over Monkey Hill there. But sometimes the slower cars make for the best racing. You have to say, Scott, as it really becomes a game of how well you can maintain the momentum of the cars. We get another look there at the front of the 68. Definitely looking a little worse for wear and flapping around.
I feel like it's rubbing on the guard or something because he's losing speed in a straight line. But then if it's folded back on the tyre, that'll be preventing grip on the tyre as he heads down into the corners as well. But this front 4 have now sort of broken away, but condensed again. So P3, P4 has started to come back. So still led by the 39 of Nirfon. Strathana's still right there as well. And it is, well, it was at the start of the lap. It was 2 seconds that covered the pack, not anymore from P2 to P3 as they've all sort of brought themselves back together. The run down to turn number 15. Now it's the back straight, the twists and turns. They will be on the absolute limits of these Toyota Yarises, trying to get that foot down, trying to get as far down the straightaway as they possibly can. And indeed, the feelers have already been applied to the walls there for the 10 of Akalovit, who's managed to miss his left side wing mirror. And now that's presented an opportunity for the 17 machine. As Rotor managed to get a good run off at the final corner. No, the 10's got it. He's managed to hang on to that one for another lap there, 10.
There we go. The board out at the finish line. Final lap as they head down the front straightaway, and they break up again into 2 groups of 2 as they're coming up on the 15 car here. There's a bit of traffic as well. So here we go, Strathana to the outside of turn 1. Can he get the inside of turn 2? This time under brakes. Here comes the lunge, and he will take the lead of the race away from the Python. Can he get the drive off the corner as they try and get up the hill? It's just like all of a sudden they lose all power up the hill. Maybe it's sort of just like these cars here, if they're like buried in second gear maybe or something. Either way, it's going to be Strathana to first, Aklavud up to second, and your race leader, the Python, goes all the way back down to 3rd place here. And they've still got this lapped car they have to worry about here on the exit of turn 6 that they've got to try and sort themselves out of here. The number 15.
Need a good run off that hairpin. You saw the 66 try and really get that car turned and onto the power as soon as possible. I think even the car hopped. He might have caught a little bit of the inside barrier, flicked around, or it was over the curbing down there on the inside of the turn 6 hairpin. The final run down the back straight and on down into turn number 8. The 15 machine gets completely out of the way, but he was in P2 at the start of the lap. It's Strathana who now has the lead of this one. He was getting held up. Now he's got the lead. What has Nipiton managed to take back to the number 10 car of Akalavit, trying to get his way back into things. In the meantime, they're just completely and utterly shaken the 17 machine of Rotor. Look how close they are now as they come off the monument chicane all over the back there. He's looking for anything he can find from Nidafron. Is he able to go around the outside? The run down at turn number 15. The braking zone. Manages to hang on to it, the 10. Doesn't run too wide. There's one more big straight. There's one more hairpin, and then they'll run to the flag. A safety car decided race. He's slow. He's blocking all the way to the inside of the track. That's another miss. Shift for the 39, and now he's in trouble. He manages to hang on to this spot, though. He's forced the lift, and they'll settle themselves down on in. And boy, was that a phenomenal final lap, Yeaman.
It sure was. That's, again, looks to be the challenge of Kazmir. Gearbox is maybe not the friendliest to work with here, but off of turn 20 they will come. And as they head up towards the finish line, it will be Shrathana in the number 66 ahead of Akalavut in the number 10, and Nipithon will finish in third ahead of Rotor. And you'd see there, he might have finished second, but Akalavut's very happy with that result there as your top four make their way across the line to take the checkered flag here for our Toyota Yaris. One make race.
Division 1 too.
There's a word there in there somewhere.
Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gents, Puncher White is currently leading Div 2 with a Div 1 driver immediately in behind him as well. Saharat Kwanamon and Kevin Vite Tanagorn is in P3 of the Div 2s, and that one will just about be locked up as well. That was a huge move from the 66. That's ultimate bravery and commitment. It may not be a GT3 spec car, but GT3 spec cars have a lot more grip, and that says to me, ultimate bravery, ultimate commitment, round the outside. What a move!
Yeah, indeed. As we see, the 66 is part of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy, so maybe perhaps a bit appropriate that Shrathana be the driver that comes through. And yeah, you're saying Puncher there finishes 10th outright, and we can see it there on our screen, the left side of the timing tower. But yeah, the first of our Yaris D2 cars to come across the start-finish line there.
Cracking.
And, finished 10th outright, finished ahead of several of the Yaris D1 cars, in addition to those that crashed out, unfortunately. As the field now will head back onto the pit lane, and then we'll get ready to reset because we have ourselves a Toyota Corolla Altis and Yaris Aliv one-make races. One-make race, I should say, together on track in about 15 minutes' time. For the next one here is the results from the Yaris one-make race on the screen for us now.
Yeah, what a win. That move around the outside at turn 1, got the inside of turn 2, and then just had to run Nafidafon out of space at turn 2. That's how you get it done in the Yaris around Bang Sen. And luckily that crane down at turn 15, not needed for the Yaris race. Got some repairs to the wall underway, but that move was sensational, particularly how dirty it is offline there at turn 1 as well. So phenomenal job to get that car not only pulled up, turned in, and then covered it off. And Nipithon missed shifts twice on that lap. I wonder whether or not the stewards might be investigating that blocking as well. Whether or not Rotor, because that was cheeky. I don't know whether it was against the rules, but it was definitely cheeky.
Yeah, that is, I guess, a question mark to put on that one there in some respects, but I don't think there'll be too much to it here. So have a quick look at the race highlights from this one here. You can see that the Aklavut starting here back in 5th place. Made a fantastic jump to get to the side, but you see it was the run between Shrathana and Nipithon that was of interest here into turn 1. Then you see plenty of 2-3 watt action. You see climb the hill for the first time out of turn. You actually see there again, Nipithon was slow initially, and then in the background a shot 3 wide does not work as the 45 turned around. The 59 takes serious damage to its front end as well, and that tyre then runs away with the rest of the field down the hill as everyone tries to get through. That of course would bring out the safety car. I think we see there pull up on, able to step out of the car and walk away without too much trouble. Then under safety car, we see there it was the 99 machine actually shedding part of its rear bumper.
Was it rear bumper? I thought it was front right. It was the wheel well. I didn't think it was the bumper there, but anyway.
That might have been the case indeed.
Yeah, so that was not easy. Get back underway with 3 laps left, and 15 got out ahead of the safety car, tried to get away from these guys, did his absolute best, and then ended up getting out of the way. And this was the move. Tried to go down the inside, looked at him, continued to harass the rear bumper of Nipithon the whole way through that final lap, all the way up to that final lap, got the job done, missed a shift, and everyone goes piling on by at turn 1. And that right there, that's the one I'm concerned about, because there was a lot of block. No, that's fine. That's fine. On second look, I'm happy with that. But what a race.
They might be small, they might have low power, but that's some of the cars that can make some of the best action as we say congratulations to Shrathana, Mitari, winner of your Toyota Yaris One Make race. And now, track is cleared momentarily, but as we said, Scott, not done yet with Toyota Gazoo Racing One Make races for today. One more event coming up where we combine the Corolla Altis Gazoo Racing Sport and the Yaris ATIV Lady categories into an 8-lap race of their own here at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. That will be getting underway in about 10 minutes time. So not long now. We should hopefully get footage shortly of the cars and drivers down in the pit lane getting ready to race for that one here.
So, of note, we've actually had our local team. So remember that incident we actually saw with Jalen Robotham earlier on, and there was issues with that car. We've actually had Daniel Bilski. You might have actually heard. We'll get an opportunity to review the track again before we head to our GT classes in a little bit. We'll re-throw up that hot lap from around this circuit. What a circuit it is, indeed. But in the meantime, Jalen Robotham has had failures, has had issues with that GTM car, and I believe we've got the interview with Daniel Bilski just about ready to go.
Right, here we are this morning with Jalen Robotham. Had an interesting race. Jalen from Australia, supercar driver, double hatting in multiple categories this weekend. Jalen, GTC race 1 this morning. It was going well. Tell us what happened.
So, we had the pole and from yesterday and, got a good start and had a little gap to the car behind. And then, I noticed some smoke coming in the car and, had a little fuel leak. And then also the brake caliper seized. I didn't seize it, sort of was going on and off. And then, it sort of just broke off. And, one side of the brakes in the rear was locked on, so I had to come in. Bit unfortunate, but we're starting off pole again tomorrow and then starting off P2 in the pickup as well. So a bit of positives to take out of it. The cars are quick, so just got to keep it at the front this time.
Perfect. And look, this event, you're familiar with the Thai Super Series, but how would you explain the Bang Sen Grand Prix to people back home?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's like the Thai Macau Grand Prix. There's so many tight corners and you really can't compare it to anything else really. So it's good fun. You got to drive a little bit within the limit. You can't really push it too much, and consequences are pretty bad if you do. So it's a cool place. It's there's a permanent yellow with a U-turn, and then the next long straight, and then there's no runoff on the next corner. So it's just just trying to keep it on the black stuff, and you go offline a little bit. There's some sand on the track, so you got to be real cautious what you're doing.
Fair enough. I guess sand on the track is a small price to pay for being right next to the beach from the pit lane.
Yeah, it is. So it's a cool place. There's no, you really can't think of any other track that's on the beach. So it's it's an awesome place, awesome atmosphere as well.
Fantastic. And look, we know we've got to let you go, but running 2 categories this weekend. Physical track, how's the heat, how's the humidity?
Yeah, it's always hot here. Doing both categories is hard, especially when they're on the same day. You feel like you don't get a break in the suit. So, it's good. When I go back home, I sort of a bit more, I find a bit more easier in the car after being in the heat over here. So it's good for conditioning back in Australia.
Brilliant. Well, look, have a great rest of the weekend. Best of luck with all the results, and we'll chat to you afterwards.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, that was the words there of Jalen Robotham, interviewed by Daniel Bilski live from the track. And it was an interesting one. We were looking at that car going, something's not right. Fuel line cut was the scary thing for me. Obviously, brake line, brake rotor and pad nearly seasoned together. I mean, obviously that's not what you want, but a fuel line, man, that's scary.
Yeah, it's a messy set of consequences. So definitely unfortunate for Jalen that happened, but good to hear he's positive about prospects for tomorrow. As you said, second race of the weekend for Supercar GTC will take place, and then he'll also have his super pickup race that he'll be taking part in. So at least for the rest of the day, he can take a moment to relax. But as you said, conditioning himself and getting into the feel of things here in Thailand, also pretty valuable. As we see here now, down in the pit lane, our Toyota Corolla Altis Gazoo Racing Sport and Toyota Yaris ATIV race cars ready to go. They'll be released from the pit lane shortly here. Get their formation lap underway.
I was about to say, I think I've seen that car already somewhere else this weekend. Just about. It's Aki Jidranowith, who was in our Super Compacts a lot earlier on, and you saw how animated he was in that series. Well, different series, different car. He's at least got track time in. He should be good to go, and indeed, he's our pole position man for this race.
Yeah, it is impressive to see that jumping across from the Honda Honda Jazz, apologies, in that super compact category, here into one of the Toyota Corolla Altus Gazoo Racing Sport entries here, as we see drivers. A bit of water there for Norarat there in the number 25. He'll be starting the race out of 5th position here today. It's 11 of our 11 Corolla Altus GR Sport entries, and then another, I believe the answer would therefore be, if I can count right, 16 Yaris ATIV cars to make for a total of 27 in this next of our Toyota Gazoo Racing Motorsport events here at Bang Sen today.
Yeah, and don't forget our ladies class as well. So you're gonna see all the best that Thailand female racing has to offer for the Bang Sen GP. And tell you what, it's just every single time we cut away to people, smiles. All you see is smiles. Take my photo with this car. Here, get me in this shot. Here, I just want to be a part of the action. I feel a little bit left out, Dan. I want to go down there. I want to go crawling through cars. I want to be asking questions. It's a loved event. The fans are such a big part of it. But street racing, I mean, you know, instead of come to the track, take the racing to the fans. That's what it is all about with the Bang Sen Grand Prix.
I mean, yeah, down on the streets here. We're about an hour and 20 minutes southeast of Bangkok, the capital city. So like this is a fairly still fairly urban area. I mean, obviously we're in a city/town here at Bang Sen, not too far away from the capital, and there are plenty of other towns nearby up and down the coastline here, as well as then further inland. As here you can see, drivers, they're all looking in and ready to race. I think it is one of the great things I definitely appreciate about the chance to see the footage here from the pit lane prior to these race starts, is that these drivers, they know how to have a good time. They're here to have a good time, and definitely showing it here before we get racing.
Look at that! Look at the energy! Look at the enthusiasm. So that's actually, I thought that was our front row actually there for the. It was the 115 of Elisa Kukwang, who we were looking at just a moment ago. I believe this is Panolin Tuijat, and Ayumi Ahn should be the next car. It was the 135. It is actually in P3 for the female series. You can tell that she's excited. She's ready to go. She's got the coloured visor on. That car's got some contact on it, the 113 entry of Ayumi Ahn. So she's done some rubbing as racing earlier on. But just the energy of the drivers, Dan, I think is something that's pretty unique. Like everyone's just buzzing. They're all in and around it. Just enjoying the racing.
Yeah, I mean, whether that's the case once they're out there on track and they're actually focused, might be the question. Is well, that's a unique thing there. Down here, this is the number 182 machine, currently set to start 19th overall, which puts them, pardon me, it's a 10th. I think, it might be 8th. Getting my numbers a bit mixed up there. That was a very interesting support cruise. You can hear some whistles in the background. Looks like fans and personnel starting to move away from the cars. In some respects,
look at the support.
That is a cheer squad and a half right here. The number 159 entry. Let's do that in there quickly. That there is. You can find them on the entry list, which I can't because apparently did I get the number wrong? Perhaps that's entirely possible.
On the 154 car, coming up next will be Ratakal Nakrop as well, a little bit further back in the field. The difficulty I think we've got is they're not actually going in directly position order. The 107 machine now of Sitanan Pukolon right up and down the field, ladies and gents. Strapped in. Do those belts up a little bit tighter. The way that it's always been described to me about racing belts, Dan, is you do them up tight, and you think it's tight enough, and then you pull them tighter again. And with the way that the One Make Racing Series has gone from the Yaris race as we move across to the Corollas and the Yaris Altivs in our Lady Championship, I think I'd probably be pulling down on those belts a third time.
Yep, indeed. As the engines sound like they're being fired up here in the pit lane now, and the last couple of personnel being told to clear out. And it's about time for the Toyota Corolla Altis GR Sport and Yaris 80 Lady One Make races combined into a single race to get going here. There's now at the scheduled start time here at 12:50 p.m. Thailand time. So hopefully see these cars head off for their formation lap in a moment. And indeed, there we go. Formation lap begins here as the drivers make their way out of the pit lane on the dummy grid. And then we'll get this 8-lap race underway. Standing start for these cars. Once again, like I said, that will do us. The standing starts today, Scott, and head back to rolling start formations. Now get cars on circuit once again.
Look, I'm saying GP. I think I'm more inclined to say I want rolling starts, just with how chaotic that previous race was. A little bit compact on the way down into turn number 1. It's going to be tricky this time, but it's that I'm most concerned about how they feed in down at turn 5. Cannot stress to you guys enough how difficult it is sometimes to find that spot to sit in, because as soon as everyone knows obviously it's localized down, but feeding into that spot down, you've done it with sim racing, I've done it with sim racing. It's difficult. You're checking your mirrors, you're checking everything. You know, we've got the benefit of if something goes wrong, we're in a sim. You know, it's not going to hurt. These guys and girls don't have that opportunity. It's going to hurt. You're going to feel the crunch. You're going to destroy something. You're potentially not going to get back out there for the rest of the weekend. So it's super important to look after the car. It's super important to check your mirror thrice before you even consider moving over into that hole. And Bang Seng Grand Prix takes no prisoners.
It certainly does. What we see here, the grid for our not the Yaris. No, it's actually going to be the Corolla and the Yaris ladies. But nevertheless, Aki Chitanarath and Kentaro Chiba on the front row with Surasak Dakeng and Tayafol Kongsuwan there, 3rd and 4th to get this race underway. It'll be Norat Apavat and Kuripat Dila Anand in 5th and 6th. Sakchai Yamatana and Amunchai Chichurak out of 7th and 8th. Then have 3 more drivers in the Corolla Altis. Sitavi Nimatarak and Tawan Kuyaru and Atapon Kaya Asa to round out our drivers in that Corolla Altis. And then got into the ladies here in the Yaris 80th category in the second half of the field.
All the way on down to the 193 and 191 entries on the back row and 188 of 25th spot on the grid. 2 separate classes worth of drivers in this one, 2 separate cars, one with a little bit more performance than the other. Should see a little bit more field separation here today.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the Yaris cars are definitely, based on qualifying times, definitely slower by a good portion. Front Aki in the fastest of the Corollas did a 2-minute 5.515 second lap in qualifying versus the fastest of the Yarises and the ladies. Siri Pakorn 2-minute 20.201. So could be up to 15 seconds difference between the 2 classes. But then of course you will have a bit of spread amongst the drivers in each class as they head on down to turns 18 and 19, where they will take up their positions for another standing start here.
A good opportunity actually, Dan, just to sit down and sort of say, hey, how does that best ladies time compare to the Yaris One Make series? Because yeah, they're a Yaris active, but you know, reasonably close. Put it this way, pole position in the Yaris One Make race we saw before with the D1, D2 class, 219.840. P2 220.625. Stripicon Yanyon with that pole position time in the ladies class, 220.201, would have slotted into P2 in the D1 class rolling state. That's talent.
drivers here now take up their spots on the grid, and indeed they will. Bring it on in, make sure that they get in the right positions. That is going to be important. You see, we've got our grid boxes marked out here on the front straight, and all the way up to the line for our drivers at the front. Also a slight bit of stagger there. You can see actually most of the drivers at the front of the field are going to be very conservative there, Scott. No need to push things too far forward, because you don't want to be getting yourself a penalty for being in front of your grid box.
Sorry, did you just say race car drivers being conservative, Dan?
Well, apparently so. Listen, in the case of Arki's being conservative with his positioning on the grid. We'll go with that much at least.
I think he's backing himself in here. He's got a fair bit of confidence, but pole position's only 0.185 of a second. So, I mean, it's very, very close up the front here. So, Kintaro off of will be the inside at turn 1, be the outside. Green flag at the back, Dan. Take us away.
All right, lights on screen once again. We'll get 5 of them in red before they go out. And we get the Toyota Corolla Altis GR Sport and Yaris ATIV Lady one-make race underway. And it's going to be pretty much a dead heat on the front row here, as Aki looks to try and hang on to the lead here into turns 1 and 2. In the background, we see the Yaris ladies head off there. A bit of a gap between them. We see this 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. 8 for 4 rows of 8. And then, trapped on the inside is one of the Corollas there. Drop down the order a little bit here, so then try and sort themselves out up the hill. And in the background, we've had a car in the wall for the first time on the outside of turn 2. And spin and contact all the way over turn 3. Drivers will be very careful to avoid that one because it's on the crest. Make sure they dodge that one there. Thankfully, it's in the middle. There's space left side and right side to get around, and looks like we'll stay green at least for now, and that car's refired. So I think we'll be able to keep on going as long as everyone doesn't hit them. I think we're okay, Scott, as this field continues on through turns 3 and 4 on the way up towards turn 6.
Yeah, now they'll try and settle themselves on down into turn 6 and get single filed out as well. That's so important. But we're going to replay of that incident. Turn 1 to 4. It's about 6th place, about 6th, 7th place, and there was heavy contact that fired it into the inside barrier. Have a look at the marshals on the right-hand side, stepping way out of the way. That was a huge hit to that inside barrier. Oh, it looks okay, so I'm not worried about that. I reckon we'll be able to stay green.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we'll see this race carry on. And look at this here from Arki. He's just absolutely put the foot down in. Actually, see, he's actually racing for YK Motorsport here, and unfortunately, no, Scott, we wanted to hope we'd stay green, but alas, looks like that's not going to be the case. Potentially some material to pick up there, and that will mean a safety car. Well, actually, safety car balls and flags are out at the start-finish line, but green flag's still here on track. So interesting there, because I would have thought we'd see safety car.
Back to green.
Okay, never mind. Safety car order cancelled. Oh, there we go. Bumper off one of our Corollas here at the front of the field, which saw flapping around on the run to turn 8. Dislodged. That might be need of some local yellows, and Marshall the chance to try and pick that one up once the track is clear. Both the Corollas and the Yaristas.
Well, they'll get it this time through, Dan, because once this field gets clear of that last corner, I mean, you've got half a track, so you got basically a minute to get out there and get that bumper clear. It's right at the pit lane entry, so there's going to be a bunch of marshals down there. Hopefully, they won't even need to throw a local yellow. I think the whole field's actually reasonably well kept together, so heaps of space to sort of clean that one up. But yeah, that safety car board immediately retracted, so back on racing.
Field winds up out of turn 2 here over the hill, over what's called Monkey Hill here, turns 3 and 4 as they climb these crests and dip back down towards turn 6 hairpin. You hear these cars buzzing away as they go down the gears, pull up for the hairpin here, and then try and get the best exit possible. That wasn't what one of those cars would have liked. That would have been the number 89, I believe, there in the blue and the orange colours there. 46. Sorry, 46. Yeah. Next to Gulf Oil Thailand. Being passed by the B-Quik car on 26 at Atacom. You can see here further on back. Some of our Yaris ATIV cars as they. Yeah, so this is your leader in the Yaris ATIV class, Savitri, trying to hold off Piawadi, first and second here, as they work their way down to turn number 8. Yeah, indeed, good to see that we will stay green flag. Oh no! Oh, lock up! Oh dear, there we go. Turn 8 claims the victim.
Finally, an And I mean, she didn't need to do that. She was pushing so hard on down in there in the 138 entry. I mean, she just didn't need to do that. She had control of the thing. It just took it so deep. The Savitri Quenke. And I don't think she's going to be able to pull that one out of there. The other thing I'm sort of keeping half an eye on is the 3 of Kentaro Chiba is actually in the Corolla Altus, and he's actually in the middle of the ladies class. Was 6 coming off of turn 6, managed to get through 4 cars on that straight up to in behind. So this is, I mean, deep. You're in the lead. Just went to turn in and still had brake lock. Realised she was in deep.
I mean, you can just see it from the way the car. It also, she hit the brakes and the car started braking and then had to get off the brakes again straight away. Your top 2 in the Corolla class have already made it past start finish line, but with the car, unless Savitri's been able to get that Yaris going again, we almost certainly will need to set it go side by side there in the background coming up to turn 4. That looked like a bit of a squeeze, but hopefully they've gotten through okay there as we focus on cars 19 and 45, Surasak and Tayafol fighting over 3rd place. You can see there that Surasak's lost all of that rear bumper. We saw it decide to eject itself at the final corner, which I think Kane got loose because of the fighting. Yes?
Savitri got out of the barrier. She's back running again, so won't need to extract that car out. But she was in the Compact Brakes Super Club Racing team with teammates to Nora Rat, who's P2 in the Altus class as well.
That's good to see. So we'll stay with the green flags and keep racing here. Indeed, there you go. Tech Pro barrier has been pushed in towards the Armco behind it, but no car there. No need for yellow flags. We can stay racing here at Bang Sen as we watch this angry pack here. This would be from about 5th on back with cars 13 of Amonchai, 68 of Puri Pat, 26 of Adafon in that B-Quik team colours, and then next to Golf Oil, number 26, and the next to Golf Oil, 46, and the next to Singha Sitapol, 89. So 5th place through to 8th place here on the road, nose to tail. And look at this here, looking for a way past in towards turn number 18. It was the 68, sorry, but I'm not able to find a way through. So then come out of the hairpin here and wind up to top speed. These guys here on the front straight away.
I can tell you as well, the 191 machine of Nichapat, who's in the ladies class, has already actually been lapped by the Corolla leaders. So she's going to be traffic that's going to have to be sort of sorted out. Actually, I think there's multiple cars on that back straight now that are sort of being lapped by our Corolla leaders as well. So anyway, the racing's good. I mean, look at that battle pack we've got in around 68. Through Pat has actually had an incident or something's going on because I think he's actually dropped a couple of spots now. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on that one.
On back to 9th place in that group as we're looking here at 2nd place in the Yaris 80 lady class. This is Elisa Kunkwang trying to keep that position from 3rd place. Number 128 there is in 3rd place right behind Hannah Lin. And we're also going to try and chase down the 135 of Pia Wadi leading the Yaris 80 ladies, but she has got a very comfortable margin, 4.6 seconds at the finish line. There's the gap between the number 135 here on screen leading the Yaris 80 class and the 115 car, which is in 2nd and defending on the 128. And 3rd as they come off the turn 2 hairpin there. Just like the Yaris's beforehand as well. Definitely struggling a little bit up the hill there over turn 3, but they get over the crest and then they can pick up a little bit more speed on the one down here, turn 6.
So something's gone on to that 68 entry because we've lost time. So I don't have them timed in the pits, and they were last seen in Sector 1. So I'm wondering whether or not there was an issue for the 68 entry because they were in such a big battle pack, whether or not they just went long at, say, turn 2 and used the escape road down there and just sort of parked up. But where they went missing was in through Monkey Hill. So don't know what's going on there, but I just don't have tracking on the 68 entry at the moment.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if we can figure out roughly where that would have been. As you said, I'm not sure what the deal is going to be there as we continue to watch the racing on the screen. This, though, here is for your lead amongst our Corolla Altus drivers here. Aki, Tunarak, and Norat Akavat racing here together, and they've got traffic ahead they have to be worried about. Back to fight for third place, Surasak and Tayafol. Third and fourth, 19 and 45. They've dropped back about 10 seconds from the race lead. Very much second fighting, third and fourth will be fighting as well as they head down into the hairpin. That's a little deep from the 19 Scott, but pulls it up and actually gets a pretty solid exit. The 45 they're possibly a little caught out by a
what do you reckon?
Change in entry.
He shed what, 1.5 kilos worth of extra baggage off that rear bumper. Much faster in a straight line, and it's not narrow sensitive part of that car. There are flags down here.
Is this where the?
Oh, it's cleared. It's cleared. They just cleared that yellow flag just as we were watching, so that might have just been a local yellow for an incident that just happened off the screen. But yeah, 68 still missing. 46 entry of Sachi Yamwatana is actually in the pit lane as well. Also from the Altus class, so multiple cars in the pit lane at the moment. And for those watching at home, I'm a fan of the number 4 Ford Fiesta in the super compact class. I'm starting to become an Aki fan as well. Watching him slide that car through the 17 combo on the run down to the final corner. Oh!
Contact! A change for the lead as a result of that. So yeah, Aki absolutely threw that car into the left-hand flick of this turn 17, but then defended early for 18 and 19, and Nora Rout had absolutely none of that. But despite that, looks like Aki with a better run off of turn 19 will be able to carry on here and take back the race lead down turn the front straight. And they've got to clear the 154 here into turn 1. They will be able to step aside here, but it means single file. Nora Rout not going to get a chance to go for another attack here into turn 2. As they are.
That's brave, Dan. Utter bravery. Awesome. Awesome racing. More, please. Maybe I'm going to become a Norat fan at this rate.
Some good racing. Difference at the start finish line, 0.061 seconds between those two. And speaking of being close, again, close for third place as Durasak able to hang on ahead of Tayafol, but only just as they climb the hill once again. They starting to navigate the traffic here from the Yaris ATIV ladies as well as they work in. They get that time for 19, a little bit of it. You can see, a bit of a hit there in the hairpin.
I was about to say, I was expecting Surasak to be a lot more under control coming to the turn 6 hairpin. I think that sort of really said what we were after. So now contact on the front end of Surasak, contact on the rear end. He's had a good old rough up as number 19 Corolla Altus, but Titanfall, he's got pace, he's quick through the hairpins. Yellow flag zone can't get the job done there though.
To be able to make a move. Well, all that's been happening, the laps have just been ticking away here. Going to have 2 laps to go when they get to the start of the finish line. Next, speaking of fighting, here we go. Back to your top 2. Still navigating their way through more of the Yaris ATIV cars. And you see here this time, Aki, he now needs to defend. Here comes Norat. Tries once, goes back to the outside this time though. Here in 1800, this is fantastic stuff. They're dancing around under brakes. You don't usually see that all that much, and thankfully it's looking good though. This car's a little bit loose, got a little bit of dynamic in them, but this is some great stuff here as they come out of turn 20. Gonna be 2 laps to go this time as we've got, there we go, black and white flag, and that was just at number 5.
25, might be 25 actually.
So we need a car that ends in 5, so it's either
it would be Norat. It'd be his driving standards warning, I would say, to Norat for the contact. Because I think he actually redressed that pedal, that position heading down the start finish straight. I think he actually got a better exit on the previous lap out of the final corner. I actually think he got that one done. It was actually 45 and 25 that are actually getting warned about that one. So that would be Norat for the contact. I actually have a distinct feeling Dan he redressed that one. Sure.
Yeah, well, that would do it then. Yeah, just saw that come up on my end as well. Yeah, the black in the race control messages just came out a tiny bit after we saw those cars get past stuff. So there we go. Norat has been warned. Need to be careful now about how he makes a move here, but definitely strong in the second half of the lap. From turns 15 down to turn 18. Really, as long as he stays close through here and sets something up, just needs to make sure that if he's going to do it, then he has to make sure he doesn't get too aggressive. This time, though, he's going to get aggressive here on the exit of the monument turns 12 and 13. Oh, brush of the wheels on the run up through these left and right kicks here, which is basically flat out in these cars. We thankfully have only a brush. We're going to carry on once again, coming down past 15 and 16. We're going to get ourselves traffic in a second as we're going to go to a replay here between some of the
yeah, that's why, yeah.
In our Yaris 80 classes there. We'll just figure that one out there. So it was 188 was one of the cars involved.
Yeah, 46 was the other one, so that was Sakurai. It's in the pit lane now because they were quite damaged. But now, like 2 laps to go. I mean, it's brave. Start finish line. Is this one? Yeah, you bet it is. It's 1 lap to go. Well, we've seen Norak get aggressive so far. He's already black and white flagged. Last lap down? No predictions.
Smart. He clearly is strong in certain spots, and we've got traffic towards it. Look, that's a good run through turn 2, though. Aki slow, wide of the corner, and he's going to try and fit in the gap there. It's not right, but doesn't quite get there. I think he's, folded in the mirror on the left-hand side. Didn't quite completely sacrifice it, but oh my goodness, these two are putting on a show for us here in the Toyota Corolla Altis class here of this one-make race. Head on down into the hairpin for the final time. Can he get that car round? Oh.
So Aki there knows that he's weak. He knows that probably the last overtaking opportunity that's a really good chance is obviously turn 18, 19. But probably the biggest one on this lap is this next corner, this turn 8 corner. Did you see he backed him up? He intentionally held Norat back and said, I control when we get off this corner.
Yeah, that's always a critical technique when you're defending your position. Make sure that you yourself every advantage you get. But again, look how strong Norat is through the monument section, and lots of traffic to worry about. 3 wide with the lap cars here from the Yaris class. And so Aki just hangs on. Norat is basically coming up here. It's a fantastic one again. He's now going to have to try and follow Aki through here at 15. He will do so. He's going to get one more chance, Scott, that's for sure. Can he time the run right? Got one more lap car. I think they're going to have to negotiate here as they head down turn 17. Has Norak got something left here under brakes as we come up to the 18-19 hairpin? Final time here. Aki, try to look for defense. Here it comes, Scott.
Heavy contact inside barrier last corner. Aki, I think he moved onto the braking zone. It's going to end with a question mark over it. It's going to end in contact, but Norat will get it done on track and will come to the line as your race winner of the one-make series. Gets it done in the Corolla Altis. It's going to be Aki coming home second. That was cheeky from Aki. But I tell you what, I think Norat got it done. If anything, that's moving under the braking. But the problem is, Dan, these cars wiggle. They wiggle all around. Do you consider it wiggling under braking? Or do you consider that one to be moving under braking? The black and white flag was shown to Norat, wasn't shown to Aki, so Norat had to be cleaner on that last lap. My word. Mental. Absolutely mental.
Watching here now amongst the Yaris 80 plus. Oh, we've got one of them stopped on the outside of turn 19. The 138 machine driven by Satravi will come around to finish. That's actually 7th place in the Yaris class indeed. Yes, it's a checkered flag. But
mental.
Yeah.
Absurd. You can tell that they don't own these cars. They're going to give them back at the weekend, end of the weekend, I think. What do you reckon? Do you reckon they're going to shake hands after that one and say, oh, yeah, look, hard racing, bang on? I reckon there'll be some upset between those two.
Yes, we'll have to see. Hope for the best. Expect the worst. Is that sort of the attitude we should go for here, as the drivers will now bring them around. Incident at turn 18 to be investigated after the race. That result is not final, folks, so okay, we could have things change. Now that the results are coming up on screen. Norat crosses the line first, as you said, Scott, with Aki in second, but that could be turned around in post-race review. Tayafal, Surasak, and Citravi will finish third, fourth, and fifth, respectively, in the 45, 19, and 89 Toyota Corolla Horse cars. But, yeah, now all eyes on weather. Results change.
Oh, word. Mental. And this is the Yaris Active Ladies One Mate Cup race. Finn coming home 10th overall ahead of two of the Corollas is actually going to be Piawadi Fusetin. Elisa Kunquang is going to come home in P2 and Penelin Tuidat. We didn't see much of the ladies going on, but it was hard to have a look at them when we had that cracking battle for the win. The energy, the enthusiasm of all the drivers up and down the field, it's infectious when you come to the Bang Seng Grand Prix. And the Speed Cafe editors tell us that this is probably one of the best events to attend worldwide. It's very, very easy to see why.
Great racing as we got our race underway there, and Aki, well, he looks strong. Look at that there. I've just noticed there that Norat's come from 5th place at the start of this race here. They came up to turn 1 and turn 2. You can see here, front row side by side, second row side by side, third row side by side, fourth row was side by side, but pinched up against the inside of the corner meant our cars from further on back in the field were able to go around the outside there. And then you see here, Norat forcing his way through on the inside there, and then contact between Kintaro, Chiba, and the number 3, and at least 1 or 2 other of the cars. You can see then as the Yaris ladies came up over the hill, they had to worry about dodging him. And then trouble. The 138 of Satravi was leading the class, but big error there, unforced, locks the brakes and into the barrier there. And then this battle here. First contact there, halfway through the race. As you said, allowed Aki to take back the lead, but these two put on an absolute show that went all the way to the end of the race.
Show, that felt more like Gladiator on a Saturday night. I tell you what, it was watching those two bang wheels, bang doors, bang everything, and then being out of order when they come across the finish line to the point it's getting reviewed post-race. My word, there was no love lost between these two, Norat and Aki. Bang on the inside there. This is the final corner. Down the inside, he's pinched him against the wall. There was a car width there at the corner entry. Did he move under brakes? Was that corner Aki's? That'll be the question that's decided in the post-race review. Norat gets it officially on the line, but unofficially in terms of the timing and scoring.
Yeah, there is many questions there as to which way that will go. But that'll do us for our Toyota Gazoo Racing Motorsport today here at Bang Seng. We'll take a short break here, and then when we get back, we'll get ready to go racing for the Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4s here at Bang Seng. Of course, if you missed it before earlier, Scott, we had a fantastic lap as well that came from Daniel Bilski from last year's race here at Bang Seng in the GT3 class. And what better time than to bring that back up for you if you haven't seen this circuit in action yet.
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bang Seng in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. 5th gear, flat out, 240, looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. The road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. The camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle, 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. 1st gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle, ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here, a lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break about 100 meters. Now, hard brake, 1st gear, use all the track width, flow the car in, short shift to 2nd, kissing the walls, get ready for the monument, big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, 2nd gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner. You can flow very wide and very close to this exit wall. Big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel. 100 metres. V the corner. First apex. Get the rotation. Second apex. Pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat. Let the car settle. Run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bang Seng Grand Prix.
Well, ladies and gents, thanks for watching along with us, because that's Bang Sen. It's quick, it's bumpy, it's difficult, and that is the engine notes of an Audi brought to us with the commentary along from Daniel Bilski. Before we actually cut away to our GTM GT4 combined hour race, we've actually got another interview coming to. It's going to be the Ferrari, and well, it's worthwhile having a listen, guys. Just listen along to this.
Okay, we're with Singha Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari driver Carlo Van Dam. Carlo just finished quali. Great result. How is everything?
Yeah, obviously it's been a bit of a hectic weekend. We had some issues in practice, some technical issues, so we're not sure where we were before qualifying. But then I thought let's just push a lap, and one lap was enough. And I was a bit surprised to find myself in P1, but the car was handling fine, and it's just a joy being on this track. And I enjoy every lap of it, so yeah, quite pleased.
Fantastic. And the event every year, it's getting bigger and better, and it's a bit of a special event, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, and I've been living 9 years in Bangkok, so Thailand. So I've seen it from the beginning, basically, and it's just great to be part of it. And the best thing is that if you're a little bit done with racing, in 20 minutes you're on the beach. So
fantastic. And race-wise, some very competitive drivers. What's your sort of target for the weekend?
Well, obviously I'm always there to win. My teammate is in good spirit because he had a nasty crash here last year, so had to regain some confidence, but he did well in quali. And I think both races we should be able to fight for a podium, or yeah, especially the one where we start on pole position. I hope we can win it.
Fantastic. Look, best of luck for the weekend. Thanks for your time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back once again. We'll be crossing back to live pictures from the chat in just a few moments, but it's really sort of important to outline, you know, what it takes from the drivers to get it done at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. You heard there from Carlo that, you know, practice didn't necessarily go all his own way. It's about sitting yourself down. It's about getting settled with those practice sessions, particularly a track like this. Can't afford to damage the car. There was a number of our GT3, well, the 27 Audi GT3 car damaged itself in practice, and I think that's what their target was. Get the car set up, get it sorted, and we'll look towards the end of the weekend, and we'll look to keep the car in one piece, and, you know, that's sort of what it was about.
It is absolutely indeed. So out, or getting ready to go out on track, we have the GTM and GT4 combined. Now, what is GTM, you might be asking, because it's not an abbreviation we normally hear used. The answer is, it is your Porsche 911 Cup cars, your Ferrari 488 Challenge cars, Lamborghini Super Trofeo was entered for this weekend. We've also got a Lexus RCF that's been entered by Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, which I believe will have to be detuned a little bit to be eligible in that case, because that's exists in GT3 specification, but not GTM, to my knowledge. There they are, starting to form up on the dummy grid. They will have a rolling start, and actually, impressively there, how about that? We've got ourselves on the left, or the right side of our screen, closest to the camera, the number 17 AAS Motorsport entry. That is a 992 generation of Porsche Cup car there. But on the pole position, in front of them, is a 991 generation of Porsche Cup car. Yeah, just if I can find them on our list here. Yeah. It's a great mix, guys. And then, as I said, we also have a couple of GT4s here this weekend as well, in the form of a Toyota Supra, which you would have seen there in part of the Thai footage there, as well as a Mercedes AMG and the B-Quik Absolute Racing running a Porsche Cayman GT4. As we see, they're now starting to make their way onto the double grid here. So this is a really interesting mix, because we don't normally see these cars obviously race together, Scott. They're
No,
one-make cars, normally designed for racing themselves, but here we are.
Yeah, so I mean, it's unique in the fact, but what I think the goal is here with these sorts of cars, that you say, oh look, we've only got a couple of Lamborghini Super Trofeos, we've only got a couple of 992s, we've only got bits and pieces. It's an hour-long race. There is balance of performance that's obviously done to these cars to sort of bring them a little bit closer together. We have extended pit stops. What I'm keen to see is, and I think a lot of the fans are keen to see, is look, we've got these bigger cars. We don't necessarily have enough to make them go out there and race against their own class. Let's just slap them all together, so that way the fans get what they want, we get what we want, you guys at home get what you want, and we get to see some really cool cars go driving around Bang Seng Grand Prix track, and we've seen chaos all weekend. Perfect mix. My heart's at ease, Dan. My heart's at ease.
Glad to hear. We should have 11 cars heading out on track for this next race, with both GTM Pro-Am, GTM Am, and then the GT4s all classified separately whilst out on track together here, as we're just awaiting all the cars to make their way to that dummy grid in the pit lane before the formation laps can begin. Race start for this category is scheduled to be in about 15 minutes time, so not too far away from the start of the Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 combined race, where, as we saw, 1 hour plus 1 lap, have a compulsory pit stop as well, just like we saw in Super Compact. Scott, it's going to be an impressive one, and we'll see plenty of strategy, I'm sure, work its way through as a result, as we continue to watch here some of the live trackside footage here at Bang Seng today.
Yeah, so this is race number 3 for these guys for the season of 8 competitive races. We already talked about the Super Compacts, the pickups, how they've already had they're effectively round number 2 from Chang, but this is round number 2 for the GTM GT4 combined series. So I'm just having a quick look up and down the field. I'm just looking for the pit stops and the Supercar GTM pole position award as well. It's important that we look up and down the standings and we go, okay, yep, sure, let's have a look at who's got the most success compensation time added to their pit stop. Well, the GT4 car is going to be sitting there for 195 seconds. That's a very long pit stop, but it's not the longest because the 88 GT4 car is also going to be doing a 200-second pit stop. So the GT4 car's 160-second minimum pit stop time, GTM's 100-second minimum pit stop time. Then you add in your driver rating balance, and so look, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Shortest pit stop that we're going to see is out of the 33 car. It's 110 seconds. And then the longest stop is that 200-second stop that we're going to see out of the GT4 cars. So interesting there, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge pit stop times with that all said and done. That's, to me, that sounds actually kind of crazy how long they're going to be pitting for in many respects, because over 180 seconds, over 3 minutes. These cars here qualified on times in the 1 minute 39 and above range, and with a couple of cars there down into the 2 minute range as well. So it's over 2 minutes for the GT4s, which to me, I think, looking at those there, lapping over 2 minutes, either didn't quite get the representative lap time in, or possibly qualified in some wet conditions, because we definitely saw they were a little faster earlier on. But yeah, it will be interesting race to watch as we see the local production team down. They're chatting currently with your driver who will still car that will start in pole position. Here, the number 28, one of our McLarens by the looks of things. If I could actually find the right thing, I'd confirm that for you. Apologies, no. It's a Lamborghini Gallardo. Here's an incredible mix of cars. As we're watching all of this trackside footage here. And our Toyota Supra, this might be our Lexus RCF, apologies. The number 24 in that case, Natavude, for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. They're on board. Indeed, it is. As we
Important
Yeah,
to note, Dan, as well. He's a solo entry, so he won't have to actually do a driver change at the pit stop. He's the only one within the GTM field, and indeed in the GT4 field, there isn't actually one either. So, this is actually really important in terms of when we start to talk GT3, like what's going on here with the pit stops and whatnot. You do actually have an internationally driver a rated license as well. So a lot of these guys are actually in bronze rated international licenses from terms of a GT3 spec. So this is where we start to get into our recognized internationally drivers, a little bit of ratings and whatnot. So this is tracked and fed back internationally. So the other thing that's important about that is when you start to talk about international levels of events as well, you've got an international crew that's actually coming over here to make sure that this event's run up to that standard that it absolutely has to be run by. James Taylor from V8 Supercars, actually in Australia, is your race director, and Craig Baird is also your V8 Supercars driving standards observer. So so these guys are going to be watched quite closely because it's not like the Super Compact. It's not like the Yaris races and the Corolla races we just seen. Not as much bumping and grinding. These things are a lot more expensive than that. They will hit the barrier a heck of a lot harder as well.
Yeah, they will. As I'm just looking to see if we've had some results come out of the Toyota Corolla Altus race that came out. Well, we just watched earlier there, and by the looks of things, might be the case, Scott, that they have indeed made a decision, and that apologies. There's still maybe a stewards meeting that will be yet to apologies that will be held because those results are still in provisional with all right classified as first, second ahead of Bucky. There, also hopefully have an answer for you in a moment.
ผมชอบโค้งยูเทิร์นครับซึ่งมันเป็นเสน่ห์ของบางแสนยูเทิร์นแคบแล้วชิคเคนก็เยอะนะฮะแล้วก็มี
As we continue to watch the footage here from trackside and wait for interviews here to finish up, but so this is our Porsche 911 one of our Porsche 911 Cup cars, a 991 generation, I think, based on what I can see there in the background, which piloted here by Cao Hong and Jakarfan. This is the Alpha Factory racing team by Polzar, number 33 entry. In that case, and there you go, you can tend to see the 33 in between the two of them there. On the windscreen, I should say, as we continue to see the interview happening here from our local team, the local team on the ground, and just wait for the clock to count down to the start here of Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4. And apologies if I didn't quite come through clearly a moment ago. But yeah, just waiting to hear confirmation. We'll find out when we will hear of official results for the Toyota Corolla Altus and Toyota Yaris ATIV Lady One Make race that was just held a moment ago. Results are still currently provisional, and just waiting to see, hopefully before the end of the broadcast today, that those results will be classified and we can let you know what the decision is, given that there is a review that is coming from, yet to come from the stewards in that series. And whilst we're waiting for the race start, I think probably worth a quick read through of how qualifying went down for these drivers. And so our 8 GTM cars starts with Pitsanu and Akihiro sharing the Lamborghini Gallardo, number 28 for Vatana PSC Motorsport. They will be on pole position for this race this afternoon. A 1 minute 39.458 was their lap time in qualifying, sharing that front row with Natavude apparently in the Lexus RC the Lexus RCF for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in the number 24. Car that did, actually was meant to start in, unless I had a transponder error, because apparently second place apologies are meant to be Kitapol and Kantasak in the Ferrari 488 challenges. We're going to listen in here. We actually got an interview on the grid in English here and let the
difference. But it's a very exciting race, and
on
the
my
event
behalf
is
here.
great. Look at all these people here.
Please compare about Bang Sang Street Circuit and the Chang International Circuit.
Wow, there's a lot more war here. And
Okay.
Chang is, this is very interesting circuit.
Okay.
More bumps, more war, more
Yes,
accidents.
many turns.
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, leave a comment to Thai people to share you.
Oh, hi everybody. I'm Simon. He's Sean. So please support us.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
ก็เป็นครั้งแรกของเขานะครับที่มาอยู่ในสนามบางแสนนี้เขาบอกว่ามันรู้สึกเหมือนกับการเป็นแกน
There we are. Chance to hear from some of our drivers here today on the grid, getting ready for the Thailand Supercar GTM and GT4 race as we're counting down the minutes. About 5 minutes until race start, if everything goes to schedule here at Bang Seng. For our second last race of the day here, we have this race first, and then we will finish with the Thailand Supercar GT3 race to wrap things up. As you can see, watch here, the number 77 there in the background. That is, of course, that is one of our GTM cars, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Saravut and Afik. We're sharing that car, Vitana PSC Motorsport. There. And that car is set to start the race down in 6th position. Qualified. Actually, probably they should be in 7th place, but according to my timing screens, we'll be starting in 6th. Hopefully, we haven't had a car, the Singha Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari 488 Challenge, out of position, potentially, on timing. Hopefully, they'll be all good to go in a moment. So, yeah, 8 GTM cars, 3 GT4s, and we will separate out those two classes on the formation lap so that they can go around and not get caught up, since they have quite a different pace apparently based on the qualifying times. Also have, it's a wide variety of cars in this one once again, as Scott Rankin for stepping back there for a moment, rejoining me in the commentary box, which is good to see, because apparently great fun with my microphone being a right pain at times. But this GTM class is definitely, is incredibly diverse. We've got, Lamborghinis are represented here we've got 2 generations of Lamborghini, we've got 2 generations of Porsche, we've got a Lexus, and we've got ourselves a Ferrari Challenge. We've also got another one of the Ford Mustangs, but this is one of Australia's marked cars, endurance specification machines being raced here. For this
honestly, the way that I'm referring to this GTM class is basically the expensive toys class. Because that's effectively, I think, about the closest that we're going to get. Because, like I said, you've got 992 GT3 Cup cars. You've got one of the latest spec 991 GT3 Cup cars in the Evo package as well. The Super Trofeo, a Lamborghini Gallardo. Oh my God, Lamborghini Gallardo. Ferrari 488 Challenge car. You've got so many. You've got such a big breadth of cars. Even the 3 GT4 cars are all different makes. So this is probably the highest breadth of manufacturer we've actually had so far this weekend. And I'll tell you what, it's basically just like the big expensive toys go to track is what we're about to see for an hour. And the 33 car as well. I mean, have a look at this thing. This is the 991 GT3 Cup Evo spec. So of the 3 Porsche Cup cars that are actually in the field, that's the oldest generation of them. The 992 Cup car spec, remember, this is just launched this year. All brand new. It was all about, not only was it a better car, better horsepower, better hookup, created better racing, created cheaper racing as well. So honestly, if there's some fun cars, some quick cars to drive around this Bang Seng GP circuit, that the 991's repair bill probably going to be a little bit higher than the 992 GT3 Cup cars. So
possibility indeed here, as we see last preparations being made for all the drivers And team see radios being plugged in. Yep, safety nets being strapped up as there's that Mark Carr's Ford Mustang, which is a unique thing here. I mean, yeah, not quite standard GT specification, but certainly made to last year's endurance. There's one as our Toyota Supra GT4, then the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand cars in this race today, although one's in GTM, one's in GT4. That there is your pole sitter for the GT4 category. The B-Quik Absolute Racing number 88 Porsche Cayman. Looks like Yarrow on the start of that one with Chanon sharing the car. And once again, YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco out here on track today. Watch out for this car, potentially second place in GT4. But they've been quick wherever they go with whoever they put behind the wheel.
So a couple of things I actually noticed looking at helmets up and down the field, and I think we actually saw it with our onboard cameras that we're actually seeing from this morning's racing as well. A lot of dark visors. That says to me high level of glare, you know, so these guys are looking to shut down as much of that glare as possible. It's always really, really important. And then again, you've also got driver preferences of what they want in those visors, but a lot of them are looking for either those yellowed out visors or they're looking for they're looking for a little bit of a difference, but this will sort of give you the picture of what's available in terms of the Hankook rubber for the Thailand Supercar GTs, 18 and 19 inch. It'll depend upon, you know, what's actually available for them, depending upon what size rims and whatnot they're running. But they're off on their formation lap here, and we start to get to hear some really, really cool engines. And honestly, Dan, you give me an hour of just sitting here staring at that Toyota GT4, the Supra, I'd be a happy man. I'm not interested in some racing. I just want an hour worth of hot laps out of that Toyota Supra. You got a preference?
Well,
which is your preference?
Oh.
Because I know you're a fan of Porsche Cup cars too.
Yeah, I might have a slight partiality towards those. It does come with the territory of running your own Porsche Cup Sim Series, but I'm going to be curious to see how things like the Lexus RCF and the Mark car go here today.
What about that Gallardo though? That's a popular car as well.
I have to say, I mean, yeah, he's impressive to see. I mean, yeah, also the fact that, that Lamborghini Gallardo is it's an older car. Like it's been well and truly superseded by the Huracan there, which we see coming past the 150 board and the T4 sign now. But is it all makes, all models welcome, and now we're going to see cars really start using all of the track. Because you saw in some of the Toyota one make races there, drivers didn't have to use all the road to get around the turn 6 hairpin here, but with these cars, just you bet they're going to go all the way out to the wall on the right before they hook the car left to get around that sharp old hairpin here as we continue with this formation lap and warm things up, but already down towards turn number 8 here behind the safety car.
Great shot actually as these guys are going to come towards the camera. Watch the yellow 991 Evo car. Have a look at the difference in the front splitter. A little bit of those extra arms going down on there, and as soon as I saw the front end of it, I was like, yep, that's going to be easy. I know which one's the 991 straight away. Just the different architecture at the front of the car. Big fan of the 991. I was really disappointed when it got upgraded to the 992 spec, to be perfectly honest with you. I just love the engine note of the 991 better. I mean, everyone's got their... Ladies and gents at home, watching along, we've got... There are only 2 cars in this race that are identical spec to each other, and those are both of the 992 Cup cars. Every other car is different. We have a Lamborghini Gallardo FL2, a Lexus RCF GTM, a 991 GT3 Porsche Cup car, and then 2 992 GT3 spec Cup cars, a Lamborghini Huracan, a Ford Mark car, Porsche Cayman GT4, Toyota Supra GT4, Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4, and the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. What's your favorite? Come on, guys, we've got an hour to discuss this one. We can break this down.
We could indeed see who's willing to play favourites. On board, by the way, with the 77 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo here, as they get ready to go racing. This is the Vitana PSC Motorsport entry coming down into turn 17 here. And the question will be, now they're going to start forming up now as we get ready to get this race underway. Double file formation as we head up towards turns 18 and 19. Get ready for the Thailand Supercar GTM GT4 race to get underway. It'll be in the hands of Pitsanu Inaki Hero in that Gallardo on the left of your screen for the inside run down to turn number 1. So you have Natavude there in that Lexus who will make sure to get up alongside here on the exit of turn 19. Nice and slow roll to the start line here. Get ready to get this race underway. And it will be 7 GTMs and 3 GT4s. We're not going to see number 25 here. It's unfortunately -1 Ferrari from the roster. Heading down the front straightaway though here, and the foot is going down. Time to get another hour of racing going here as we go green in the GTM GT4 cars. And here comes a cup car already. That 991 stretches the legs on the Lexus, but outside of turn 1, able to hang on to it is Natavude. He will keep that P2 into turn number 2, but defensive immediately here straight away off the start of the race.
Yeah, it's interesting to note as well. Remember, those Porsche Cup cars, no ABS, no traction control. They do actually have them potentially built into to the onboards. Whether or not they'll enable them based upon the spec, that's always the question. But if you see a locked brake, you go straight away, yep, there's no ABS. You see these spun tires, you know that there is no traction control available as well. Have a look at the Mark car. It's actually holding up that Porsche 992, holding up all the GT4s on that run down through turn 6 on that first lap. Now they'll stretch the legs. I think that Mark car is going to be a little bit slow in a straight line. I think this Porsche should eat it alive right here.
See here on the run to turn 8, if that's the case, as the GT4s fan out a tiny bit here. Mark car holds its own, I think, in a straight line. It's maybe in the corners where, well, the Mark car is somewhere around a cup car on overall pace in general, but it looks like the GT4s, they're definitely warmed up quickly here. That B-Quik Porsche Cayman really looking like it wants to take places off of the cup car and the Mark car here as they wind up through turns 13 and 14 for the first time in this race here at speed. And up to turn 15 also. Yeah, don't discount it. There we go, up the inside of 15. Solid pass there from the number, pardon me, that is the number 10 machine, the Fire Monkey Motorsport 992 Cup car, clearing the number 37 Mark Mustang. And there's 2 GT4s in tow. We have actually dropped the Supra off the back of this pairing here. Here we go, up the inside. Maybe the gap's open there, but no dice. Mark car going to just power around the outside. There's that Supra GT4 there. Last car running has dropped off the back a little bit here at the start at least. As they put the foot down, and there you go. Look at the legs on that Mark car in a straight line, Scott.
Well, that's the difficulty that these guys have got from the GT4 spec of cars. Yeah, sure, they're pretty much even against each other. You would expect probably the Mercedes just a little bit quicker in a straight line, and the Porsche probably a lot more nimble through the corners. But the Mark car's really not. You know, and all of that margin that it made up, it's already nearly eaten all that back up to the GT4 cars. He's in trouble. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But in the meantime, that Supra looking after its tyres. I'm really curious how that Mark car hangs onto its tyres. I'm also curious about how these Porsche Cup cars do hang onto their tyres. Generally quite well known for wearing tyre over the course of a race, particularly with all the bouncing, loss of traction. Yeah, who knows?
Questions aplenty indeed as we continue to watch these drivers work their way now out of turn 7 down towards turn number 8. And again, you see that expansion and that contraction as we the GT4 definitely has got traction control and ABS. It might be a case that the Mark car is lacking 1 or 2 of those aids, which means a bit more of a delicate touch required in the corners. Back up to your race lead though, and the Vitana PSC Lamborghini Gallardo here is an absolute cracking start to this race. Absolutely dropped the 24 Lexus RCF there. Natavude is doing a decent job, but definitely not got the speed it seems to keep up here on the start of this one as he roars past the front straight. Falpong aboard the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car behind him. There in that 991 spec Alpha factory race team. We see him here and focus on him here. It's that guide it through turn 1. See how ease it onto the brakes is. Oh, there we go. Trouble at 15. This time it's going to be the 37 of the Mark car there, which I can tell you is Sam Collins. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, and that's not going to have a fun time getting back to the pits here, Scott. I don't think he can get back to the pits at all. No.
Yeah, that left rear tyre is way over. It's odd to see the left rear tyre out of alignment. So that says contact on the inside. Yeah.
And and it's with the B-Quik GT4s. Or B-Quik GT4, I should say. And this is going to be a question mark here. Here is your leader coming up to the monument now. And there goes safety car, boards and flags coming out here as the number 28 passes by the monument. And yeah, no real surprises there. We've got a big old car that needs to be removed from the circuit.
Well, that'll be investigated by race control. I mean, he was down there. He was far enough along the inside. Did the marked car leave enough room? I think is the problem that they'll be looking at. If no, is that a penalty that's worth being applied to the GT4 cars? Because at the end of the day, yeah, sure, they were showing more pace, but at the same time, they've got to get the pass done quickly. As soon as they get down to turn 19, the marked car's just going to fly by them. The Mustang on the front straightaway. So, but anyway, that's a lot of damage, that left rear corner. It's just odd that it broke so easily. I wonder whether or not there was some sort of issue to that marked car beforehand, which is why it was backed up towards those GT4s, and then that sort of context just knocked whatever was loose, and finally broken it. So they'll have a little bit of data back there at the pit to have a look at. They'll be at least somewhat aware of whether or not there was a pre-existing issue. And have a look at that one. But the marked car being that far back is reasonably odd.
There's fair points to make there, I guess. Just looking at just almost one of those things I feel that someone can be put down as a sort of freak of the accident, really. That the angle that the B-Quik Absolute Racing came in there, just clipped that left rear tire in such a way that or maybe even got on the wheel rim in some capacity, or the wheel nuts have somehow gotten involved there, and just it's grabbed that corner of the car.
Well, the wheel looked like it was still on the hub, and it looked like all of that was still connected. So I reckon that's actually suspension damage. I mean, it is a loaded track, lots of bumps, right? These cars aren't necessarily designed for a lot of street course action. They don't tend to deal with it quite so well. The GT4 cars are a little bit better because they're more road spec than a lot of the other cars that are part of this, but they still need to be able to handle some bumps, right? Or all this stuff. And indeed, actually, we've got confirmation from our officials that incident is actually under investigation, which is why would you, from a race car perspective, and we're both sim racing drivers here, Jam, so we've at least both got that, and we've both done a fair bit of sim racing, race control. GT multi-class racing is a completely and utterly different kettle of fish, and you do have to drive it differently. My question to the 88 Porsche is, I don't think they're the one that's in trouble here. I think it's actually the marked car. I think the marked car might have turned in. Were they going to make the corner? Race control will have that data. Were they far enough down the inside? Does it need to be a single final corner? Do they need to make adjustments to get through there? They've put a car out of the race, an expensive car at that. It was just a lot of risk that didn't need to be taken by the 88. I would have given it another 3 or 4 laps before I started getting onto that sort of a move. It's an hour race. Long way.
It is. One of the big things, of course, is they've got a car that they're racing directly in behind them there. The Mercedes AMG there, which is being run by YK Motorsports BBR. And I guess, perhaps just a moment they wanted to really try and put the foot down, try and build a free gap, because as you said, that Mustang, the marked car's Mustang, was really struggling to get through the corners. Had good straight line, but so much of this track is about how well you can take the corners, and braking, turning, acceleration. It was clear that Cayman had a lot more to give, and the YK Motorsports Mercedes had a lot more to give too. So on the one hand, I can see why the driver of the 88 would want to do that, want to actually get that free gap. But yeah, as you said, if you're not directly racing that car, you don't need to risk it.
But I actually think the Mustangs actually turned in. The problem is how the two cars brake, right? So normally when you're looking at racing spec, you're going, well, you need to be far enough down the inside first and foremost to get that move done, to at least demand racing move. The problem is, particularly most of the GTM cars, you wouldn't have a problem because they brake sort of similarly. Porsche Cup cars without ABS, they do actually take a fair bit longer to actually brake compared to a GT4 car, which a lot of people don't. It sort of catches them out generally when those two cars are sort of pitched together. The Porsche Cup cars just fly by on a straight line. You get to the corner. If you've only just cleared someone, the GT4 cars will actually surge back up under braking, which does tend to catch people out. But obviously, marked car a little bit different again. The crane doesn't reach that spot at turn 15 either, because he's gone a little bit further in. So Yeah, my concern is, was he far enough up at turn-in point, or was he in there deep? Because the problem is, if he's not in there deep, well, he's sort of going to be running into the back of the Mark car. So did he position the car to the inside to give himself a cleaner braking, and the Mark car's just turned in to take its normal cornering line, and he didn't necessarily have enough overlap. So, but if he gets a pit lane drive-through penalty or a time penalty added to that 88 car for racing somebody not for position, I mean, you're going to be a little hot under the collar. But the New Zealand driver as well, Sam, he's going to be hot under the collar. He's flown all the way over. A lot of race prep work for this, only for that to happen to race number 1 on the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not what you want. As you said, yeah, coming up from New Zealand to race the car, as we see there at the bottom of our screens, that message from race control. That's the local time at which the pits will open for the compulsory stop that these drivers must take, because that will be at the 35 minutes remaining mark, so long as we're back under green flag conditions. And as you said, yeah, it's going to take a while. It seems to retrieve the number 37 Ford Mustang, given that it is a little bit too far past the corner for the crane to do its usual work here. So going to take another lap or two at best before we are back at racing speed. Indeed, great numbers here, it looks like, today for the first of our days with action from GTM and GT4, plus also we've got GT3 coming up after this to conclude the day's action, or the Toyota one-make racing earlier this afternoon, and the conclusion of Super Compact this morning. We've got Thailand, and like Supercar GTC is one race down, one to go tomorrow. Yeah, there's plenty of good stuff yet to come, as we'll actually get a chance to see the onboard again. Unfortunately, yet to see the onboard at racing speed, which is what I was hoping we'll get a chance to during this race, but another time soon, Scott, is the answer there.
I'm curious. I've got my, well, first and foremost, first pun of the weekend. We looked out at the viewers, we looked out at the fans at track, we looked out at all the fans with fans. I've been sitting on that one a while. You can't do a broadcast without a few puns. You got. Is that the sound of you smashing your forehead with your palm? Is that what I can hear in the background?
I don't think so. I thought I could hear something too, so I'm going to say that's not me making noise. I'm definitely shaking my head, but it's a side-to-side motion, not an up and down motion to the desk.
Have fun with your commentary, Dan. Come on.
I try.
You're too young for dad jokes, I think.
That's correct. I'm definitely too young for those. I'm more like appreciating things like at the moment, watching how the steering lock you have to crank on there at the hairpin, and also the fact that he's got the window open just to try and get some air in the car. Got the window cut out there to allow some air in. I mean, yeah, that's definitely needed, because weather here in Bang Sen has been warm all day, and the threat of thunderstorms has been around, but not delivered. So it's been dry, and we've still got 1.5 races left for today. So
that rain's running away too. It hasn't come to the track. It's been in and around Bang Sen, but not at the track. Is if what's your weather radar's telling me?
That is correct. Yeah, in fact, current update to the radar, it's completely cleared out. So the threat of any rain has unfortunately disappeared, it seems. It was a couple of showers to the south of the circuit, but then all of a sudden, it just sort of faded away. Decently heavy storm clouds down on the southern part of the Thailand coast. That would have been another hour or so away by the road. So it looks like we're going to get ourselves perfectly good conditions to finish off the day, which should be interesting. All right, good to see there, though, when we return our focus to the racetrack, at least, Scott, that the number 37 Ford Mustang has been removed from the circuit, and that means that can also see that this message from race controls that the safety car lights are being turned off, and we are going to go back racing here at the end of this lap, which will give us around 45.5 minutes of racing action remaining in this one.
Yeah, so this will be on. That was the onboard shots courtesy of the 992 GT3 Cup of AAS Motorsport at 17 car as well. The Lamborghini was not expecting the checkup at the final corner, but then we are off and we are racing on the run back down to turn number 1 And again, it is going to be the Lamborghini Gallardo FL2 of Vitana PSC Motorsports with Pizzano behind the wheel. He's going to lead us back to that green flag, Dan, and they've had control of just about the whole race thus far. Tyres are up to temperature. They're running around quickly. The other thing I was actually watching just before we went to that safety car period, the lap that we were on, everyone was setting personal bests, so the tyres had just come up to temperature when that safety car came out.
So they'll have to do it again. Get a lap on the board, warm things back up, and then get to speed as we watch here. Pizzano leads Nada Vude from Falfong, Nada Chak, Sarah Vut, and that is your 6 cars. Apologies. Because then we have Simon to make it our 6 GTMs still running in this race. As on this particular restart lap, it looks like the number 33 of Falfong is looking stronger than the Lexus of Nada Vude. So come on down into turn 8 here, and that board looking stronger. Nice turn in there. All over the back of the Lexus here as we approach the monument at 10, 11, 12. The second of the Porsche cars, that 992 generation. A bit more patient, it would seem, because definitely was close. There was another Chak, but opts to back off a little bit, I think, here on this opening lap and just ease things in for the start of this race run. So they work their way around turn 15. Lexus, I think, starting to work itself up to speed.
That turn 15's got a lot of sheen on the road there, so I'm wondering whether or not it's a continuation and development of the oil, or whether or not we finally got some rubber actually laid down, because it normally looks a lot dirtier as the 991's going to go to the outside here, look for the crisscross and get the power down nice and early. This will be an opportunity. That Lexus has been quick in a straight line, though. It's been the entry to the corners is where the Porsches seem to carry a little bit more speed here, Dan. So I think his best opportunity is probably down the end of the straight here. I think this is where the Lexus is going to struggle compared to the Porsche. Obviously, it's corner entry, but it's flowing into those corners. He's offline. The Lexus was offline on the way in there. Pulled it up nicely.
Yeah, he did. You can see there, Falfong able to get a slightly better turn into the corner. But yeah, that Lexus, slightly detuned GT3 specification, I believe, is the answer as to what that car exactly is. Since the Lexus RCF GT3 raced over in America in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Oh my goodness. Falfong, absolutely loose. Front end had no grip whatsoever there through the hairpin at turn 6. Ran very, very wide, and the Lexus gets a free pass. And the Vude will now not have to worry so much about the cars behind, because now it's Falfong thinking about Natachak in that 992 generation of Porsche Cup car, which normally I'd say would be the better car to be in here, but you just look at the two cars, Scott, and you go, the 991 it's small. It's everything it needs to be. It's smaller, probably a little bit lighter, and therefore going to be just that little bit more nimble, which means that the car can get around the corners that little bit better. So it actually taps the brakes at turn 16.
They've had longer with the car, Dan, is actually the key thing, I think, for that one, because they've had longer to play around with the specifications. Remember that 992 is new for this year in the Porsche Cup class. So is it new for this year? It was new for last year, sorry. But either way, they would have had a little bit longer with that 991 spec car. So the thing is, they would have had a little bit more time to fine-tune things, find what works with that car. So I reckon that's the difference, actually.
That will always play a part indeed. By the way, we can actually give you an update on the incident that brought out the safety car between cars 88 and 37. It has been decided by the race control team that there will be no further action for that incident. So both cars are either equally at fault, or we're just going to call that one a racing incident, unfortunately, between the 37 Ford Mustang of the Ford CRE Lanotech Liqui Moly Racing entry, and the 88 of the
race control not done. So they're actually investigating the safety car reset. So remember when we all said, oh look, the Lamborghini Gallardo, the 28 car, had sort of backed everyone right up? Well, he had. And generally the rules of a safety car restart, particularly for on-circuit racing as opposed to sim racing, is maintain speed. Guess what he didn't do?
Yeah, definitely didn't maintain, so that's for sure. We've been seeing that a fair bit, though, this weekend. It's not so much the safety car accelerating away from the field when we have them. It's more the driver at the lead of the field is instructed to slow down a fair bit to allow that gap to grow so they can then go when they want. As it stands, you see here, the number 28 is Pizzano behind the wheels. Hello there. What was that coming out of the rear of the car? Just towards the right side, so that could be just a case of a guard rubbing, but
I would say that might be
we-
fluid
we-
dripping onto the exhaust pipe, actually. Just how quickly it burned off.
because as I say, we were wondering about that in GTC this morning. In fact, yeah, no sign of it here now up at turn 2, so maybe... No, there it is on the
there it
exit
is
of the
again,
corner.
yeah. Well, it's the right-handers, so obviously could be tire rub, but see how there's a long-loaded right-hander there? It's where he jumps on the power. So as the car sort of rolls to the back and transitions to the right, there could be a pool of fluid somewhere sitting on top of something. It's fine. It rolls over to the right-hand side, leans on the back, it dips it on the exhaust pipe. I reckon it's fluid.
It does add up that way. It's a little bit later in the corner exit there. We won't see it here at turn 8 because it's a right-hand turn. We're seeing it through the left-hand corners here on the circuit. This is obviously the other side of the car. But then here through turn 9...
If it was a guard, it'd roll there. It's in all the slow acceleration zones, which is it's definitely fluid sitting somewhere in there, or it's overheating. Or remember, it's a very, very hot day, and the big thing that Daniel Bilski from the Live at the Track team was trying to pass on to us: no wind getting down into the track is the problem. So fluid temperatures are a big, big part of this.
Yeah, lots of questions which we'll hopefully have some answers to. But hopefully for Pizzanu's case, that car is okay. And actually an update from race control straight on that there, Scott. Whilst I said no further action for the incident at turn 15, they brought out the safety car. They then also decided no further action needed for the way the restart was handled. So everyone's going to be allowed to carry on there as we check in with our Supercar GT4 machines. And it's going to indeed be the 88 of Yarrow in that B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche Cayman. That is out in front, and it's pulled a 2.2 second margin to, and that is nothing needed behind the wheel of the YK Motorsports BBR Mercedes AMG number 99. They have pulled a really big margin, I should say, on the remaining GT4 of Sutapong there, which is in a Toyota Supra. So, and I mean, in some respects, that's not probably the difference in the cars. It is, we are seeing a wide range of driver abilities, if you will, and it's certainly no disservice to the drivers who are towards the back of the field. We have, we will see in the Supercar GT3 category to conclude today's coverage. We've got some really fast drivers from overseas, as well as really fast drivers here locally here from Thailand, who are racing today, and as a result, the spread is going to be probably a little bit more noticeable than you would see elsewhere, perhaps, as we focus in here on this B-Quik Absolute Racing car for a moment, as it's coming on up to turn 6 now. And this Cayman, well, of all the cars, I'd say here in the race, it's probably one of the best suited to the trickier parts of this circuit.
Well, it's an interesting car. That Porsche Cayman, the 718's obviously a newer generation of the Porsche Cayman GT4 spec, but the Cayman has been around for such a long period of time. The GT4 spec of cars that it's just gone through so many different evolutions. You know, it's been a consistent marker at the front end of the GT4s, and you know that when you're buying into a Porsche Cayman within the GT4s, you're going to get a car that is very, very reasonable, very, very spec. It's then down to the drivers that are actually stocking into it. Good to look after, really good car to work on. We're seeing some chatter as well on the YouTube chat that everyone's really interested to have a look a little bit more at that Lamborghini Gallardo as well. It is an older car. So out of spec, you know, the balance of performance is very, very tricky to sort of balance because different changes, obviously, as we've gone on through generations of these supercars, more restrictions have been placed on them in terms of environmental restrictions, noise restrictions, weight, safety, and those sorts of things. So when you're looking at an older spec of car and comparing it back to some of these newer specs of cars, they don't have the same level of requirements that are actually on the car. So sometimes you've got to go in there and tinker with them, bop them a little bit harder, and hit them with no, you need to run at the same speed as everyone else. But they're doing a phenomenal job as a driver and crew team. So also having a quick look through remember we've also got pit stops coming our way, 100 seconds for our GTM cars plus their weightings. So the car that we've got to keep an eye on, the 24 car, which is the Lexus, was actually won the previous race back at Chang. I believe that was back in April. They've got 123 second stop to do. The 25 car, which is not running.
Yeah,
the Ferrari. Yep.
That's the Ferrari that couldn't start the race.
Yep, so they actually had the longest pit stop in that class as well, so they're not running, so we sort of take them out of consideration. 28, how long have they got in terms of pit stop? They've only got 115 seconds, so, you know, they're running quite up. The reason they've got 115 seconds, though, is because they're actually a new entry. They're both bronze-rated international drivers, so this is sort of, they'll get hit quite a lot harder tomorrow. They'll get an extra 15 seconds if they end up winning the race added to their pit stop tomorrow, which should bring them back into alignment. But we're 10 seconds away from that pit window. Oh! That was a rub on the right-hand side at turn 1. So, little mistake there, and that's folded back a wing mirror.
Has indeed. There we go. 35 minutes remaining in the race. The pit window is now open for all of our drivers here in the GTM and GT4 races. Now, I have to also point out something. That Gallardo was very quick off the race start and the restarts. But it's not quick at the moment. The fastest car on track is Nadavude in the Lexus. 1 minute 40.7 last lap for the number 24 here on screen versus a 1 minute 41.5 for Pizzano in the Lamborghini.
On that last lap, I think he actually caught a GT4 car, the number 19 GT4 car.
Well, there he catches it right now. He's lost time on the past 2 laps in clean air, as far as we know. And we're having just passed the first of the GT4s. That's, first. And that, you see that's still there on those right-hand turns. Something still coming into contact with the exhaust, perhaps, we presume, given it's only the slow corners. As there we go. First car to take a pit stop, going to be the 99 Mercedes-AMG GT4. And looking at that there too.
We've got 6 of our 10 cars in pit lane at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, it's getting busy here as your race leader will come on in. First opportunity for them inside of the pit window to get their service done. The cars that were further on back were able to sneak in, I think, as the pit window opens. So they've come in a lap early. They technically go down a lap here on the race leader. As you see, driver changes beginning for the number 28. So that'll be Pizzano getting out of the car and Akihiro getting in the car here to take over the second half of the race for Batana PSC Motorsports. Number 28 Lamborghini. You also see, look at it, getting ready to do a tyre change perhaps here on the 28. Indeed. Wheel gun going around as 992 Cup car of Fire Monkey Motorsport going to head out of the pits and go get their lap back. Now, as there goes, see tyre change beginning. So no need to worry about the rubber left on that car unless they need that tyre for tomorrow's race, that is to say. Note that there, Scott. Currently in the pit stop there and actually taking an air blower to the front end of the Lexus to try and get some air flow through the radiator whilst it's stopped here in the pit lane. Meanwhile, driver change for the 77. We'll see Afik get in behind the wheel of the second Vitana PSC Motorsport cars, though here this is the Huracan Super Trofeo.
Just double checking the wheel nuts on there. That's actually not a tire change. They've said, hey, we've got one set for qualifying. We've got one set for qualifying 2. We've got one set for race 1. We've got one set for race 2. By the look at that one for those guys. So getting themselves in. 100 seconds at a pit stop. A lot of time actually to go through. So take your time. Make sure that everything's okay. I'm concerned with that Gallardo. I hope that they're. Whoa! That's one way to get out of pit stop. 40 kilometers an hour is the rundown pit lane, by the way. With that Gallardo, I was concerned that they spent a lot of time looking at that right rear corner. So I am wondering whether or not they do have a smell at that corner of the car. They did do the tyre change now. They've done their driver change. Interesting. And remember as well, with this being race 3 or race 1 of the weekend, generally your lower rated driver has to start this race and they'll switch into faster driver. So what they're doing is they're getting in early, sticking their faster driver in the car for nearly that 35 minutes, as close as possible as they possibly can.
Yeah, that would indeed be the sensible thing to do. And also, it's important, if you can, you get your compulsory pit stop done and as early as possible. In that case, not just for pace, but also we saw it in Super Compact. Well, you and I saw it in Super Compact yesterday. You do not want to have a compulsory pit stop left to do if a safety car was to come out at this point in the race. And that looks... No, something's still there in the back, or the right rear corner of the number 28 machine. But, well, it's got them so far okay. As the third and final of our GT4 cars comes into the pit lane. It's technically running second outright, or at least it was before Peter potentially. No, I'm
going to go ahead.
I might get all crisscrossed there and saying those things, but someone might want to turn the windscreen wipers off on the number 19 there. I don't think it's raining.
You noticed that. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's a bump. I don't think that's intentional. Otherwise, all these drivers have actually done their pit stop and now a little bit in trouble. So tyre change from those cars as well. So the other thing from the Lamborghini Gallardo, if they've got an issue with that guard, well, they'll have that tyre off at the moment. They'll be able to check it out. So they'll at least be able to relay that information back to the driver, who has now changed. So I believe that it should be Akihiro now behind the wheel. Oh, it's getting worse. That's not getting better.
No, that's quite bad there through turn 19 as he tries to put the power down. Meanwhile,
I absolutely think it's fluid, Dan. It could be radiator fluid.
I think that's a fair point to make. Our final car that needed to come and make a pit stop is going to be the number 33, sorry, of the Alpha Factory Racing Team by Polestar crew. They technically led GTM here for a period, given that they weren't out. How to put this here? They led by not coming into the pits with everyone else. That's the word I'm looking for here. As we continue to watch our 28 machine, which is the effective race. Yeah, again, every time. And yes, it's not a tire. It shouldn't be a tire guard thing because it's coming too late in the acceleration off the corner, in my opinion. So I would say that yes, your sort of understanding of the issue makes sense. As we now take a moment here to check out the fact that Nanavude he's closing in. Scott gaps down to 3.4 seconds after the pit stop window here. So Akihiro is going to have to really get on it here if Nanavude is not going to could take the effective race lead here away from the number 28 as they head on up to turn 15 here.
Two big questions then resulting from that pit stop is, did that Lexus take tyres? I don't think the Lexus took tyres. Yeah, the Gallardo did take tyres. They're going to be stone cold. So there was a 2-second time differential on the last lap that they did manage to take out of the Lamborghini. So my thought is they've got their tyres up to temperature. If the Gallardo went hard early because it had qualifying spec tyres on, they've done the tyre change. Now they should be on fresher rubber. Once that tyres come up to temperature, they'll be in a better spot than potentially the Lexus will be. But that'll all come down to how long it takes them to get those tyres up to temperature. So late on, they'll be in a really, really nice spot. But yeah, I believe our pit stops have now cycled out as well. So
almost one final car is yet to pit, and it's the B-Quik Absolute Racing number 88 Porsche Cayman in the GT4 class. They will be in the lane very soon. Yes, indeed, as we see there. Actually, critically, I believe a shorter pits time is the answer for that, but we've had a change for the effective race lead in GTM. Our timing screens on the broadcast do say Pizzano is still leading, but, well, for one, it's Akihiro who's driving the number 28 now, and second, the number 33 with Jakrafan on board the number 33 Alpha Factory Racing Team Porsche 911 Cup car, got out ahead of them with the pit cycle. Now, let's actually find out that number 33 here had a 110-second compulsory pit stop time. She said the 28 had a 120-second compulsory stop time, so that will explain the change in position there between those two cars.
The problem I have with that is that the 991 Cup car's time in the lane is 1:52. So I'm concerned that maybe
That'll do just.
Well,
110 seconds is 1:50 seconds.
Well, is it static time though, Dan?
No, it's from pit entry to pit exit.
Well, then they've nailed it. They've gained 2 seconds on everyone else's stops because they've only been 2 seconds. Well, if they've got 110 seconds to do it, they've done 112. Whereas the other cars with 120 seconds to do it, 124, 125. So they've actually lost time in that cycle, even after you take it out. But we're actually going to have a race for the lead then coming our way. And then here comes that Porsche Cup car on the Lamborghini Huracan.
Well, interestingly, the 992 GT3 car here, which is currently got the fastest lap of the race, it's putting in here. That number 10 machine. Oh, apologies. No, sorry, that's the other 992 Cup car circulating around. There's two of them around, and I've just got. This is Fire Monkey Motorsport racing with the second of the Vitana PSC cars for 5th position as they race down the front stretch. 1 minute 40.9 for the Porsche versus 141.2 for the Lamborghini. So slight advantage in pace, and we can really see it here with the way they're racing each other here down the front stretch and up towards turn 2. And is he going to look for a move on the run to turn 5? As we wait for the footage to come here, he's going to get ahead and take the place. We haven't seen that yet today, but well, there you go.
Absurd! Absolute bravery, absolute stupidity. And I tell you what, Fire Monkey, that's absolutely the most apt teammate I've heard, because that looked like a monkey on fire in the rear view mirror of the Hurricane. The only problem is, I've got problems. You can't call a Fire Monkey green. You can't put a monkey on a car in green. That concerns me a little. Anyway, great move. Bravery, commitment, all of that, and required the yielding of the Hurricane. Both cars lived to fight on, but yeah, that was just about perfect. And I believe the Mercedes-Benz AMG's actually got past 4th position as well, so the 88 cars had an issue with their pit stop.
Yeah, 99 leads 88 now.
Just come out now.
Well, it was close, but pit window now closed. Will make that an interesting race there if we get a chance to see it again. As we're just looking at some of the comments here in the issue, and yeah, about sort of how the way that 77 Lamborghini is handling here, and the answer is yeah, it's definitely bumping around a little bit. You can see it's got some ride height on the front of it to try and probably combat the bumps, but even then, it is a car that was probably designed to play best, of course, on a nice smooth track. And when you come to a street circuit, especially one that's half repaved, it's definitely going to be a handful, to say the least. Bumps out of turn 2, and then you'll go over the hop there. Look at that in the rear axle as it jumps over the hill at turn 3. But that is going to be on the mind of the driver all race long. As look at the margin that the driver there of that number 10 in the Fire Monkey car has pulled in the process of getting past the 77 here.
We're going to have to keep an eye on up the road as well, because remember the 991 Evo car is now leading. He's just on a 42.050, 40.692 though by the Lamborghini Gallardo. So he's taking 1.5 seconds out of him a lap. And then you also add in that 40.916 for the first for the Lexus, 38.0 for the first of our 992 spec cars. So they're taking 2 seconds a lap out of the cars that are up the road from them. As this winds down to its conclusion of the final 22 minutes of this race, it's actually going to be incredibly tight, and you're going to have to get the moves done, and that's the key factor. Right? So the 33 machine, the 991 spec car, it's got control. I'm a fan of that, but I don't know for how long.
I mean, yeah, without a doubt. Can they hold on to it? Are they willing to fight for the lead? That is one of the big questions I would have to say that comes up from this race, because if they try and fight for the lead here, what happens is if that number 17 car can get its what's the word I'm looking for here? If the 17 can continue to gain at nearly 4 seconds a lap on the race leader here, we are going to see a 4-way fight for the race lead. As I'm just seeing that we might have some use from race control, and she might be of concern here. So it's in GTM.
Well, was it the 991 that spun its wheels coming out of the pit bay?
Unfortunately, I couldn't quite recall that.
It's either it's either the 33, it was the 17. It was definitely not the 10 car. I was reasonably certain it wasn't that liveried car. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's actually what they're investigating, or if it's the number of people in and around the car. Well, they're not investigating the Lexus. So that says to me that getting out the blower and actually keeping the intake functioning is actually fine, because I felt like if that was an issue, they probably would have investigated that straight away. Benefit of having only the 9 cars on track is that they can actually jump in and really investigate all bits and pieces of this, and they can dive into them quite deep, because they've got a lot of time to sort of break it down. There's no real pressure of the time on it, but that Lexus is under threat now, as here comes the 17.
Sure is. A 1 minute 37.8 for the number 17 Porsche 911 Cup car in 4th place versus a 1 minute 41.4 for that of Mude.
The 88's running slowly, down in T15.
I'm being told, T15. again, I can see it on our tracking screens, and yeah, these drivers will might catch up to it pretty soon here as we continue to watch this battle here.
Oh no, my apologies.
Another Vude wanted to hold on to the third place, but no more. 17 gets through, so that's one spot gain here since the pit stop. Watch these cars. So that will be Kuntadi aboard the car, given that a Chak started the race. And look how quickly he's running away there. In this car, he's clearly comfortable with the track, clearly comfortable with that car. Millimeters left in it there, Scott, at turn 16 through that left-hander on the exit.
He's pushing.
There.
I think he can sense a race victory in the offing in this one, and he's got to push hard to sort of get there. 19 minutes to go. Update on the 88 was a timing glitch. It was actually a timing glitch, so he is actually back out and circulating, because I was really concerned that the race leaders were down and right around him at turn 15 at the time that I was actually looking at it on the timing monitor as well. So it was a big concern, just timing glitch. Happens.
Yeah, it does. We have noticed on our timing screens, yeah, we sort of lose the cars slightly just after the hairpin at turn 6 for about 2 or 3 seconds, maybe even a little more. Hello! Right front tyre, Scott. That's come off.
Was it flat? I think he might have hit debris. He's flat.
Yeah, flat to the wrist. So the 33 of Jakrapan is going to hang on to the race lead. Second place now for Kuntadi. At a Vude to third. And we watch here the 28 Lamborghini of Akihiro. He can't even get it around the hairpin.
Oh, he can. He's just about. He's got it.
Oh, jeez.
That's well done.
Well, from an opening stint, that was fantastic. Yeah, punctured the right front somehow on something around this track. I mean, unfortunately for these guys, there has been a lot of, as we heard in the interview from earlier, just before this race started with Daniel Bilski at the circuit, we've got lots of sand blowing in over the track. The wind, you can actually see, does kick some stuff across the circuit, and these left-handers are going to be an absolute chore for this car to get back through. And that tyre is at risk of coming off of the rim here. It's going to have to go nice and slow to get this car back to the pits and be okay. Akihiro. So challenging for the race win, leading the opening stint, and unfortunately for Vitana, PSC Motorsport, it has come undone, and not in a good way.
Well, interesting to note is the car that actually gets the gift here is that 17 car, and probably the best reminder, sort of what can we talk about? How's it going for them? Well, they had the longest pit stop out of everyone in the GCM class, so that says to me that their driving combination's been so successful this season that they've had to be, clamped down on, and that pressure sort of added to them. That's a phenomenal job getting that 28 car back to pit lane, by the way. That was not an easy, worst portion of the track for that tyre to go flat, longest run back to pit lane, and that'll be their race done, basically.
I should be able to fit a tyre on that one at least, but yeah, unscheduled pit stop. It's going to indeed be quite costly. There you go. Fresh hand-cooked rubber being prepared.
Just the one.
For number 28. And yeah, it makes sense if all the other tyres are actually there, so they make sure good work team, making sure there's nothing else wrong with the car there before they just fit the new tyre on. So, yep. Get the tyre changed, get the air jack back out, fire that car back up, and get back out on track and lose as little time as possible after losing so much already in the first place. And see here are your leaders. That car could even be at risk of going a lap down with how long and how difficult it was to get that car back.
I think he will.
See here, the 33 is going to come around 18 and 19 with the 17 right behind Jakrapan versus Kuntadi. The two Porsche cars, 991 generation versus 992 generation. Just under 16 and a half minutes to go here in Supercar GTM and GT4. And it's brewing. Jakrapan joins the 1 minute 39 club. Kuntadi slows down to 1 minute 37, but I mean, in saying that's still 2 seconds difference on the last lap. We'll see here what that 992 car can do, because it's gone as low as a 1 minute 36.8 in this race already so far.
Well, now I've sort of got my eyes on the 10, the other 992 car as well, because he's still doing 138s at the moment. So he's going to race up on the back end of the 24 car. But But the problem is, I mean, there's such a wide margin between those cars at the moment. There's 24 seconds, but I think there's probably enough time for that one. So don't see that third place is actually locked in yet. Oh, he's already defending.
Yeah, just that little bit of a defensive line, but it's enough. You can see there. Oh my goodness, yeah, Cantadie is so much more confident on the exit of turn 8 to go up towards the wall on the left side of the circuit there. On that particular one out of the monument, looks like it's going to be advantage Jacques Raffin. Gets a slightly better drive there, with clear vision, able to spot his marks for the exit of the monument, but then down here to 15, it's just, yeah, Cantadie just catches back up that margin, and they're closing in on our second place in GT4, which is a long way back, 27 seconds for the B-Quik car. That dropped so far back, but we'll worry about that when they catch the car, because here's the first attempt at taking the race lead off the 33, outside of 18, but that sets up a nice straight run off of 19, and the slipstream to boot down the front straight away. Here comes a move for the race lead, surely, Scott, and is he going to defend the outside of one or the inside of one? The answer is outside defense, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, he's going to go the long way round from Falfong, but he's not going to hang on to it. The 17's so superior. He's in deep. He's on the dirty side of the road. He pulls it up, gets it away from him. It's going to be the move for the race lead. Over and done with. 17. Well, new race leader Natachak has managed to grab that one away.
Yeah, nice clean maneuver. Does now get stuck in behind the 88 B-Quik car, which will have Chan on aboard that one there. But doesn't seem to hurt them too much. The 991 car there. Jacques Raffin trying to get round the hairpin at turn 6. That was a bit of a struggle there, but keeps it out of the wall at least. That was close though, and now has to try and get up the inside of the 88. More contact again. This time it's the GTM making contact with the GT4 rather than the other way around, but it's the same GT4 Scott getting involved. And that will now give the 17 quite the free kick as they head off. Although everyone's okay, at the very least, just a little bit of light contact, it seems, to disturb them all on that lap.
Well, I'm now concerned for the 33 car, whether or not there's damage to that rim on the left front end of the car. Unloaded, obviously with an anti-clockwise circuit, your right side tires are actually going to be a lot more loaded around here. But either way, they just, I mean, you didn't need it. The concern there for the 33 is that they've got to then hold off the cars that are coming at them from behind. I mean, he ran a 43.8 on the last lap, so he lost 3 seconds. The margin is 8.5 seconds. Another couple of ones of those, and you may be looking at not even a 4th place finish, because the cars behind are coming 37.693 in the previous lap for the 10th. They're just about, oh no!
Oh my goodness. Cantadie, after such an incredible run.
So there's something on the road.
A flat left.
There's something on the road down there at turn 1. There is absolutely debris on the road down there at turn 1. They're going to have to make sure this track is clean before they release the GT3s on it.
Yeah, my word. And, going to have a hard time with the right hand. And there you go. The 28 car, which we can confirm actually did go down a lap in the process of coming in for that pit stop for repairs, or pit stop to fix the tyre. Oh boy, this is going to be a really painful lap here. Natachak actually, as far as I am aware, Scott, started that race in the car, unless they didn't do a driver swap, and in case it might still be...
No, they would have had to have done a driver swap there.
It should be Cantadie aboard the car. But, oh my goodness, they are going to be...
True. It's odd with a field of this size. It's odd to see 2 go. So that says to me that there was actually something hanging off the back end of the tire, the back end of the guard there. So I reckon there's debris on the road, and the Lamborghini hitting it, going in the same spot, basically just confirms to me debris. Look, the other side of the coin is, I mean, it could be overheating the tires. They absolutely could be pushing those tires a little bit too hard. They were going extremely fast in that 992 car, but yeah, more than likely, my first port of call is absolutely debris on the road at turn 1.
That would be the case. Then again, it could be further back in the lap, because it's possible the puncture is, because it's not ripping the tires apart.
Hang on.
Whatever it is. you're seeing something potentially.
No, we're okay. We're okay for now. We're still cracking on at the moment. Yeah. So just bear with me. I think there's more going on. And don't forget that 33 car.
Look at that there in the background. A shot. The second of the Porsche 992 Cup cars.
The Fire Monkey entry.
The Fire Monkey Motorsport entry. The number 10 has not had an incident on the way up to turn 5, and as a result, safety car boards and flags will come out for this Supercar GTM and GT4 race. And dear, oh dear me, that car was on an absolute tear. As you said, Scott, doing laps in the 1 minute 36 or 1 minute 37 bracket, and has come off the road for some reason on the run up to turn 6, and it will mean that we need to go to a safety car once again.
Well,
we wait to find out what happened here.
That's the first right-hander after going through turn 1. So whether or not there was a cut on that tyre, there's a slow leak, and they get down through turn 2, turn 3, which are both left-handed. Turn 2, obviously, quite a sharp left-hander, but then turn 3 is sort of a kink, and then it's just up and across the top of the hill. And as he's going to turn into turn 5, the car's just gone straight on.
Yeah. That's the presumption of what's happened here. It's a shame. Hopefully, there'll be a chance of a replay coming from the local production team. But
I would.
Yeah, it's a big question because who knows? It is in a bit of a blind spot for the cameras as well. We have the cameras that look up from turn 3 towards turn 5, and then we've got that camera there at turn 6 that picked up the car.
See that on the road?
Yeah, Lamborghini, I was going to say, it's a bit odd that a Lamborghini punctured its front right and the Porsche punctured its front left, but it's just a case of where you drive, perhaps, and this could be, I guess, a chance perhaps for, marshals, once they've got all the cars bunched up behind the safety car here, to do something about it, as...
Could be the same bit of debris too, Dan. Like the other thing to consider is that if the Lamborghini's hit it and it's hit it further back, he's picked it up and then dropped it on the road closer down to turn 2, which has moved where it was on the road as well. The 17's then picked it up and shifted it further down the road, and then all of a sudden the 10 hits it as well. So I mean, it depends. We've had so much of the lower class racing down there. There was so much bumping and grinding in the compacts and the Yaris's as well on that front straight. So would not surprise me in the slightest if there is some debris down there. You've got to get the brooms out. You've got to get the brooms out before the GT3s come out.
Yeah, we probably do need to see the track swept to try and get it in the best state possible for that one. Because they have two cars independent of each other in the same area of the track. Have tyre fails. Speaking of which, were the guys in that 992 Cup car, the Kantahi, the AAS Motorsport car, where are they at the moment? Have they been able to actually get into the pits before all of this happened? Because I'm not... yes, they did. Yep. Probably can actually see it on my timing. Pit 2. So yeah, they got that pit stop done and get a tyre replaced on that car, but it means that they're now stuck a lap down behind your top 3 who have been able to avoid issues so far. But it means it's your Alpha Factory Racing team by Polestar 991 generation Porsche Cup car leads the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus RCF in second, and the Patana PSC Motorsport Huracan Super Trofeo in third place in the number 77. Clock ticks down, and we've got about 7 minutes left to go if they can get that car recovered up at turn 5 for the number 10. Otherwise, we might be ending this race under yellow. It is a tricky spot to get the car out.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about. Whether or not I didn't really see a relief section of the road there where they can ping it around, and with going down into that hairpin, there's not going to be much space to sort of remove it either side of the track. We don't have an update on the pit lane procedure breach potentially affecting the 33. So just because it's under safety car, and when we're sitting here and saying, yeah, we're probably going to be likely ending on a safety car, that order could change. Yeah, I mean, if they get pinged post-race penalty, theoretically, that would put them to the back of this lap. Just with how everything's caught up under the safety car. So they effectively go from P1. The worst they can finish if they get pinged, say 40 seconds post race, or I'm just throwing arbitrary numbers at it now, is P3. So just due to those tyre failures.
Yeah, it does. It has mixed the field up there and changed things indeed. Also noting, of course, here we have the order currently very mixed up. The fact that, our race leader is behind the safety car, but then we have that number 17 AAS Motorsport Porsche Cup car second on the road when it's actually in fourth place for position. You then have P2 there in the Lexus. We then have a GT4 leader followed by the Lamborghini. So we've got our cars all over the shop here at the moment. And in fact, how's this? That Porsche Cayman is not the GT4 leader. It's second in GT4 after the pit stops and everything. The Supra there behind the Gallardo is third. Your GT4 leader is the Mercedes at the back of the train. And it's just been given a free kick and then some, I think, into potentially lapping the competition here. But look at them there. Look at them there, still on the front straight. Most of the cars, ducking out left and right. Definitely something there just before the double yellow lines start on the front straightaway here in towards turn number 1. So with all the cars now packed up behind the safety car, it would be really important to try and, as I said, get the track cleaned up as best as possible, either before the end of this one or before we see the GT3 cars out on track for their race to finish things off today.
Just with how this race and this day has gone, I'm glad I had a shave this morning, Dan, because otherwise all my hair would be standing on end.
Is that so now? I mean, definitely had some moments. You're not wrong. It's made for an interesting day, to say the least. But a good day, that's for sure. And it's coming to its closes.
There's a reason that I take up amateur comedy on race broadcasts. It's because I probably wouldn't make much of a comedian, but at least I can make a commentator. Red flag. This race has been red flag. I don't think they won't resume. So would be my understanding of it. Yeah, look at the cleanup that's required up there. There's no way they get this race back underway.
Yeah, flatbed truck out on the track to recover the number 10.
That's the right call.
And we did see a race yesterday finish under safety car, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, unless this is so they can red flag the race and potentially get a 2-lap resumption in here. As there we go, red flag comes up on your screens here, but odds are with 3 minutes to go with the red flag being called, we will see the rest of this. There we go. On the front straightaway, vehicles heading out, and also a bit of a suggestion from producer Jay Kennedy, who's here with us in Australia, that there might be some damage up to the fence at turn 5 that we haven't seen it, because we still don't know how the number 10 ended up there and exactly what happened to it. It's possible, but there you go. Down in the pit lane, the Alpha Factory Racing Team by Pulsar members, this red flag for them is good signs, and they're quite happy with it. And indeed, being reminded that if we actually look to our timing screens, the race clock is still counting down despite the fact that we are under red flag conditions. So this isn't the race clock is not stopped for the red flag, which means that we most definitely will be done here with the GTM and GT4 cars today on Saturday.
Just having a quick look at when we got that message of what's going on with the car 33 pit stop procedure. It was about 20 minutes ago. It was actually bang on 20 minutes ago, 2 seconds ago. That says to me that you wouldn't investigate a pit stop procedure for 20 minutes. Either you go down there, you have a quick look at it, and you pit stop procedures you generally look at and you're like, yep, no, done. They're really easy, right? Because were you picking up a tool? Were you working on the car at a point during the pit stop where you're actually not allowed to be doing that sort of thing? It's pretty clear cut. So I would say the 33 is okay. I would say they're actually going to be our race leader.
Yeah, I think so too. The fact that the team's celebrating in the pit lane now that the red flag's been called makes me also think that, despite the fact we haven't had confirmation from race control on the live timing message board that there's no further action with regards to that investigation for the number 33 Porsche, I would think the team wouldn't be celebrating like that if they didn't think, or if there was any doubt as to the race result. As we're about just over a minute and a half left officially on the clock, but that will do us here in Supercar, GTM and GT4. So just waiting for the timer to count down as we watch here and see all the fantastic fans here at Bang Sun, and the field pulls into the pit lane here to conclude things for their race surely here. It's quite interesting, is it? Because it's a 40km/h pit speed limit, of course, given how small and tight things are, they have to really slow the cars down. We'll see them actually head all the way down, as you see here, the pit stall tent's end, and actually see how far down, or in fact, they're actually being potentially even sent, Scott, straight off of the out of the pit lane, and they're heading off already to where those cars are going to be put up overnight, given that their racing action is done for the evening.
Yeah, well, we've got what? So we've got till we're supposed to run through till 5:45 local time. Oh, sorry, that's 5:45 our time. My apologies.
So right about now.
Yeah, we got about 10 minutes or so before we run through to the grid walk for the Supercar GT3 sec, and then that itself is another 5 to 10 minutes before we'll actually see the GT3 cars on track and confirmation of those race results. I mean, I'm curious that it doesn't actually say official race results, but Phao Feng and Jack Rafan are going to take the win in that 991 Evolution Porsche Cup car. Second place is going to go away to Natavude in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Lexus, and Saravat and Afik are going to take out P3 in the Vitana PSC Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan. 3 separate manufacturers on the podium.
It is indeed, and very different cars, absolutely, but some good diversity there, that's for sure. As we then have a look here at the results in GT4, and it's Nutanid and Decathlon in the Mercedes-Benz AMG for YK Motorsports BBR. In fact, you can see they're taking a pretty comfortable lead there, or actually any very comfortable win ahead of Yaro and Chanon and Sutapong and Nutapong in B-Quik Absolute Racing, and then the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailanders. Now, unfortunately, before their car came unstuck with a failed tyre, a 1 minute 36.8 for the number 17 pairing of Chuck and Kanta D. As we have a look there's a nice shot actually, I believe just past the pit lane, I believe. Unfortunately, haven't seen this angle before today, Scott, as we zoom on down towards the pit lane is the case, but as a result, as always, highlights here from the GTM and GT4 race here at Bang Sen for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. Once again, plenty of energy on the pit lane from all the drivers, but when the racing gets going, it gets fierce pretty quickly. That Lamborghini Gallardo, super quick off the start and proved its worth here as we saw the fighting second on back. Here's actually a bit of on board, which was at racing speeds, which you didn't quite get a chance to see, unfortunately, but then things would get pretty interesting pretty quick as the drivers tried to sort themselves out. That Ford Mustang Mark car, unfortunately, would be the first to get trouble, but yeah, as I said, this 28 Lamborghini checked off into the sunset, and the first trouble of the day with some multi-class contact at turn 15.
That wasn't a heavy hit, so I'm still of the feeling that there is either a fail point built in there or something else was going on with that Mark car, unfortunately. So either way, they didn't do a whole bunch of laps here this afternoon. Safety car number 1. And then the Lamborghini Gallardo took back over of the race, ran away from the Lexus, albeit all the way up until the pit stops. In the meantime, I tell you what, those wheels look fantastic on that Lamborghini Gallardo. 35 kilometers an hour at that hairpin. And on that smoke coming out of the back end of that car. Still think that's fluid. Still no confirmation on what that one was. That is your race winner that was there in that shot. They were third place coming into the pit stops. Coming out the other side of the pit stops, they had the race lead. It all began in earnest. Drivers jumping out, drivers jumping in, tyre changes, settle things down, get yourself ready, get yourself set. And it was the 17 Porsche that we saw actually pulling out of its pit stall aggressively. It wasn't the 32. That was the issue. That right there on screen was what they were talking about. In qualifying spec, 45-degree angle into your pit stall. In race mode, you've got to be in parallel. That's what the infringement they'd be looking at. I hope they got that thing straightened out before they started working on it. The 17 got down the inside of the Lexus and set off in pursuit of the 33 of Phao Feng. And that changed things for both of those cars. The Lamborghini Gallardo, flat front right tyre, just barely gets through the turn 6 Monkey Hill hairpin. And a long run back round to the pits. And eventually strap one new front right tyre on that thing and send it. Just go, yep, we've got to do what we can do.
Ooh, and that's a shot we didn't get to see during live, which damaged the inside of the tyre. And then meanwhile, out on the track, the number 17 AAS Motorsport Porsche 992 Cup car got to the lead, but only momentarily there as it passed the 33, and then our second safety car deployed for the number 10 Fire Monkey Motorsport 992 Cup car, which unfortunately would see the end of the racing action here as they then circulated around behind the safety car with a damage to the fence and the recovery of that car going to require extensive repairs to wrap things up here in our second last race of the day, Scott.
Yeah, it's on to the GT3 action next, and we'll have about 10-15 minutes before we throw over to that one. And we will have the opportunity to allow the track officials to repair the walls. Going to throw it back to some ads and take a little bit of a break before we will be back in just about 10 minutes' time. We've got a couple of interviews to bring your way before we throw over to the action. We will have the Marcus Winkelhock interview coming your way. But before that, we'll head into Hot Lap. We've got the Ben Bourdais from Aston Martin, and then we've got an interview with Marcus Winkelhock. That'll take us all the way through the grid walk. We'll be back with you in a few moments' time.
Hi, I'm Daniel Bilski. Let me take you for a lap of Bangsen in the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. It's a super challenging track with 20 corners and plenty of bumps and jumps to master. Let's go. Fifth gear, flat out, 240. Looking for your brake marker at about 100 for the uphill braking zone. Road's cambered, hug the wall to the right. This camber helps you slow the car down. Late apex for turn 2. Watch the exit bumps, get good traction, then position the car for the jumps. 1, 2, car goes light, full throttle. 170 down here through Monkey Hill. Use the whole track width, get ready for the next big braking zone. Flow the car in, watch the exit wall, get ready to drop into the hairpin. First gear, 35 k's an hour, get the rotation, pin the throttle, ready for the big long back straight. Maximum attack through here, a lot of time to make up on the exit of the hairpin if you get good drive and stay away from the bumps. Getting ready for the next big break, about 100 metres. Now, hard brake, first gear, use all the track width, flow the car in, short shift to second, kissing the walls, get ready for the monument, big commitment, here, pin the throttle. Let the car run wide, big bump on the entry to the next curve, full throttle through here if you dare. Getting ready for a short braking zone from 200, brake hard, second gear, flow the car in, watch the exit wall, watch the bumps, trying to get maximum traction. Careful on the entry to the next corner, you can flow very wide, very close to this exit wall, big bump on the exit. Spot your braking marker for the hotel, 100 metres, V the corner, first apex, get the rotation, second apex, pin the throttle. Hug, turn 20 all the way around to the front straight. A lot of time to lose here if you lose traction over the bumps. Hold it flat, let the car settle, run it to the line. That's a lap of the Bangsen Grand Prix.
Hope you enjoyed the lap there of the Bangsen Grand Prix circuit with Daniel Bilski in 2022. In one of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8 GT3s, which we will see on track shortly as well. As we also said before we cut to that lap, we have a couple of interviews that we've been able to source from the track this weekend. First of which, we're going to listen to an interview by Daniel from Ben Bourdais, global head of Aston Martin Racing Sales here at the circuit. Let's hear what he had to say about the weekend and the racetrack.
Well, here we are at Bangsen. I'm with Ben Bourdais, Global Head of AMR Sales. Ben, welcome to Bangsen. How's it been so far, and how's everything look?
Well, to be honest, it's been really hot. That's the first point, but the atmosphere is electrifying, really. All the competitors, the public, the fan are delighted to be here. So am I. It's great to leave Europe and to come again to Thailand. I've missed it very much. So really happy to be here and looking forward to a great event.
And for Aston Martin as a brand, Thai Super Series, obviously you have a presence here with the GT3 and in future with GT4. From a customer and support point of view, how important is the series?
Well, I mean, it's a great series. Personally, I kept an eye on it for the past few years, and it's been terrific to see the growth. Congratulations to Brida, who's done a cracking job. So yeah, indeed, we have Hyperninja with a GT3 here. So our distributor MSA are here in force with a spares container on every single event. And we also have the boys back in the factory in England helping for engine maps, so on and so forth, make sure that the car runs properly and has maximum performance. The region is exciting. There's so much growth in the area. And TSS happens to be right in this very vibrant region. So I see a lot of growth long term. And beyond the growth and the business, I see race wins coming up even more. It started last year in Singapore, but I see more coming, hopefully, and a bit of fun along the way, really.
Fantastic. Well, look, best of luck for this weekend, and thanks for joining.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was conversation between Daniel Bielski and Ben Bordier, head of Aston Martin Racing.
Okay, here we are.
Now we'll move on to Milkenhock.
Sport factory driver Marcus Winkelhock. First time in Bang Sen, first time experiencing racing by the beach. Marcus, practice sessions and qualifying done. What's your impressions so far?
Yeah, absolutely crazy, this track. It's I'm a big fan of city tracks anyway, so I was really looking forward to come over here. Everybody I spoke to, which was driving here before, was like telling me how nice it is, and I have to say it's even nicer. So no, I'm really enjoying every lap I did so far, and yeah, I like it. You know, there's no track limits. The track limit is the wall, and this kind of circuit actually I like. So yeah, I really enjoy every lap, as I said.
So you've raced in just about every GT big event in the world. How does this location compare to everything else you've done?
Actually, it's probably the most special location I've ever raced. You know, I have raced on many different places, nice places, but this is really next level. It's like, yeah, I think you have to be here. You cannot describe it in words. I think this is, yeah, really for sure in the top three. Probably the best racetrack I've ever driven. But you know, what's the track like, and also the location like.
I guess it's a bit special hopping out of the car, grabbing a coconut and standing on the beach afterwards.
No, you won't get this at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, for example. There you are freezing your ass off if you get out of the car normally, but here, yeah, it's as I said, it's very, very special here. Everything, the location, the racetrack, and also the coconuts getting out of the car.
Competitive field, what's your expectations for the race?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was a little bit struggling in qualifying. I'm still in the first row, P2. It's not too bad, but my aim was putting it on pole, which I missed by 0.3 of a second, unfortunately. But to be honest, I think my target is to keep P2. Maybe I can gain one position at the start, but I think if I bring back the car in P2, I think it's the most realistic thing, because it's very difficult to overtake in generally. So, and I wanna keep the car in one piece. So this is the main target for the race.
Perfect. Well, best of luck for the races, and we'll chat to you again after the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. So interviews with quite a number of drivers coming through there as well. Marcus Winkelhock, right among them, obviously known right the world over for his love of racing, his love of cars, his love of the Nürburgring, and just generally, apparently, street circuits, which I didn't know about Marcus Winkelhock there, Dan.
Pardon me there, Scott, but no, definitely a great chance to hear a candid little interview there from Marcus. Big thanks to Daniel Bielski, who's on the ground in Thailand, helping us out. Part of the B-Quik Absolute Racing team, and whilst I believe he's not racing in this one, I should find the entry list before I say that and speak out loud. That is correct. Yeah, there are 4 cars from B-Quik Absolute Racing this weekend. They are going to be the dominant presence on the grid here in Thailand Supercar GT3. Speaking of which, it is now finally time for the grid walk to begin. It looks like here, with the local production crew and team down on the ground for the Thai audience, and yeah, chance to see these cars in action. We do have 4 different GT3 cars represented here this weekend. Got a Lexus RCF in the hands of Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Set the 4 Audi R8 GT3 Evos with B-Quik Absolute Racing. We have ourselves that Aston Martin Vantage GT3, which is here with a team called Viper Nizza Racing. And then last but not least, Singha Motorsport Team Thailand, bringing Ferrari 488 GT3 to the party. And it'll be a total of 7 cars on the grid for this one here. As it looks like got some decent merch out down on the at the trackside here, Scott, for the fans who are able to make it, who are local to the scene.
Yeah, well, the Bongsen Grand Prix, I mean, obviously we've already talked about how important it is, get your sunnies. We talk about the drivers actually with their visors earlier on today. Yeah, fans, you don't have a helmet on, you might want to grab yourself a pair of sunglasses. That'll definitely help. A little bit of a conversation going on in the background as well. We've just sort of been talking to our team local over there. From the B-Quik team, all of their drivers, all the GT3 drivers are actually in and a part of the GT3 series, actually work at the B-Quik service centers within Thailand. So one of the coolest things that you can actually do is get your car serviced by an actual GT3 race car driver. But from a driver's perspective, it's actually really, really important for them because they can learn more about the cars. Obviously, growing up, if you're going to be a successful race car driver, you've got to come through all the tuning formulas. You're generally going to learn a lot more about that. But the fact that these guys are actually mechanics, get down there, get their hands dirty, it means a lot because they know a lot more about their cars, a lot more that they can extract out of them. They know, they can ask for little bits and pieces out of their engineers, but they can also get on the tools and actually help out there as well. So, that's a unique experience. Could you imagine going to a V8 supercar race, roll up in your car, and asking Shane Van Gisbergen to change your tires for you?
Not quite, no. Doesn't quite have this. When you say it plainly like that, yeah, it doesn't quite seem to ring out that way at the very least. And it's certainly not meant to be anything negative about Shane. I mean, yeah, very much a race car driver through and through in the many disciplines that he's tried, and
a new one for him this weekend too.
To that. Indeed, yes. I'm hoping I'll be able to get a chance to wake up on Monday morning and see it live. Given over on the streets of Chicago, in NASCAR Cup Series here with that Project 91 and Trackhouse Racing initiative. That will be hopefully something. I'll need to probably find a friend, as it were, to watch that one with. Hopefully, it also require me waking up on a little bit early from home, but. This is what we were talking about earlier here, but the fact that the pit lane is basically on the beach. Here's some excellent footage of that here from trackside as they're walking down here around this sort of paddock area that they create for the Bongsen Grand Prix. And yeah, we've got beach to cameras left here, and the pit lane is just off to cameras right, and plenty of wonderful people here from the community able to set up stalls and little tents here. It seems plenty of things for the visitors to be able to check out and see for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about the race car action. It's about all the fun and whatnot. Whenever you go a track right the world over, you're not just going to the track. You're going, particularly when you go to a city like Bangsan, you're taking in everything that's going on around it. You're going for the music, you're going for the festivities, and this is a motorsports festival, which means you're not just going there for one day, you're going for a couple of weeks. I'd love to be down there. I mean, we haven't got our coconuts yet, Dan. So I'm going to have a minor whinge here about this gig at the moment. No coconuts, no coffee, no hot chips up here in the booth. There's no nothing. We're doing it rough. I want to be down there. I want a little bit of sand in my hair, breeze flowing. I want some live coffee. I want some live music, Dan.
Well, maybe that's something to add to the bucket list if we do a really good job, and then we ask Speed Cafe really nicely if they want some actual presents next year. There you go. Well, we'll write that one down. We'll fold that away, hide that away, and do our best job with it here.
There's going to be clips of me come next year of I want a coconut.
Next year, that's generous. I'm sure someone will have the clip ready for you tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, yeah. You guys all out in chat are all going to be like, oh, yeah, you've got this clip of Scott now. Every time I show up to an event, it's going to be coconut ranking. There you go. There's a new one.
You said it, not me. So, look, that's you've put yourself in that position. You're clearly keen. I mean, I guess you could always prepare a coconut at home, per se. That's always a possibility, I guess. But I'll have to leave that one up to you, I think.
Mate, how many racing events have you been to? Because like I'm always in the food. Okay, it's not even racing events. I'm in the food booth no matter where you take me. But it's always important. Don't forget as well, competitions are always you always get yourself some free merch as well. It was actually Dan Bilski was actually updating us. They're actually selling out of the B-Quik gear at the moment over in Thailand. So they're going to have to get some more brought in, but they're doing really, really well. And B-Quik, I mean, it's the same thing for us as a lot of our local brands here, except in Thailand. It's about supporting it from the ground up, but they've got a lot of cultural support and whatnot over there. You can see, Dan, I'm having fun with this. You got to get into the festivities, my friend.
Oh, he says that like I'm not getting into it. I'm just maybe a little more subtle about things at the moment, and just trying, I guess, still. First time out with one of these things. Make sure I don't do anything too crazy, such as getting here. But look, I mean, I've had the chance to go to several events, obviously here in Australia, and yeah, I don't quite get. I think I've seen quite the same feeling as I get the chance to see here, at least at Bang Sen, as it sounds like, based on the way that we've wrapped up that interview there, not too far away from heading to the grid. For our Thailand Supercar GT3 drivers here to wrap up this evening's racing. As one more hour of action on circuit for the Bang Sen Grand Prix.
That's actually
Saturday coverage.
Convenient that we get that shot down. That's actually one of the shots I wanted to see before we went back racing. It does actually look like they've had the sweepers out there and they've actually been doing some extensive work trying to make sure there's no debris on that run down the straight. Confirmation coming in from the drivers of that GTM GT4 race. There was debris on the circuit on the front straight. So we're assuming that those tires have gone down at this stage just due to the delamination and the damage that was actually on that tire. We're thinking it was actually debris that cut those tires down. So there you go. Somebody said something I really hear. I don't hear it from my wife. You've got two right today, Scott. Great job.
Well, thankfully, there aren't too many things we can sort of get that wrong. Some would say, with respect to observations of what's going on track. And I mean, as I said, it's an interesting one because, it's windy. But at the same time, that wind doesn't quite get the track. Yet at the same time, we're definitely seeing leaves and debris, and the fact that we're next to the beach, there's possibly
Look at
sand
those cars
blowing around. I can see a couple of classics down there in a mix with a couple of more modern speakers. That up there, by the way, that was near turn 15. In case you didn't spot that, there's another one of the wonderful grandstands here at the Bang Sen Grand Prix, and it looks like there we go. Starting to notice that they're on camera. Appreciate the smiles and waves, everyone. You can make sure to look left as well. As what can we see? Anything we can pick out in particular from that list? I'm having unfortunately, a bit of a hard time myself, but
I can't pick out anything particular. I'm wondering whether or not that's something, that car that they're all crawling around at the moment. That's something iconic. I can't tell if it's a Nissan. It might look like a Nissan GTR from overhead, actually. Just having a quick look at that. The other thing, it was maybe a Supra was potentially thing, but it looked more like a Nissan GTR from the overhead shot.
Questions indeed, which will probably go unanswered, unfortunately. As continue to watch out more of the track again. There we go. More fans and spectators. There we go. You found the camera. Yes, there we go. Excellent spotting there from the young lady there in the grandstands. Because they're all mostly looking at the screens, and I think she went and saw the camera, just like, and bang, right on that. There indeed. There we go. Cars down on the grid and getting ready for the start of the final race of the day here at Bang Sen for the Thailand Supercar GT3. Race start is in about 13 minutes time from now. So we're getting into the grid walk phase to get ready for actually, I got that completely wrong. I was looking at tomorrow's. That's an absolute dunce from me. No, the answer is scheduled race start is in about 2-3 minutes tops. So we are not far away as our local Thai team are down on the ground looking at the cars on the grid and getting ready to have one final chat to the drivers perhaps before they head out on track.
Welcome to Thailand Super Series and Thailand Bang Sen Street Circuit. But is this the first time for come here? Yes. How do you feel about this?
It's quite challenging and very exciting track.
Strategy. How do you strategy and plan or to race in this circuit?
Yeah, because me and my teammate, we got the first row, so
Yes.
We should have a fair start, and let's see who gonna got the T1. Yeah.
So basically, they have you have the drive with Logan, right? But today, Logan, where is he?
Lorcan. Yeah.
Oh, hey, hello. Is he the first time to come here, right?
Yeah. My teammate also first time here.
All right, just let's question the leave comment to Thai people to cheering up you, to supporting you.
Yeah, thank you. My teammate is also a very impressive driver. Yeah, let's fight for the victory.
ครับโอเค best of luck ก็คริสเตียนก็บอกว่าเขาก็เป็นครั้งแรกในการมาที่นี่นะครับกับทีมเมทเขานั่นเองนะครับลอแกนฮันนาฟินนะครับซึ่งเขาบอกว่าก็ตั้งใจที่จะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วครับแล้วก็แน่นอนนะครับกับครั้งแรกนี้เชียร์เขาด้วยนะเพราะว่า
That was actually quite important to sort of get that one out of there. So Lorcan's actually out of Great Britain as well, coming over to race in the 27 car. But that car, damn, was in pieces after qualifying 2. Qualifying 1, obviously very, very quick in qualifying 1, but qualifying 2 ended up in an accident, and they were working extensively to get the front end of that car fixed. They haven't run since they've repaired that car either, so we're not going to get any sort of good reading on where that car's situated until they actually get back out on track. They did have the whole front end of the car off. They were working quite extensively on a lot of the bars and the supporting chassis structure was where they were actually concerned with that car. I believe it was actually coming off of turn 15 was actually where they had the incident, sort of swung it around in between turn 15 and turn 16. Big moment on the power and swung around and hit the inside barrier. So it was all right on the left-hand front section, but they had the thing in pieces. So that'll make for an interesting moment on the run down to turn 1.
That will, yeah. As you said, I'm just I've just gone back and had a double check at the schedule. Yeah, Thailand Supercar GT3, the drivers and cars here for this race, so they haven't been out on track since yesterday morning, local time that is. It's approaching, or just gone 3:10 p.m. Here at Bang Sen. They were last out on track at about 11:40 a.m. to about 12 p.m. Local time. So yeah, things are going to definitely be a little different for them. More racing is always good. Hopefully a bit more rubber down on the road to help these drivers out and help them get a bit more grip out of the car. But yeah, especially for that 27, as you say, when having to do such an extensive rebuild to the front of that B-Quik Absolute Racing entry to be in a position to...
Dan. I've got an update for you. If you have a look at your rain forecast, we're scheduled to get a mild shower in about half an hour.
Well,
across the entirety of Bang Sen. Across the entirety of Bang Sen. And it's due to last right through to about 4:30 local time. So we've got about an hour and a half. So it's that shower should last about 45 minutes or so, 45 minutes an hour. So it'll be the second half of the race.
I did feel a little bit burned by forecast saying showers that didn't end up eventuating. I'm just waiting to see if my radar will tell me. So apparently on mine, I'm seeing blank. Just interesting there.
Okay.
So, look, who knows? I might have bad radar.
I'm looking at
no. I take that back. My radar updated, and yes, that's a lot of rain coming in from the southwest with those winds.
Yeah, there it is.
So if it finally delivers, that is going to indeed change the race quite a bit. You're not wrong. Yeah, so it looks like it might start gathering about 20, 30 kilometers southwest of the track in this opening part of the race, and then it's going to sweep on in, probably right around that pit stop time. So timing that right to make sure you do one stop only and you get on the right tire for the weather, that's going to be really important.
So these guys are about 5-10 minutes away from actually rolling out. So it's probably going to start raining right around the start of the race. Probably within the first 5 to 10 minutes, actually, based upon my math. Having said that, I failed math at school, so...
Okay, that's probably not something you want to admit to when we're talking about time to rain. I'm going to say, looking on the radar, earliest time that we get rain is in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We should be racing...
It'll be before the stop, though.
Yeah, that is, with the race, unfortunately, we're a little bit behind the scheduled start as the drivers and teams are just about to finish getting ready to get underway here at Bang Sen for the Thailand Supercar GT3 race. But yeah, rain here in 20 minutes. They maybe get about 10 minutes racing in at this stage, and that's going to make for interesting because if they all have to come in for wet tires, that's going to be simply a game of who can do the fastest pit stop here this evening. Because of course there is no requirement. As we will actually listen into another pit lane interview here.
How do you feel in this race?
I think everybody who races in Bang Sen feel a little bit nervous.
I think all of
everybody. I think, but also exciting. So, I mean, we're gonna make. I think maybe not a big grid, but we're gonna do a good show. We're gonna make a fantastic race. I think. So we're gonna enjoy it. We'll make a good show for the public.
Yes ก็คือก็บอกว่าทุกๆคนก็ต้องมีความรู้สึกว่าเนวัสก็คือตื่นเต้นบ้างนะบอกว่าผมก็บอกว่าเป็นทุกๆคนแหละครับแล้วก็แน่นอนครับก็คุณเฮงก็อยากให้ฝากว่าการขับขี่นี้เนี่ยก็คือก็ทำโชว์ให้มันออกมาดีที่สุดอ่ะก็คืออย่าทำให้มันเกิดความผิดพลาดอะไรกัน Okay let's question leave a comment to Thai people to supporting you
Yeah well I mean there's a lot of people out here of course a lot of people watching but basically everybody I mean supporting us supporting all the other teams I mean we all love motorsport
Okay
we all love motorsport so I hope you all have a great weekend in Bang Sen and we hope we have a great race and we're going to have a lot of fun
Okay best of luck ครับขอบคุณครับผมขอบคุณครับขอบคุณเฮงกิ้งนะครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ support นะครับก็คือให้การสนับสนุน
That's actually coming in from Hank. That's actually the owner and the CEO of B-Quik. So he's just such a big supporter of racing, of cars, of everyone getting out there and having fun. So I mean, those words certainly mirror that. I mean, out of the B-Quik squad, probably not the fastest car coming out of the B-Quik squad, but it doesn't matter. They're out there, they're racing, and they're having fun down. And again, I think it meshes with the culture and the energy of the event.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have. Actually, should look if I can try and grab for everyone.
Whenever we raced here before, it was slightly
but
cooler.
Another interview
because it's just second time to come here to.
No, the first time in the GT3.
Time? Really?
First time GT3, but before we raced in TCR.
Oh, all right.
So we did 3 or 4 races here before.
All right.
Yeah. So
how do you have a strategic plan?
Strategic plan?
Yes.
Flat out.
All
the way. Flat out.
Really?
Yes. No. I think we. With the track condition, I think we have to be a bit cautious, especially when we are on new tires. So we'll see.
Yes. All right. Talk about the turn. We have the 20 turn. You see here. How do you think about the challenge you turned?
Yeah, I think all the turns are very challenging, especially like turn 5 when you're going down braking. Now the turn 8 and 9 is a bit challenging as well with all the
and
gravel.
15, right?
Yes, and 15 as well. So we just have to be very patient with the throttle.
Right, okay. Let's question leave a comment to Thai people who supporting you.
Thank you very much for supporting Viper Niza, the only green color car in GT3. So let's hope we put on a good show and you all have fun.
Okay, thank you very much. Best of luck. ก็ถามเขานะครับว่าในเรื่องของการแข่งขันตรงนี้นะฮะก็เป็นอย่างไรบ้างเขาบอกว่าไม่ได้มา
There we are. Words from the Viper Niza Racing, number 65 Aston Martin GT3 Scott, and bit of enthusiasm, keen to put the foot down, but at the same time, do need to be maybe just a little bit more cautious, depending on how things go here today. They will be starting 7th in this one here. Didn't have a qualifying time set, but nevertheless, they'll be out there on the track. And as the clock ticks down, we keep wondering how far away is the rain. Word at the trackside is that the wind is starting to pick up. Which would suggest that we are not too far away from seeing rain make an appearance, if it's there. We've already been done dirty once by the rain, though, Scott, today. Not showing up when we thought it was going to. So we could be horrendously wrong on the front of, well, if the rain is going to be out there today.
Yeah, so I mean, there's sort of lots to be aware of. We're heading into a street circuit. We've already seen a lot of dramas coming out of the GT4 racing as well. A lot of guys pushing on debris, obviously making issues for a lot of those drivers as well. So the concern that I've got is what happens when you've got rain? Well, first and foremost, it's hopefully going to pick up a lot of that debris, move it away from the circuit. That's good. That's good for tyre life. Number 2, tyres going to be a little bit cooler. How long do you sit on the slicks? How much risk do you take? Street circuit, walls are right there. Probably a lot less risk than you would say take it at Chang or Burum International Circuits. So, there's a lot to consider. I think probably being teamed up with Winkelhock's a huge advantage heading into these changeable conditions as well, because you've got a very, very experienced driver who's going to be able to sit down and go, yep, we're looking for these sorts of things. This is our target. We're going to try and make the call around this stage. When do we pit? I'd be looking at him. I'd be looking at Winkelhock absolutely every single day of the reason, because he's been there. He's been in those conditions. He's been in those conditions in challenging circumstances where his back's against the wall and needs to pull himself out of it. So I would, everyone else, follow whatever they're doing. That's my advice.
Yeah, that's a good point to make. I mean, the only thing I guess in Marcus's doesn't favour Marcus is maybe the lack of track experience. But as you said, somewhat Marcus, he's the only FIA Platinum rated driver that is here in the Supercar GT3 category this weekend. So what that should mean is that, well, yeah, if he's off the pace to start, I'm sure he'll be up to speed without too much fuss. As we have a look here at the track map once again, 20 corners here at the Bang Sen Grand Prix, 3.74 kilometers in circuit length. Make 8 turns to the right, starting with T1, but 12 turns to the left as it's an anti-clockwise circuit. And our 3 timing sectors as we run from the start, or the finish line, I should say, round to the exit of turn 6. There, the hairpin. And then sector 2 takes us through past the monument chicane at 10, 11, 12, and then our third and final sector from there take us up and around and back to the start-finish line along that strip of road, which is the coastline from turns 15 through to 19.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're on for a good one, I think, here. It's not going to be an easy race by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, it's never going to be when you come to bugs and walls right there. We saw all the issues, even with 10 cars brought down to 9, brought down to 8 out on track at in the GTM cars just before. So, you know, these are the biggest, these are the best, these are the brightest toys with all the funky gadgets, all the traction control and ABS. If rain was going to occur throughout the weekend with any class on track, it's actually this one that I'd prefer it to occur out on track. Yeah, sure, the toys are probably a lot more expensive than the other classes, but that also means traction control, ABS, you know, so the opportunity to gauge your throttle mapping, change a bunch of things up to make sure that you're getting the most out of the car, but at the same time ensuring that you're safest. So look, I mean, all they've got to do is pull the car up, make sure they don't pinch brakes, make sure they don't go in too deep into a bunch of these corners, changeable conditions. Oh, Dan, like, I'm scared. We've seen chaos all weekend. Rain, changeable conditions, GT3 cars. Are we about to see a $1 million accident?
Well, who knows? Unfortunately, we've already seen some small mistakes, but costly mistakes without the weather getting involved. I think, thankfully, for the most part, it's been up at the corners with Tech Pro barriers, which have meant that it wasn't too crazy. So there we go. One of the drivers from, well, actually, the pole sitting car, Chris Cheer, and his co-driver for the weekend, which is Lorcan Hansfin in the number 27 Absolute B-Quik Racing Audi R8 Evo. One of their sister cars, which is the number 25 there, Adisak Puncharon and Akash Nandi, sharing the number 25 there, which will be starting alongside them in second place. There's the lone Ferrari of the field, sitting in third position on the grid for this one here, the number 89 Vorovud there will be one of our drivers for that one there. Should actually find the 89 here. Vorovud, Biron Bakadi from Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. Carlo Van Dam, who you tuned in earlier to the coverage previously. Actually had a quick chat with him thanks to Daniel Bilski down at the trackside. That there, Manat Kula Palanots in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. Lexus RCF, you can see, trying to keep cool here with some air blowers to help with that effect there. The third of our B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8s there, going to be starting today's race in 5th position. After that, also see here the drivers and team members here at the overall B-Quik Absolute Racing personnel just standing by in a bit of the shade there. But also there, Vincent Floriendo waiting there in the garage and almost ready to go, but looks like it'd be interesting, that one there, to Marcus Winkelhock to get the 55 underway as the clock ticks down and we get close to getting this racing action underway.
So
Hopefully any minute now.
Let's talk the drivers, Dan. Let's talk pit stops, because there's some numbers to actually run through here. The only car carrying success compensation time over from the previous event is the number 9 entry, which was driven by Manat Kulapulanot and Narapong Hortonkamp. And they're carrying 10 extra seconds at their pit stop. So the minimum pit stop times here are 100 seconds. Then you add on your driver pairing combination times. So, and then you can also add on your new entry time. So 100 seconds for all drivers. Then if you're bronze and bronze or bronze and silver, you are 30 seconds added to your pit stop time. New entry penalty is 15 seconds. So for the bronze and silver cars, we have the number 9, the number 25, the number 26, the number 27, and the number 65. With the bronze and silver entry of the 27 car, which is on our pole position, their new entry, they're going to add 15 seconds. That's just all about leveling the series out, making sure that we've got a good opportunity to compare these guys, see where they sit within things. Then we can add the compensation times in. Then we move up a step. From there, what's our next driver pairing? Well, it's actually bronze and gold pairing, and that's the 89 car. The 89 car will receive an extra 1 second added to their pit stop. And then from there, we moves up to bronze and platinum car, which there's only one of those in the field. It's the 55 entry of Vicente Florendo and Marcus Winkelhock are the two of those guys. So every single car amongst these in the field has a bronze driver in it. And then the secondary driver, minimum of silver, which is a really, really good split. The field's actually really well paired off based upon that. And pit stop times, your shortest pit stop, 130 seconds. 3 cars will be doing that, 25, 26, and 65. The 89 is next at 131. Then you'll also have the 55, which is the Winkelhock car at 132. From there, we step up to 140 seconds, which is the number 9 car. Remember carrying the success from the previous round. And then finally, the new entry car, the 27, with 145 seconds at their compulsory pit stop. So that's the numbers they're done on that one for you, Dan.
Yes, lovely. Thank you very much for running through those there, Scott. There is one other thing we can talk about before we get the racing action underway, and that is, of course, the fact that with GT3 cars, we have ourselves balance of performance that we can be considering here. So, I'd say we actually had balance of performance that we could have also had a look at for the GTMs, but maybe that's something we can come back to tomorrow. But let's talk the GT3 BOP, given that we do have a couple of cars here this afternoon. So, first of all, going alphabetically speaking, the Aston Martin GT3 has had 10 kilograms of ballast added by the TSS committee. Brings it up to currently a curb weight of 1,295 kilograms. The Audi Evos, R8 Evos that are currently on the grid, which are all in the hands of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Team, they've been hit pretty hard here this weekend. 45 kilograms of ballast added there, Scott, up from 12 to 1305 kilograms. But the Ferrari 488 Evo, as you just see in the blue and white colors, starting out of what there will be, I don't know, it's the 3rd position. It's also been hit pretty hard with 40 kilos up to 1,300 kilogram curb weight. The Lexus RCF at the front of shot here has had 15 kilograms added to bring it up to 1315. And there are BOP values for Mercedes-AMG GT3 and the Porsche 911 GT3R in its 992 specification, but of course we don't see or have either of those cars here this weekend. So that's going to do us there. As that therefore turns out, all the cars fairly evenly laid out there en masse, with it's only a 20 kilogram spread between them as a result, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look at that and the weights that they come in at, and then their final out weights as well, because it's just really interesting to have a look at the cars up and down the field. But yeah, I think you know, the Porsche spec, which we actually obviously don't have at the moment, so nothing really to validate there would be the lightest of all the cars once we get a few of those down. There was a few Porsches that were actually scheduled to show up at Chang earlier in the season, had some issues with that, and we haven't actually seen them so far this weekend either. Issues keeping them away. Merc as well. I mean, you know, as soon as you start to get all of these fantastic cars up and down the field sort of together, I mean, it just becomes this world-class GT3 that we know right the world over. I mean, we've got fans watching here that are going to go on and watch Spa. You know, they're doing all their prep work for Spa and enjoying things right the world over. But, you know, best part about the GT3s is you've got a specification of car that you can take anywhere around the world, and you can set up local fields. You know, we've got them here in Australia, we've got them in Europe, England, the UK. Sorry, that is the UK, USA. Can you tell I probably need to go and have a few more cough drops and settle myself in for this one?
Maybe. Yeah, that's entirely possible. It has been a reasonably long day for us, and we do have to do it all over again tomorrow. And you're still, as you said, coming off the back of not being 100% well. So you definitely appreciate you being able to soldier on here. So yeah.
You kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world. Dan Yeaman and talk about coconuts? No, you've got me.
Yes, well, yeah, you did ask me to come and join us one here, and I have to say it's been a great experience to be able to cover this one. Yeah, some real world racing, and yeah, I am just keen to see this race get underway, as we're a couple more interviews here down on the dummy grid with various looks like team members, representatives here for Thailand Supercar GT3 and out of Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. So yeah.
I know, Dan, you're a big fan of the GT3 spec cars on the sim. Now, if you were to sit down and take performance out of it, you're literally just driving a car because you love it. What car would that be at the GT3 class?
So here's the thing. I got my start in an Audi R8. And despite the fact that thing has some interesting tendencies when driving, that has a special place. But I am Australian. I am therefore a sucker for a big V8 motor. I'll happily take a Mercedes AMG GT3.
That's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, it's understandable. See, I've been a Porsche fanboy growing up my whole life. I always loved the Porsche curves, the styling, the way that they attack things as well. So, you know, no difference. Big fan of a Carrera Cup car and whatnot as well. So, you know, Porsche 992 GT3 spec, can't go past it.
Fair enough. I get the feeling, I know a certain someone who would agree with you on without even having to think about it. There is only one answer. That answer is Porsche. But yeah, there's plenty of great cars to appreciate and love in the GT3 category. We don't have confirmation, but fair speculation to make. But the fact that we are currently still waiting for the race start, which was originally scheduled to be about 20 minutes ago, would be due to the fact that some track repair might be happening up at turns 4 and 5 after that incident late in the GTM GT4 combined race that just wrapped up not too long ago. And so apologies for the delay there, folks. Hopefully we could we might get confirmation at some point down the line, but that would be the suspicions there. So big props to the local team down here in Thailand. You can see a couple more interviews with the drivers, but we do have drivers in cars now, so hopefully a sign that we are not too far from that formation lap getting underway here, Scott.
Well, I'm concerned still. I want to make, if I can, I'd love to reach out to the Fire Monkey team and double check that actually they're okay, because that would have been a heavy hit if that tyre was down. And just the nature of the amount of time that they're actually spending on the walls up there. The most contact that we've seen to the walls today is between turn 4 and turn 6, because we've had 2 separate whacks to the right-hand side of coming off of turn 2. We've had a couple whacks on the inside as well, and then we've got that whack at the end of turn 5 where the car's just gone straight into the barrier. The Porsche 992 spec as well. I'm concerned about that car. I don't necessarily know that we will confirm see it tomorrow as of yet. I'm really, really concerned, because if it's gone in heavily on the front left, that's going to affect steering. And around here, you just will not send a car out on questionable steering. So they're going to need to make sure that everything's okay on the front end of that car before we see it in the GTM class again tomorrow. So a little bit of concern there. And I'm glad they've managed to clean this front straight up as well. I think what's the second time that they've had to take sweepers out of the front straight today? One for fluid and one for debris.
Yeah, we had track sort of absorbing powder down on the left side of the front straight during super compact, and now looks like they've taken some time to sweep the track up and get it in as best possible shape here for the Supercar GT3s.
And something I've just noticed, Dan, looking at that front straight as well, have a look at what those tyre marks are actually coming out from the 14 car from the Super Compacts earlier. So there's no work going on there up at turn 5. But they missed the access road for the inside of the track there by what, 20 metres?
Yeah, not much. There are obviously access roads dotted around the circuit. A couple of spots here, one just there. A little gap in the fence on the outside of turn 6. And then all the way over here on the run down towards turn 17. We need to 2 here. And I might take a close look at the changing winds. From next angle, he should be blowing up past the camera towards the beach on our left and a slight angle, but it's starting to pick up all right. As you'll just see, like the trees on the right hand side of shot blowing around. You can see the tape down behind the walls. The palms on the beach there, starting to wave there and there a bit.
We've actually got some more time here, Dan, to actually talk about cars. And someone's kicked off a conversation about Bentley. Jake, can we just unmic microphone? Jake is actually the producer that sort of stays here with us and allows our to go out. You got the opportunity to listen to the big old Bentley track around Mount Panorama. Now, that would be an experience, Jay. Can you give us some feedback on what the big old Bentley GT3 felt like to be around? Because I feel like it'd be an engine known that you would feel. He's fiddling.
And you got 1 minute. You got 1 minute to finish trying to fix it up. As we just see there,
I think I fixed it. Yeah, it was amazing. That was back in 2015, I think it was, at Bathurst. It was incredible. I saw some amazing GT3 cars at that race. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they go here. It's going to be incredible, and yeah, there's some amazing sound. I think the sounds of the GT3 is even better than watching the racing half the time.
Yeah, because you're right on board with the Audis. There's just a screaming car. Audi, Lamborghini, very similar engine note. The Ferraris sound phenomenal. The Mercedes sound just, I mean, for us Australians, I mean, is just synonymous with racing over in this part of the world. And then you've got all the other engine notes. Confirmation, ladies and gents. 15 seconds. The cars are about to fire off of pit road. Dan? Yeehaw.
Yeah, there might be 7, but looking forward to seeing how this goes, as they will indeed pull away from the dummy grid to head out on the formation lap here for the Thailand Supercar GT3 race, or race 1, I should say, of the weekend for these guys here at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. They'll be back out on track tomorrow, similar time this evening, as they begin to warm things up. 4 Audis, 1 Ferrari, 1 Lexus, and 1 Aston Martin to get this race run. And I think you just hear in the background, thanks to the various angles we've got here, I just heard some Aston Martin rumble, or maybe Lexus rumble, because the Lexus is powered by a naturally aspirated V8 as well. Actually, the Lexus is naturally aspirated V8. The Aston is twin turbo V8 these days, in that generation of the Aston Martin Vantage. But nevertheless, it's time to walk you through the grid here, Scott, for the Thailand Supercar GT3 Series. Plenty of Hankook slick rubber going around here, 18, 19-inch configurations, and plenty of tyre widths there on demand as required. And then we'll have a look here at our 7 cars, I should say, starting for this race, number 3 of the season here in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series for 2023.
Yeah, and out of pole position, it's going to be the number 27 car, which will be Chris Chia, with Lorcan Hannafin being his co-driver. The 25 car will be off of the outside of row number 1, which will be Adasak Tengpancharan and Akash Nandi in that entry. Row number 2, the 89 machine, is going to be Voravud Birambakdi and Carlo Van Dam in the Singer Motorsport Ferrari 488 GT3. And then the Manak K for the number 9 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, Manak Kulapont and Natapong Horton Kum. Row number 3 is going to be Vincent in the 55 entry. Vincent Fiorindo and Marcus Winkelhock will be his teammate. Off alongside of them is going to be Hank in the 26 car, which will be Hank Kicks and Eshin Pieris. And finally, the 65 entry will be Douglas Koo and Dominic Ang in the Aston Martin Racing Vantage for GT3. Can I change my mind on the Porsche? Love an Aston.
Yep, sure. I mean, the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 in the V8 trim is a car I guess I probably don't see enough of, given the dominance of brands like for us in Australia, the dominance of Audi here in Australia as well. Audi Custom Sport Racing has a lot of cars and teams that run its brand, and we don't see the Aston Martin all that much. It comes to Bathurst for the 12-hour every now and again. That seems to be about it. As the lights will go out on the safety car here at the end of this formation lap, and it will be time for the drivers to get themselves into the 2x2 grid formation here as we get ready for our final hour of racing here at Bang Sen for Saturday. This is the B-Quik Thailand Super Series of 2023, the Bang Sen Grand Prix, and as well, the third race of their season. They'll come around 18 and 19, start getting that formation in order. And I have to say, Scott, they're a little bit late to the party here as they come around turn 20 now and get in form. And now in the hands of the 27 as we head around that final turn. Get this race underway. Chris Chia on your left of screen controls the field. Past the start line there, and I believe the throttle was down, Scott. We are green for our final race of the day. Thailand Supercar GT3's go, and the B-Quik Absolute Racing team dominance at the front of the field is split with both the Ferrari and Lexus through on the run to turn one.
Yeah, Adasak, not a really good launch. He's dropped back all the way down to fourth position. Cold tyres, and that means these guys are going to have to really bring the tyres up to temperature as they crawl their way up the hill, over the jumps. We heard it from Daniel Bilski. There's 3 of them on the run down to turn number 4. Then you slow it down. 35 km an hour. Look at the 27 car wiggle on the way down into turn number 6. Really poor exit. That Ferrari's going to have a run on it if it's not careful, and all of the GT3 cars struggling for grip on lap number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Having to make sure they get that right there. And as you said, indeed, Chris Chia in a bit too deep at the run into turn 6. Wasn't able to get it across to the right enough, and then a little vulnerable there, but was able to get out of the corner in time for that to be a non-issue as it's so sort of this lovely shot. Here we go through the monument section for the first time as the drivers have to negotiate that right, left, and then a little bit back to the right as we then set up for turns 12, 13, and then back towards 14 here as we get to the top of the circuit for the first time here. Green flags do be flying at the moment here as they all ease the cars in here. Need to make sure they don't do anything too crazy off the start. As look at that there, the wind really starting to blow some leaves and stuff onto the track, especially through here as we're right next to the beach. But yeah, as you said, still bright. As there we go, first move on the track at racing speed, going to be the number 9 Lexus RCF. Manat Kulapanont, we believe, aboard the car there. We'll get up the inside of the number 89 Ferrari there with Vorovud. Biron Bacardi starting that car. So Lexus up 2 spots on the opening lap. And that Ferrari goes back to where it started in 3rd place, though still ahead, of course, of Adasak there in the 2nd of the B-Quik Absolute Audis.
Remember, yesterday we were qualifying these cars right in the heat of the day as well. So whether or not that Lexus is actually a little bit better at bringing its tyres in, or at the same time, whether they've found something in their setup, or whether or not it just runs better in the cooler conditions. Maybe they were having problems with overheating, couldn't run the turbo, couldn't get that thing really hooked up the way that they necessarily wanted to in the heat yesterday. But all that's allowed is Chris to just run away in that 27 car at the front end of the field. Repaired the car, well, not having any issues. Certainly hooked up at the moment.
Yep, looking comfortable, looking confident, and so far, so good. 2.2 seconds at the start-finish line at the end of lap number 1. Was the gap as they then work their way around this back half of the circuit here at Bang Sen into the monument once again as we watch them all flick through there. And eyes back on Adasak there in the number 25, being followed around by the 3rd of the B-Quik Absolute cars. Technically the 27 fun thing on the entry list is that it's entered as Absolute B-Quik Racing and everyone else is B-Quik Absolute Racing. It's sort of a quirk of things. Oh, hello! Oh, dear
car?
me. Now, did he get the wall on the run into 17? Wow.
Yeah, 100%. He's not hooked that up. It was the 25 car because it was running right there in 4th spot. Oh, that was a huge accident.
And just for a moment there, I'm looking at entry lists and I don't quite catch what happened, and bang! Another car has an incident all by itself And the safety car deployed once again to neutralize that race.
I don't blame that. That's the right call yet again. My word.
Now, does that mean we're at 100% rate, safety car rate today? For each of the categories? I don't think we've gotten a race that avoided the same, unless we had the opening race.
The Altus. The Corolla Altus and the ladies race was the only race we've avoided.
Good reminder. Yes, we did. Don't get that mixed up with the
but other than that,
the
every other race
earlier today.
Yeah, yeah.
So we catch it here. Oh, it's gotten away at the
rear.
back through 17. Well, that explains why he couldn't really get that car back to the pits, even though it was just what looked like the right one. And so, there you go. Lap 2, cold tyres still. And
he was offline heading in there. Like, he wasn't 100% on the right line. So I'm wondering whether or not he's half a step out of the tyre grooves. And just because of the nature of that combination through that area of the circuit, he's half a moment out. And there's just no grip. It's a street circuit, but it's a committed section of a street circuit. You're functionally offline, and there's nothing going on. Also reviewing the weather radars, that rain has actually gone around. So we won't see it.
Oh, I love the fact that we're wondering if the rain would come, and the rain has decided to disappear on us once again. Oh, that seems like poetic justice after everything that we've been wondering about with the rain and such. Today here, would it hit Bang Seng? Would it dodge Bang Seng? It dodged it once, and looks like it's going to dodge it twice. As I see it now coming up on the forecaster. Actually, on my forecasted radar, I might need to do a refresh to.
I've done it as well. It looks like it's a graphics bug, right? It's a line that's going north, but I reckon that's a mountain range that's picked it up. But it's gone completely and utterly round down. I can't believe that. It was the entirety of Bang Sen was getting covered in a reasonably heavy shower. Not sprinkling, but not thumping down either. It was right in the middle. So, but anyway, all of that's been avoided in the safety car. Man, that B-Quik team, they've had a lot of work to do. They've already repaired the 27 car. I mean, it's got control of the race. They've got 3 cars in the race, so realistically, you wouldn't want another one of these cars to come to grief with the barrier. They've got another race to do tomorrow night as well, or tomorrow afternoon. So, 2 nights in a row of the Bang Seng Grand Prix, the B-Quik team are just going to be working so hard.
They sure will, yeah. And that is the brutal nature of, well, not just street circuit racing, but just racing in general, I suppose.
It was Adasak, I think, at the wheel too of that car.
Yes, it would have been Adasak behind the wheel of the number 25. So, yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be their day done and dusted, as the rest of the 6 remaining cars, I should say, will form up again. The tyres will cool off, but then go for another crack at it and see if anyone can catch Chris Cheer, who broke away quite nicely there in the number 27, the absolute B-Quik racing. So, yeah. Whether it should be absolute B-Quik racing or like the rest of the cars going, it should be called B-Quik Absolute Racing is probably something I'll wonder about for the rest of the day, given we've got 52 minutes and change.
Every time I refresh this weather forecast, Dan, it's getting further and further away from Bang Sen.
So how about we don't? We just presume the rain has decided to not come to Bang Sen today, and we move on and pretend it never came in the first place.
I mean, that's the other way to go, isn't it? So, but anyway, that was a heavy hit. I actually really hope he's okay. That was such a heavy hit, because when they go in backwards like that, you can't really do much. You're transferring from throttle to brake so quick, and the wall's so close there, and it's at one of the highest speed sections of the circuit and the most committed sections of the circuit. So it's a quick reaction. He couldn't have done anything there for that car at all. Somebody's enjoying the parking lot.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That was a really interesting moment there for me. We'll not worry about that one there. Oh, looks like we've got here something about provisional race results.
Which is the GTM GT4 car. I did read that. The 33 hangs under the race win.
Yeah, it is documented as provisional, so it may not. It could always still change. But yeah, haven't seen anything definitively that says yes or no. So there we go. Crane has been brought into position, but now really gonna have to slow things down here past the recovery teams as they work to get that car up on the back of the flatbed. And the moment they get past the car, immediately pull out to the middle of the road.
So it's a really good opportunity to actually compare, because we've seen that Toyota Prius, all day, and we saw the Toyota Yaris's, the Corollas, they're all quite similar size, a little bit not quite as the Prius earlier on today, but these GT3 spec cars compared to that Toyota Prius is one of the bigger cars that they are the biggest cars that we've effectively seen today. I think the Lamborghini Gallardo would have been probably the biggest one. That Ferrari's quite up there in terms of the amount of body mass that it's got behind the wheel. But yeah, that's really interesting comparison. Just that little bit of a wheel track wider than the Toyota Prius safety car.
It is a very good point to make there, indeed. So watch the field work their way there down the front straight away. Head towards turn 1 in a moment. And we'll wait to see when we get ourselves a restart to this race. Will of course mean that we'll have about, depends on how long it takes them to get that car up on the truck now that they've got the truck there. But approaching 49 minutes to go on the race clock. Pit window for these cars will open at 35 minutes remaining, as with all the other 1-hour races we've had today. That is presuming we don't need another safety car at some point in this one today.
Whoa!
Yes.
Even this safety car, Dan. Like, think about where that car hit the fence. How hard that car hit the fence.
They'll probably want to do a cursory check, of the walls. That is true, especially since it was on, I think, bare Armco at that point there. Make sure everything is satisfactory to be get back to racing without much issue.
So effectively, how that Armco is working to arrest the car it's always a good point to sort of come in and have a look at safety features and sort of how it's done right around the world. It's obviously not a fixed circuit, right? So this is a city, and there's the Monument roundabout there as they go through it, down at 10, 11, 12 in terms of a racetrack. But, they've got to be able to install it and then pack it up and leave. So you've got a bunch of poles effectively in the back of those barriers where they've got Armco there. Where they've got cement barriers, it's a little bit different. But the Armco's there's stuck straight into the ground poles down along the back of it. But that Armco itself can actually flex. It can move a little bit longer, so safety car lights out. Okay, so that says to me the circuit's actually okay. The Armco's dealt with it quite well.
Sure has in that case.
So just there at the top of the shot, that corner right there that they're just coming up to right now. That's where it happened.
Yep, it sure did indeed. And, safety car lights out indeed. We're going to get back racing here in just a moment's time as that safety car will pull away from the field, and we're back in the hands of Chris Cheer in that number 27 Audi R8 for B-Quik Absolute Racing. So he's going to take his time here into 18 and 19. Although, waiting. And there we go, off of turn 19, he puts the hammer down. We're going to go back racing, and it's caught everyone from 4th on back napping, including the other two remaining B-Quik Absolute cars, as the green flag flies at the start line there. And we're on the way, as it looks like the Lexus here is going to be quick off the restart, but not close enough to challenge into turn 1. Can they challenge for turn 2? Tries for it, but no. We'll have to get back in line for the run through the first out headings here on the circuit.
Yeah, but you saw him have to move from the left-hand side of the road, having a look down the other side of the road, back to the right to sort of cover and then open up turn number 2. And that sort of opened up for the Ferrari. So that Ferrari 488 GT3 is now a lot closer up to the back end of these things. So the only car that's really struggling on this restart is the Aston Martin.
Yeah, unfortunately, indeed, Douglas looking a little slow here to get started at least, but at the very least, still going green, clean, and in one piece for Douglas Koo as we launch the top 3 rounding turn 8. Oh, well, I spoke a little too soon there, didn't I, Scott?
Well, I'm disappointed. Aston Martin, favourite car, is now mile down the order, but they were having problems when they got all the way up in there. I think they're okay. I think they pulled that car up going, oh yeah, we're definitely not going to make the wall. So pulled that car up early heaps of time to get that one sort of turn. So I'm back in. Not competitive, unfortunately, today, and it was just about keeping that car safe and keeping it competitive so it's still out here in case something goes on. Look at the tyre marks down there. There's a bunch of fluid where that 27 car was. At least cars won't be all the way down on that inside. You never make the hairpin. So it's offline. Good little spot for it.
Yeah, if there's anything you're going to get out of it, that one there. That is indeed the case. We see there gap updates from at 4.45 of a second to over 0.7 seconds between Chris Chia and Manat Kulapalanot there at start-finish line, though. Lexus looks good in the straight line, I have to say, Scott, but in turn, Audi looked a little bit nicer there off the turn 2 on that particular occasion.
You say good in a straight line. I think it's good under brakes, actually, down into turn number 1, because you actually closed quite a long way, and it was this acceleration bit up and over the crest of the hill where he sort of had trouble. But then he tightens up again a little bit under that braking. That Ferrari's getting closer. Give it 2 or 3 laps, I reckon. I reckon turn 8 for the Ferrari might actually be their best overtaking opportunity. Who knows?
Yeah, plenty of good options around the circuit to make a move, despite some of the challenges elsewhere on the track. Eyeing off turns 1 and 2 if you're brave, which I actually haven't seen a huge amount of. But if you can just get it settled right, it could work. But then, yeah, just at turn 8, nice long straight into a pretty square 90-degree corner. And makes it one a pretty an obvious one of interest. We hear a little bit of chirp out of the Ferrari. I think I just heard on the.
Was that turbo flutter?
I think yes, that would have been turbo flutter from the Ferrari there as it passed by the trackside cameras. As it came off the throttle into turn 15, but then down here once again into 18 and 19, this double apex hairpin. Lexus a little slow that time. Thinking about being defensive here. So the line comes Chris Chia. 140.4 was his previous best. Moves the goalpost further forward to 139.6 and stretches the margin to Manat and Vorwood behind here, Scott. That's a little offline, you'd say, but then again, you can get it turned back across to the right-hand side for make sure to open the entry at turn 2. Doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, that Ferrari's coming. I just wonder, because there's such big cars, Dan, my concern is where do you get the job done around here? I just don't know that you necessarily can in one of these cars. It's going to take a lot of bravery. It's going to take, I would say, pit stops, being in the right place at the right time when the pit stop cycle come, and making sure that you're pitting off sequence to the other car. You absolutely cannot come to the pits at the same time as the car ahead. It's going to be who blinks first, who's brave enough, and who can get the job done and push on when they've got that clear track ahead of them. It's going to be all about time through the pit lane, and confirmation 139.686, fastest lap of the race for the 27 Audi.
Yep, which checks out with the way it's starting to pull a margin at the head of this field, particularly very strong up through sector 2. It seems pulling nearly half a second. Actually, is pulling half a second on the Lexus on this particular lap, which in turn lost about 2/10 to the Ferrari behind. Sector 2, for your information, is the run, well, after you've exited the hairpin at turn 6 and after a little kink at turn 7, all the way through to turn 14. As you see there, deep from the Lexus. Oh, Manat was playing with fire there as Vorwood with a tighter line through both 18 and 19 there. Nearly gets into the left rear corner of the RCF. No contact, they carry on.
I can tell you the Lexus was quicker in Sector 1 on that last lap by a tenth of a second, but then a huge margin point out in Sector number 2 by that Audi, but things seem to be stabilising a little bit now. The problem, potentially, from the Lexus's point of view is maybe it was overheating brakes right up into underneath the rear wing of the Audi, backing it off. Now he's got a lot fresher air to that car, because he seems like he maybe was stronger running the run down into turn number 1. A couple laps on that car, maybe a little bit of debris in that brake duct, and it'll be interesting to see how long the Ferrari can actually stick with them, or whether or not that car's going to start struggling from overheating tyres, overheating engines, or what's the go there. So it'll be interesting to go back and forth on this one, whether or not they can stick with them.
You can see that all of the cars are picking up a decent amount of things like leaves and such in their air intakes, and we'll probably get a good cleaning out when they get to the pit lane for their compulsory pit stops. A reminder, which open up in just under 7 minutes' time for that pit window. So you watch these drivers rounding turn 13 and 14 once again. Warwood looking strong again through Sector 2, but doesn't commit Sector 3, or start, I should say, in here, turn 15. Backs off a tiny bit. Maybe needing to ease it in a little bit there to make sure he hits his line and length through the corner. And then through here, 17. Left-hand flick and set up for turn 18 once again.
So that's the thing with GT3s on street circuits. You're not necessarily looking for the overtakes, but you're looking for how they're managing the car, how they're setting up for it, and you're starting to think in the back of your head, you know, how are we actually going to get this done? And filling the rearview mirror, but being close enough. If there is a mistake from the car that's obviously it, then if it just doesn't come, okay, well, we've got to get smart at that pit stop. We've got to think about it. You know, we've got 40 minutes worth of this race. 5 minutes from now, that pit window opens. It's a 10-minute window. If I'm in the Ferrari, I'm thinking about diving in straight away. If I'm the Lexus, I'm diving in the lap after the Ferrari behind me. Cannot afford to give him enough of a run.
You see there for a moment, Vorwood stronger up over Monkey Hill, but unable to get alongside to make a move before we get into this permanent yellow flag zone here. That is at turn number 6. Indeed, the battle is most certainly on here between Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand and Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. But the Lexus, again, strong in a straight line, it seems, as it winds up to speed. Ferrari looks a little better through the hairpin initially, but then just the Lexus, despite now clean air on the nose, is definitely doing a good job in a straight line here. Sweep through the monument once again. Ferrari looks a little stronger here, in my opinion, up through 13 and 14.
Was that tyre squeal of that Lexus? Yeah. I think it might have been the Lexus hopping about a little bit there.
Yeah, something made noise in there on the TV cameras. We unfortunately can't say for certain if it was the Lexus here. Because it almost sounded like it could have come from up the road with Chris Cheer, but yeah, Chris happily carrying on. 1 minute 40.6 for Chris on this at the end of this lap here. Gap for him is just on 4 seconds as they cross the start or the finish line for a lap there.
Is it just me, or is that Vincent getting a little bit bigger in the rearview mirror now of the Ferrari as well? Indeed, if we actually have a look at the lap times, 41.4 for Manat in the number 9 car in the Lexus. In the Ferrari, a 41.6, so he was a fraction slower than the Lexus in that most recent time. 40.9, and fastest lap of the race for that car in the 55 entry. They are coming back up. We're going to end up with a 3-way battle here.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. Chris Cheer, still the fastest car on track last time round, a 1 minute 40.6 for him. Yeah, that's second of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8.
There's something wrong with the Aston, Dan. There's something wrong with the Aston. It's just done its last 2 laps with a 49.5, I think, and a 50.4. So they're 9-10 seconds off the pace. So that issue we saw with them at turn 6, that's progressively gotten worse for them.
Yeah, in fact, I can tell you right now as these cars work their way up through the monument section, looks like that number 65 car is somewhere down towards the start-finish line. Yeah, and at most now, less than half a lap away from, that's less than a third of a lap away from being, well, lapped by your leader, and then soon enough by these 3 cars as we watch them fan through turn 17 once again. As you said, indeed, watching here Vincent Floriendo work the pace into that number 55 Audi. And again there at 18-19, the Lexus really trying to, Manat in behind the wheel, the Lexus really working to make sure that car is getting the best run off of the hairpin as well. Makes him vulnerable for a moment if there was a really ambitious pass attempt from the Ferrari. But it pays off in a straight line, it seems. Gets the run he needs up towards turn 1. And they ease on him, but there you go. A little look again this time from Vorwood. And then Strong off the exit. This time he's going to get alongside for turn 3, but no, that's all gets shut. Can't get there to force it too wide.
Well, the problem is, I mean, permanent yellow zone coming up. I just don't think there's enough time to get the move done. So you've got to basically have the nose ahead as you come off of turn 2, or else it's not going to happen. The difficulty that you guys have got now, Sector 1 times have come in, 39.3 for the Lexus, 39.5, 39.8. So Audi that's coming back at them is not strong in that first sector. That's where the Lexus is actually really strong. But the Lexus is paying for that down at turn 18, 19. If that Ferrari can get to the inside at turn 18, I think they'll get the job done. I think the reason that Lexus is strong in the first sector is actually that exit off of the last corner. So
and that would make sense, although the way it's struggling at turn 2, I would add. Because remember, sector 1 runs all the way through to turn 6. And the
Exit at
exit
turn
of it.
6. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of... I mean, yes, he definitely is doing what he needs to do to maximise the start-finish straight by a couple of kilometres an hour, but seems to be struggling a little bit at getting the rotation and the exit at turn 2, which would be pretty costly in many respects as we watch back here with your race leader, Chris Chia, happily checking out at the front of the field in the number 27 rounds, turn 20 all by himself. And he'll come across the line once again, did a 1 minute 40.6 on that lap just there. Quite a 1 minute 39.2. Lost about a second to his personal best here in the race, but yeah, when you're leading the race like this and you're still gapping the cars behind, no big rush. And saying that though, fastest third sector of the race for the number 9 Lexus, just behind.
I was hoping you'd pick that up, so, but yeah, I noticed that as well.
Starting to come together in that final part of the lap, and still though, unfortunately, nearly 4 tenths down on our race leader here on that last lap overall. As we watch him work his way out of turn 6, little kink there, counts as turn 7, and can see on my timing screens that we have had a pit stop now for the number 65 Douglas Koo, that Viper Nizza Racing Aston Martin GT3, unfortunately. Has had to come to the pit lane.
I think they just came in and checked something because it was a very quick pit stop.
They are still circulating. They are now down a lap. As the pit window opens here while we're watching.
That's going to spice things up. Who's coming in?
See here, does Chia... I don't think Chris Chia would come in, I presume, given the way he's pushing on. Indeed, he'll happily carry on here at the front of the field and keep putting his pace to good use. We'll get a chance to see here if anyone else responds. As we follow our race lead up. The Lexus has not come in. You just saw him there in the background, a shot. He stayed out on track. But look at that. There's no one behind the Lexus. I would tell you that we've got a fair few drivers who've opted to come into the pits straight away, and only 2 cars staying out. There you go, confirmation in the picture-in-picture there. The 55 machine. Vincent Floriendo did a pretty solid job there, and but time for Vincent to jump out and time for Marcus Winkelhock to get in that car.
Yeah, they're doing a tyre change at the rear by the look of things. Front tyres going on to the 26 B-Quik car, and I'm really curious to see how long this number 9 Lexus stayed out, because its lap times are starting to recover. So they actually do have pace in that car now again. The problem is the Ferrari going to be quicker? And the problem we've now got to do is we've got to flick back over and have a look at, I know I've got them saved here somewhere, but it's actually the GT3 pit stop timings, because it's so critical. What are they going to do? You know, how long do they stay out? Who's got the benefit when they come through the lane?
I've got them here for you. I can read them off if you'd like. For our race leader, again, the number 27, Chris Chia and Lorcan Hannafin, 145 seconds minimum from pit entry to pit exit, otherwise known as 2 minutes and 25 seconds they have to be in the pit lane for, because they add 30 seconds for being a bronze-silver pairing, add 15 for being a new entry. Second place car here, number 9 of Manat, Kula Palanot, who will stay out on track once again for another lap. And looks like, again, your race leader has also carried on. They have 140 seconds because they, again, 30 for a bronze-silver pairing, 10 seconds added for second place when they were racing at Chang in the opening round of the season. Everyone else, number 89, 131 seconds for Voravud and Carlo Van Dam in the bronze-gold pairing. The 55 of Floriendo and Winkelhock, 132 seconds for their pit stop time. And then Henk Kicks and Eshon Peris, 130 seconds as well for them. So
something went on at that Audi stop. Their stop was the Winkelhock Audi. Their pit stop was 20 seconds slower than everyone else's. So, and I know there was I can just recall the images coming to me from the first race of the season. for those guys. Winkelhock got a penalty for, I think it was abusing track limits very, very late on in the piece. Had to push on with less than 10 minutes to go, got a 5-second time penalty. Well, he just made the overtake, I think it was for third at that point in time, managed to clear the 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits at Chang, pushed on, locked in that third spot. It was an awesome drive to watch late on in the piece at that one because he wasn't racing anyone. He was just racing the clock, right? So really, really interesting that was to watch. And I think we're going to get a little bit more spice in this one and have a look at the timings there. 22 seconds, the difference back from the 26 car now.
Yep, these are the first two cars on the road who have now taken their compulsory pit stop. We watch them work their way down towards turn number 8. And watch out there for Ishan Peters, silver-rated driver. As, speaking of, more action in the pit lane, your race leader, former race leader now, is going to jump into the pit lane. Chris Cheer has done his driving time for this one. Lorcan Hannafin's turn to jump behind the wheel. And we'll now see the 145-second pit stop, thanks to the fact that they have the longest stop of everyone in the race. This might just hand a chance of the actual race lead over to the number 89, Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Ferrari. This is going to be critical here to see where they come out in relation to everyone else. These cars now heading on down into turn 89. Don't forget though, they are now on the same lap as this number 27. Given that pit times here are so long that they cost you over a lap in the lane.
So that's best racing laps up on screen at the moment. So that's not most recent. That's best racing laps that have come through thus far. The 9 Lexus is still pushing on at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that one and give you guys up-to-date notifications. Got less than 5 minutes now to make their way to the lane to get their pit stop done. So realistically can only push on for about another 2 laps before they come to the pit lane. So that'll be critical how long they stay out. With the 27 coming to the lane and how long that they stop for, I think it's time they need to get that 9 car in.
Yeah, probably do need to. It was sitting back in second. It's got the second longest pit stop of everyone in the race. Speaking of fast laps, new fastest lap of the race. Marcus Winkelhock, naturally.
I didn't take one.
1 minute 39.091. Although, and he's going purple again. He's now sectors 1 and 2. Well, sector 1 is purple on this lap, and I believe sector 2 is looking strong here in a second. As we look here at the potential effective race lead here for the number 89 machine of Vorovud. Well, Vorovud's other cards here now. Carlo Van Dam, one of our FIA gold-rated drivers here this weekend. Have to see where does that 27 pop out in relation to this car, because here he comes into 18 and 19. Of course, the Lexus picture-in-picture is still now a lap ahead, given the pit stop duration. But where is that Audi? And has the time it took on pit stop? There's an Audi in the background. Is that the...
I think that's the race leader. Yep.
Of course, it had a longer pit stop it had to take by 15 seconds, or 14 seconds. As we watch this car round turns 1 and 2. I can actually probably call it on the timing screen now, folks. Yes. We are now looking at the leader. Well, we will be looking at the leader of the race, I do believe, as we still have, technically, that Lexus leading the race in the pit lane still, Scott.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got to keep an eye on when does that Lexus peel out of the lane. It's a long stop. They've done everything they need to do, and then it's now a safety. So the whole point of this is make sure that the pit stops are done clean. All your nuts and bolts on your wheels are done up tight. Everything's good to go. The 27 car's got back out, actually out in front of the 26 as well. So that's a phenomenal job there by Chris Cheer, and he will now hand it over to his teammate as well. It'll be on to Lorcan to see if he can get that thing wound up. That 9 is still in the pit lane. He's rolling now, but he's got to go down through the end. He's got to do the U-turn here and come back out the end of the pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see where he feeds back out in relation to the 27 is my concern for him.
Yeah, and speaking of cars on track, might I draw your attention to the fastest lap of the race?
Oh my word.
Yeah, Marcus Winkelhock decided
that... 4 seconds faster?
He's done a 136.3. He is now nearly 2 seconds faster than anyone else on the track. Yes.
Hang on. Okay. Yeah, all right. Maybe I've got something ahead of things. The times he's on at the moment are actually even better than that.
Yeah, his first 2 sectors, he's flying again. He was 17 seconds behind the nearest car. He is now only 8 seconds behind. And give it a second, it's going to come. There you go, it's on screen there. 135.1. He is now over 4 seconds a lap faster. Sorry, pardon me. Vorovod, 37.5. He's over 2 seconds faster than anyone else on track.
Yeah, well,
Carlo Van Dam is doing a solid job in the race leading Audi, or Ferrari, sorry. But yeah, Winkelhock is absolutely tearing up the track right now. And he's just gone faster again in Sector 1, if I'm not mistaken here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't got popcorn on, probably go and get it in the microwave now. It's going to take about 3 minutes. Good news, that's only 2 laps, so we're 1.5 laps into this one. And all of a sudden, you're going to come back, you're going to have fresh popcorn, and you're going to see Marcus Winkelhock on a street course on a charge. This is going to be absurd. This is going to be absurd.
Like, I can tell you right now that Carlo Van Dam just set 2 personal bests through sectors 1 and 2. That's not enough. Not by a long shot. There's Marcus Winkelhock on screen. He's just gone faster than anyone else in Sector 2 by at least 0.4 of a second. He's nearly a second faster in the middle sector alone than your current race leader, who was on a PB.
He went a second faster in the first sector, mind you. There are thousands in him being a second faster than Vorovud. He's going to come. He's only got 5.5 seconds to the car in front. On his last lap, he was 3 seconds a lap faster. 2 laps, he's going to be on the rear bumper of that 26 Audi. He is coming.
1 minute 34.9. Indeed. A 10th shy of 3 full seconds on the race leader on that last lap. Winkelhock is going ballistic. I didn't think we'd be seeing this. And just lap after lap after lap, he is pushing on. And there is no stopping him, it seems. Finally. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's finally no longer set up. Actually, he's coming up to the first sector mark on my voice. Again, don't look at my timing screens before they actually happen. That's the timing sector there. And I can say, for once, he has not gone purple in Sector 1. He is still at least 0.5 faster than the leader of the race, though.
It'd be interesting, because, I mean, remember what he was saying in that interview as well. I'm not sure how well we're actually going to be able to get these passes done, right? So he's going to have to catch these guys up. I mean, the gap from him to the race lead is about 10 seconds at the moment. Yeah, right in the realm of 10 to 12 seconds. So he does still have a fair way to go to actually get back there. But if he can get up there and he can get close enough, he can pick off the 26, then he's got an opportunity to pick off the 27. Everyone else swimming around here is basically, this is the best opportunity for these guys. What is he doing? Where's he braking? How is he doing it? How deep is he taking it? What's the setup? What's he doing in these sorts of bits and pieces of time? Learn. Take that through the weekend. What can we extract out of this? You know, where can we go with this? There's a lot to go here, and to be perfectly honest, I can guarantee Winkelhock grin from ear to ear behind that helmet.
I would suggest so indeed. Looks like our last lap times are now up on display here. And you can see that a couple of drivers are starting to respond. And in fact, it was actually the leading of the absolute B-Quik Audi cars.
I wonder, has air temp come down, Dan? It has. Air temp's starting to come down. And we're late in the afternoon now, so the sun's come off the track. So the track's cooling quite rapidly as well. So there will be an element of it. And fuel's coming out.
That is true. Lorcan Hannafin, fastest car on the circuit last time around there in the number 27. 135.3 is also personal best for the car as they come up here through the monument section once again. Oh! In the wall!
That's the Ferrari! That's the Ferrari! What? That'll be a safety car! That's the first time I've seen a car off at the monument, too!
Well, how about that? The Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car might not have been the absolute fastest car on track, but it had control of the race and is buried in the Tech Pro at what is effectively turn 12. Double wave yellows now obviously in the section. And, well, Vorovud, Bjorn Bacardi and Carlo Van Dam has come unfortunately wrong in many ways, shapes and forms, as we're waiting the inevitable safety car boards and flags, and there they go. Well, Marcus Wickelhock, you've just had half the work now erased for you. And you get to line up behind your teammates in the B-Quik Absolute Audis.
Well, all of those guys are pushing on, Dan. Did they cook the tyres? Because that's what we've seen all weekend.
Quite possibly, I would say, because all of them kind of stopped hitting PBs. Well, Winkelhock in the 34 didn't recreate a 34. He, in fact, he actually went back to a 36 after a lap. And he hadn't caught anyone at that point yet. So I think that was a case of, tyres probably hurting a bit. But now, with the recovery required of the number 89, that's going to give him plenty of chances. As there we go, Van Dam thankfully able to walk away from that one there, but he won't be too happy. Good news is, though, there is a crane there on the other side of the monument section, so we'll be able to hoist that car up and out fairly quickly and painlessly by the looks of things here, Scott.
My word, that's an impact too, because that's a fairly quick section of track, and it's a fairly tight section of track as well. And you can see the marshals are indicating, slow right down. We've got to try and extract this track. I mean, we're about to raise a car up and over the circuit, so they're going to have to time this. They're going to have to wait for the field to be condensed here before they can actually get that car up and into the air. Far out. Okay, that was. I didn't expect that in the GT3s. I expected that accident to happen at the monument in the compact class, but well, these guys, 7 cars out on track to start the race. We've had 2 off the track due to accidents. They weren't holding back. They were not holding back at all.
No, not in the slightest. And I mean, I am quite appreciative of that fact that, yeah, sure, we've got drivers and sure a relatively small field this weekend, but nevertheless the drivers are giving it their all as they are now. Marshall, the team, works to recover this car. Safety car is going to finally pick up our leading 3 of the 5 remaining.
The issue I think on that one too, Dan, is I'd love to see a replay of how that happened, but I can guarantee we're not going to have a camera in a right position to see that one.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. There's so many angles you could possibly want. Only so many angles you can possibly get. But it is what it is. Well, you work on it and make do with what you got. As we watch at least the top 4 out of our 5 cars that are still circulating. Head round turn 2 there. Just got to wait now for the number 65 of the Aston Martin that is still in the race. Should have Dominic Ang aboard that Viper Nizza racing car now. Unfortunately for them, they are a lap down on the rest of the field, so they will join the back of the train, but still not be able to compete for position given their earlier troubles in this race. But with that field mostly compressed up behind the safety car, the team should get to work over there at the monument sector and be able to retrieve that car without too much of a fuss, as we've got 18.5 minutes left in this final race of the day here on Saturday at Bungsen.
Not seeing any notes at the moment as well on pit lane breaches for the GT3 class either, Dan. So I think we got that out of the way very, very early on in the Super Compacts and cleared that out of the way. Yeah, so theoretically these guys are just going to be released to just go racing, and Winkelhock is going to be released to have a crack at these lead 2.
You'd hope so. Yeah. That would be it'll be fun to watch. Although, given his pace, at the same time, it's sort of like, how quickly does he get it done? At least that's the expectation from seeing what he was able to do in clean air. Well, this will now be the case of seeing what can he do in a bit of traffic. Advantage: his car will have cooled off a bit, so maybe we will see another absolute. Because he was a low 34. Might we see a 133?
Well, fuel's coming out of that car now too, and there'll be no concerns about fuel saving because that's the second safety car that we've had. I'm reasonably certain with the fuel tanks and the way that this is sort of set up, there'd be no in-race refueling. But you'd run it, you'd go. I'm not confirmed of a safety car, so you'd always sort of fuel it up. It's not Formula 1 style where you'd underfuel the car and then look to fuel save. You'd definitely, I think, put the right amount of fuel in the car, and then that little bit of excess to get the car back to pit lane. So I wouldn't put fuel saving in the question. We can definitely take it out now. whether or not they're trying to lighten the car with a little bit of extra fuel burn on these laps, or whether or not they're struggling for temperatures as well. It's been such a hot weekend. They could be looking to try and cool that car off as quickly as possible. And never thought in my life I'd be able to commentate a Ferrari GT3 car being hoisted up and over a barrier, Dan. That's a bucket list item ticked off that I didn't even know was on the bucket list.
Oh, yep. Some things you're just not ready to expect, but hey, you get given them from time to time, as we'll watch the 89 be put down here on the other side of the wall at least, which means we should be good to almost go. It depends on what the state of the barriers. I saw Marshall think they go out working the barriers now to try and clean up maybe a little bit of debris and such that's come off the Tech Pro and also the car. So at least another lap, I would say, here under safety car. As apologies for that there. We have not gone back to green flag. The drivers are still circulating behind the safety car here, so we aren't missing out on any of the racing action just yet as we continue to watch the 89 being held in position. They're going to be put straight on the back of the tow truck. Very nicely done there.
Smart.
By the marshals and operating teams here. Just got to get that one lined up.
Have a look at
also,
the...
good chance to see this here on the right-hand front corner. Definitely not a pretty look.
It's another car that's going to have a fairly hefty repair. Was this one of the cars that was actually had an incident earlier on in the week, or was that the GTM car that we were talking about earlier on? Because I thought it was the Ferrari.
Well, there was meant to be a Ferrari 488 challenge into the event. I believe that car, if I remember seeing also our advice from information from the team down here at Bunks, and they did say that the Ferrari challenge car had gotten itself into a bit of trouble in an accident.
It was unrepairable at the circuit. They just couldn't get it repaired. I'm wondering whether or not they will actually be able to repair that Ferrari, get that thing back out there, because that's probably going to be a lot of damage to that front right-hand corner. High speed impact from that Audi. I'm struggling to see whether or not the 26 car, I think it was, will get repaired and actually back out there, because it's the 25 car, my apologies, of Adasak and Akash, that will potentially get back out there, because that was quite a high speed impact. This one was a lot lower, and it was into the Tech Pro, so things actually might be okay on that car. Obviously the bits and pieces of the bodywork have done their job and just sort of fallen off, so they might actually be okay on that car. The concern for them, I think, is going to be the radiator.
A lot of ifs, buts and maybes there as to how much is going to need fixing. As things stand, it would seem that, well, I have to basically wait and see, because a lot of work will need to be done to the front right corner alone. And the splitter has been curled up there on top of all that, so there's a lot of work to do. Looks like one more lap here under the safety car. Lights are still on as they enter turn 17, and there's no message on the race control, on the message board from race control list. So clock ticking down to 13.5 minutes remaining as we watch the remaining cars circulate around here. Although, as you said, more time on a safety car, less fuel burn per lap, more in reserve, given that they started with there or thereabouts an hour of fuel. I mean, for a street circuit, there is a fair amount of full throttle time, or at least throttle on time as well. So I would say that these safety cars will be critical for enabling the drivers to attack on with throttle, at least, so long as the rest of the car can keep up with that demand.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, if you talk in terms of where are these cars headed for the entirety of this season, we've actually got a really good opportunity to sort of talk about it at the moment. So for any of you guys at home who are MotoGP fans or Thailand track fans, started off with the Chang International Circuit, also known as Buriram, host MotoGP. Was round one of this series ran. Round two support category only was also held at Chang. Round 3 here, which is round 2 for the GT classes on the Bang Sen Grand Prix circuit. Next off, they will head to Malaysia, which will be the GT cars' round number 3. They head to a non-competitive round at the Singapore Grand Prix as part of the Formula 1 package there that weekend, and then finally rounding it back out at Chang. And Chang, nice wide open circuit. Malaysia, very nice wide open circuit. Singapore and here, not really. Tight and twisty, so a little bit of both.
Yeah, the art of the street circuit. I'm looking forward to seeing which of the categories and cars will you be thinking? Thailand Supercar GT3 probably makes an appearance. Maybe the GT4 and GTM combination as well. I guess it really depends on what Formula One's also got lined up to go along with the Grand Prix. Although in years past, usually not too much given the remote locality of Singapore relative to other stuff. So, whilst we've been talking, confirmation there from race control that we will be restarting this race at the end of this lap here. And the lights will go out once they come around turn 16. Time for the drivers to get final preparations with tyres sorted out. See if that Lexus has got anything left for the 3 B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis in front of it here. And what that Aston Martin can do, although unfortunately a lap down, will probably be a case of just keep circulating. So there we go, lights out, Scott, as we head to turn 17, in the hands and the control of Lorcan Hannafin, but got in behind him, Eshan Pires and Marcus Winkelhock, all looking to see who will claim the win for B-Quik, you would think, here at Bangsen for race 1. It's time to get back to green flag action.
And around the final corner, it's going to be the 27 car driven by Lorcan. Hannafin will have the run out of the final corner. And it's going to be all 3 of the B-Quik Audis lined up. Then it's the Lexus that comes in behind them. And finally, the Aston Martin GT3 Vantage. But back to green flag racing. The run down to turn number 1. How long is it going to take the Wink to get his way on by our P number 2 26 car? And all 3 of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audis on the run down to turn number 1. Tyres gone stone cold. They'll settle themselves in now. They'll bounce all over the bumps. The crest of the hill here. 1. There's a second bump as well. It's all the way run down through Monkey Hill. Now it's on down to turn 4. The little kink. Turn 5. The crest of the hill down here. And they turn back and on itself at turn 6, the hairpin. 10 minutes left on the racing timer now. And Winkelhock's looking to set that drive up off the corner, Dan.
He was very close to the inside wall with the left rear tyre, I have to say, on that one there. And that could have been all kinds of perilous if things gone wrong. Unfortunately for the Lexus there, did not look like he got a good jump and was a bit too far back to get a good run there on the restart. Nanapong Hortongkung, we believe, will be behind the wheel of that one. Now, as we watch the Audis winding their way out of the monument, it's a good restart there from Lorcan Hannafin. Pulled a bit of a margin on the second placed number 26 of Eshan Pires, and Winkelhock still not yet quite close enough to find the way through. Although, will it come here at the 18-19 hairpin? He's actually on the headlights here, Scott. He wants to be given a chance to get by without too much fuss. Look at that, nice and tight through the apexes. Does that compromise the run? Not too much.
Tire squealing, Dan. I'm wondering whether or not that was the 26 car in a little bit deep into 18 and 19. Remember, they've only got 8 minutes and 45 seconds plus a lap to go here. So, I mean, there's not a huge amount of time here for Winkelhock to try and get the move done, but you've still got to get on with it. You know, you've got to try and get that one on. So he's trying to set it up, and you're not going to get the move done there at turn 2 on the exit. You've got to get it done before you get into turn number 2. So he's got to get a good run off of 18 and 19 if he wants to get it done. And in the meantime, Lorcan's just trying to set sail.
Well, he pulled about half a second, did Lorcan, on that at first lap as they come on down into turn 2. Hit. How slow do you dare go before you stomp on the throttle? You can see, I think in that case, Winkelhock not quite as slow as he needed to be. So you can see he's on the headlights again. Yes, you're the platinum-rated driver of the 3 here, Marcus, but looks like there's no team orders today. And at B-Quik Absolute Racing, you're going to have to find your way through with a well-set-up manoeuvre if you want to get by into second place, at least here, ahead of Eshan. But that's what we like to see here. See how Marcus can throw himself. He had the speed, obviously, in clean air. What's he got for when it comes to getting back up to speed in traffic?
I'm wondering what's it got, whether or not he's still trying to get those tyres up to temperature, as he got quite the grip underneath him that he's looking for at the moment. It'll be right here that he'll be trying to set up the move at the final corner, carry the full throttle through there. I mean, he's still aggressive. You got to be closer than that, though, Marcus. He can defend that one.
Is that okay? Maybe next step then is this headlights as a diversionary technique. Get in the mind of Eshan. And because he's going in deep to 18 and 19, he's on the lights again momentarily down the straight. Pulls out of the toe even maybe that would there be, though, to probably cool off the car a little bit, get some clean air breathing in to the air ducts. Let's look at that there. 135.8 from Lorcan. Not the personal best, though, of the car. 36.6, though, for Eshan is the personal best for the 26 out here today. Let's look at this. Oh, jeez, that's quick. He's a little offline, I'd have to say. So he gets as close as he dares here at the hairpin. Close as he dares, all right.
Give him a whack. Now back on the power. We're in for this is a stunner. I thought we were going to see a little bit of pedestrian race from the GT3 cars. Marcus Winkelhock says, yeah, no, don't know about that. Probably not going to happen. No thanks.
Just feel like the way he's approaching some of these corners, like 18, 19, better, tighter line. But it feels though it's sacrificing something in terms of the corner exit. And same at turn 6, maybe a little. Just a bit, he's closer this time, indeed, up through 13 and through 14 here. The right, then the left. Is there a move for 15? Here it comes. No, only a nose that's shown on the inside for 15. Really trying to get in the mind there. It's slowing the pair of them down as a result. He would rather be free, and again, there it is, the lights. He's just got to, I think, he's got to trust himself to go a little deeper, I think, follow the 26 in here. This time, though, goes tighter. He's maybe just there, needs that little bit more of a straighter exit, jump on the power, but this time around, maybe the dirty air, even at those lower speeds, playing a part here in these GT3s, can't get the car to rotate the way he wants, and then the slipstream isn't enough to close back up.
Well, you saw how dirty the road was, like earlier on in the day down at turn 15, because that's where we were having a lot of problems, right? Cars pulling up at the end of the back, that straight into turn 15 was where we saw a lot of the incidents. So I don't think that necessarily that's an overtaking opportunity. We saw the Porsche GT4 down the inside of the car just before in GT4 combo. It was the Mark car that ended up. That's a better line. I like that better. It's still not enough. Like he's just so delayed with getting back to the throttle just because of how far behind he is behind the car. It's tough. It's getting a pass done around here, and that's what he said as well. Is so difficult. I think I've just got to accept P2. There's not much I can really do about it. But then again, I mean, he's got the pace. These guys on par. You know, this isn't. We're not sitting here and saying this is platinum versus bronze. No, this is platinum versus silver minimum. I think. The 26 was at the gold driver. No, that was in the 27, I thought. So the driver standing up there.
Eshan is a silver rated driver, and he is pushing. To be fair, that he's now put the personal best of the number 26 to a 136.1. So he isn't holding back, I don't think. It just isn't quite enough. As there we go, another show of the nose from Winkelhock, just trying to maybe unsettle Eshan here into 18 or 19. This time he looks a little closer as he got the grip to get it through 20. He looks closer this time, but is it going to be enough for turn 1 and turn 2? I don't think so. See it. Last laps flash up on screen here, focusing on it. You can see he's gained 2/10 on the lead-up. As we watch there, the Lexus and the Aston is just as they were going to turn 1. Oh, that's a bit of a shame there because I was kind of hoping we'd see what was up there. Unfortunately for that Lexus, 3 seconds off the pace currently to the Audis. Unfortunately, its tyres might be struggling if it's been running on the same set all race long, and they've been trying to look after a set for tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, on the other side of that coin is as well, they're now holding up that Aston. I think they've recovered that car quite nicely, and they've got some pace back into that car, which they just didn't have with the bronze drivers in earlier. So, you know, it's recovered at least nicely. Whether or not that dirty air now, this will be a really good comparison as well to see whether or not, you know, dirty air is potentially holding up these guys. But in the meantime, race lead still from Lorcan. He's still got control of that one at the moment. Eshan and Marcus Winkelhock are your top 3, the 27, 26, and 55. Audi's the Absolute Racing B-Quik squad. All lined up, line astern at the moment. Time running out, Dan. They're running out of time.
They are indeed. Yeah, as we've been told, it's a battle for P4, but looking at my timing screens, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, actually, our laps separated still between these two, so it would be the battle for P4 if that Aston was a lap up. As we watch them fling through turn 17 once again, and you see lap times flashing up there on screen for your top 3 Audis who have cross line in that time by. Once again, Lorcan out in the race lead, able to put the fastest lap of the 3 down. Personal best though once again for Eshan in the 26. as I said, he's not hanging around. He's pushing on, but it's just not enough to go chase down the race lead. Maybe thinking a little defensively, and I think maybe a sign there from Winkelhock he's going to stay with P3 and just make sure they get across the line all happy and healthy, given there's absolutely zero pressure from these two cars here behind.
Yeah, but it's important to sort of set yourself up for the weekend as well. So, you know, score points, set yourself on for championship. So, you know, Winkelhock will absolutely push on. He'll have a crack. He won't not have a crack. So, but the problem is offline. I just don't think that with the resurfacing, I think the grip level, oh, he's really pressing. Look at that rear bumper wiggle. He is pressing on.
Closing up this time again through the move coming here at 15 this time. We saw him show the nose once. No. Falls back a little bit too far to make a move into turn 15. Will stay on the line. We know that Eshan's pushing himself as fast as he's willing to go in that 26. He keeps doing personal best after personal best, just edging it forward towards the 135 value here. Under brakes, they'll come. We're going to get 2 more laps of racing here because we won't see the final lap board out until the timer reaches 0 and they're crossing the finish line right about now. Here, there's the view from the timing stand there, and indeed, going to get 2 more laps of racing for Winkelhock. Not close enough for turn 1, I don't think at this stage. He'll ease it in under brakes, but yeah, not going to be able to convert that into anything for turn 2. 1.8 seconds the margin for the lead up. Lorcan been able to get ahead and do a very nice job there in the number 27, Lorcan Hannafin. Eshan Pires doing a solid job in keeping Winkelhock at bay as able to stay close to his pace, as we see there. Winkelhock trying to get as close as he can. But it's still not enough because you get on the throttle second, Scott.
Yeah, but that's the closest he's been off 6. Like, the best that he's looked, I think turn 8's probably his best opportunity, but the problem is he's just so far behind getting back on the power out of turn 6. Like, it's... if I'm going to say best opportunity to get the job done, I think he's stronger in 18 and 19. But I now think that that Eshan's actually covered that off, and he's made the adjustments running that different line. So, and he seems to have found a little bit of time as a result of it. Time's now expired, so we will, like you said, 1 more lap to go. And at the moment, Lorcan's got control of this race for his teammates. Chris, oh man, it's so tight because as a racing driver, you know, it's send it, right? But it's an expensive Audi. The B-Quik team's already got a lot of work that they've got to do, and you don't want to get into a team. It's offline there, different line, coming to the last corner, so might be on at turn 1.
He's trying something as there we go. Final lap board up in the air, and he's too far back. Actually think he might have pushed a little bit too hard and made a mistake there, did Marcus Winkelhock, as we've got one final circuit at the Bang Sen Grand Prix to complete today to round out Saturday's racing action. As we see there, Lorcan Hannafin brings it up through turns 2, 3, 4, and approaching turn 5 now. Eshan Pires and Marcus Winkelhock in the background, looking to make it a B-Quik Absolute Racing clean sweep of the podium. Turn 6 for the final time today for your leaders. Nice and tidy, not too close to the walls, but still using plenty of the road in the process as they wind on up to speed once again, and Winkelhock is too far back. Turn 8 will not be his chance here to wrap things up, so I think we might just see this be the order that they're going to go with there, as flags might have come out a wee bit too early from that marshal post there, but that's all right. They go back away. Oh, look, he's still trying though, is Marcus. He's strong though from the monument station. Look how much more confident he is in the straighter and faster exit he gets there. He's just not close enough to convert as you then twist your way up here through 13, 14 to 15.
Look at the bravery. Like, I mean, it takes full commitment through that section of the road just beyond the power. Last corner. They're on the run now to home. Turn 18 and 19. There's only going to be 3 more corners now for race leader Lorcan to navigate. He's done well. His teammate did well. Chris Chia did a phenomenal job in the opening half of the race. He's come out. He's backed it up. The field got stabilised in behind him, and he's had to hold him off. The 27 of Lorcan Hannafin is going to take out race number 1 from here at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. It's going to be home in P2 for the 26 car and 55 with Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel in race number 3 of the Thailand Super Series GT3 Championship. P4 will be the number 9 machine, the Lexus car, driven by Manat Kulapanon and Natapong Holongkun. And the Aston Martin Vantage with the final car classified in that race with probably Dominic Ang behind the wheel and Douglas Koo, the co-driver at that point in time. That was an awesome little race, but yeah, really impressed from the driving, not only from Chris Chia, he put a phenomenal opening stint down for the bronze-rated section of that car, and Lorcan backed it up beautifully.
He sure did indeed. And yeah, I think that's a clearest demonstration, I think, of the race, of just how difficult this track is to be racing at, because we know Marcus Winkelhock was by far and away the fastest driver out on circuit, but not able to get by Eshan Piris in that number 26. Your podium there on screen now, and given there haven't been any issues this race, that is all but confirmed for B-Quik Absolute Racing, wipe cleaning up the podium, as there are the fastest laps that all drivers set. So you actually have to say there that, yeah, 34.9 for Winkelhock, that Chris Chia and Lorcan Hannafin got pretty close there on a 35.3, and certainly did exactly what they deserved to do to get that win there today. Unfortunately, you can see there the Lexus of Manat and Natapong struggled a bit there on pure one-lap pace. And that Aston Martin may be a case of what could have been there with a 137 to their name to be one lap down. As there we go, best time for the race indeed goes to the 55 of Vincent Floriendo, who in turn had to say Scott did a solid job, but yeah, was Winkelhock with the speed there today. And with that, that will do us for all the racing action here at Thailand. We might get some highlights from this race, then again, we might not. So we might see just for a moment if that's the case, as we watch some more of the great fans here smiling away from the grandstands. And indeed, there we are, highlights from our opening race, the Thailand Supercar GT3 this weekend at the Bang Sen Grand Prix. It would be a B-Quik Absolute Racing front row lockout, but yeah, Ferrari and Lexus strong off of the start. They're able to split them up.
It was so aggressive, that run down into turn number 1 down. You had to get aggressive down there. You had to get that done, and Vorovu did a phenomenal job. Actually, really impressed with the opening stint from the Ferrari driver. But how about this move right here from the number 9? And this is when things were all nice and even. Very quickly come unstuck. Unfortunately, there for the 25 car. Yeah, and unfortunately, Adasak put it in the fence, and teammate no longer able to take part in that race. A lot of damage to that Audi. That's going to be a fairly extensive repair to be done overnight. Safety car period number 1, still prior to our compulsory pit stop window opening, and driver swaps were still yet to come. Back to green flag racing, Dan, and well, that Audi with Chris Chia at the wheel, it set sail up the road.
Yeah, the Lexus and Ferrari was strong, but they weren't able to hang on there, as we see the Aston Martin, which I must have cursed or something in English from the comfort of my own home. It's all of a sudden, yeah, it made a small error down there at the hairpin. Teams went to work doing the compulsory pit stops and driver swaps, and it was then time to see what Marcus Winkelhock could do, and the answer was absolutely rapid. But unfortunately, came out in traffic. Not in behind the 89 Ferrari, he's able to jump that one there, but came out third on the road, and then chasing down the 89 Ferrari. Unfortunately, they put themselves in the wall there, which brought out the second safety car of the race, whilst we craned the 89 away back behind the walls and cleaned up the circuit after that one there. It's definitely a case of what could have been there for Vorovud and Carlo Van Dam. But second restart of the race got us going once again, and as it was pointed out, such a difficult track to make a pass at, and even despite Winkelhock's clean air pace advantage, we didn't get a chance to see him move up to second or first, as we watched the Lexus and the Aston racing there. Technically, well, were 4th and 5th in that order, Scott, but unfortunately luck down for the Aston Martin meant there was no fight there, which meant this was the fight for second, but such a difficult track that it couldn't be done. The 27 with Morcan and Hannafin able to walk away there at the front of the field.
Yeah, and it was just an awesome race, just about from lights out to end. I mean, you saw obviously bronze-rated drivers in the GT3 cars start the race tomorrow. That'll be flip-flopped. It's actually going to be the higher-rated drivers, your silvers, your golds, and your platinums, take the start of the race, and then we'll invert it. The bronze drivers will actually have to finish tomorrow. But for now, time for interviews down at the track. We'll see if we've got some English coverage. In the meantime, it's actually important to...
And indeed, we do have a bit of English commentary, so we'll we'll let these guys talk about the race from their perspective.
You know, Chris did a great job. Absolute Racing did a great job with the car. So yeah, delighted. Unfortunately, we have to do it again from last place tomorrow, but we'll be finding our way through for sure.
yes ก็คือเขาก็บอกว่าเขารู้สึกดีใจมากๆครับแล้วก็รู้สึกแบบ amazing มากเป็นครั้งแรกของเขาในการขับที่นี่แล้วก็แบบทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆรวมไปถึงเพื่อนเขาด้วยกับคริสเชียนนั่นเองนะครับ alright talk about your team yes
Yeah, so obviously it's a great job to have all three cars from B-Quik Absolute Racing. Fantastic job from all the team, and yeah, looking forward to doing it tomorrow.
ถือว่าทั้งหมดของทีมที่ทำมาในวันนี้นี่คือแบบทำได้ perfect job มากๆนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็คือว่าเป็นการประสานงานและร่วมมือกันในอย่างดีสำหรับทีม B-Quik นั่นเอง Congratulations Thank you โอเคครับไปดูอันดับที่ 2 กันต่อนะฮะสำหรับอีชัน Paris และ Henki Congratulations โอเคครับ Yeah how do you feel
very happy with the result I think it's a long time coming for Henk and I, so really happy to be on the podium.
Yes.
And happy that the car is back in one piece as well, I think.
And your team in 3 position to be quick.
Yeah. Absolute dominance.
ก็บอกว่ารู้สึกแฮปปี้มากรู้สึกดีใจมากนะครับแล้วก็แน่นอนว่าสำหรับการทำผลงานในวันนี้เนี่ยถือว่าสุดยอดมากๆรวมไปถึงทีมของเขาทั้งหมดด้วย How about you, Henk?
Yeah, I mean it's incredible. But also when you're watching it. And you got all your cars racing each other. It's like, yes. So, no, I'm happy all the cars are back. I mean, and that was a good result. And we needed that. And we deserve it.
คุณเฮงก็บอกว่ารู้สึกว่าโหแบบคือ incredible คือมันเหลือเชื่อมากๆว่าสิ่งที่จะเกิดขึ้นในวันนี้มันเป็นอะไรที่สุดยอดมากๆนะครับแล้วก็หัวใจเขาเนี่ยแบบเต้นตุกทักตลอดเวลา Talk about this tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, now we know how to do it. Yes. So tomorrow we'll do it again. But
yeah.
Just one more step.
Really? Okay. Talk to Thai fans.
Okay, guys. If you're watching it from afar, if you have the chance, come to Bangsan. I mean, magic place, good food, nice weather, and a lot of racing. And otherwise, just watch it on TV. Keep cheering everybody.
โอ้โหคุณเฮงบอกว่าวันนี้ทำให้เป็นแบบนี้แล้วพรุ่งนี้ก็จะทำให้เหมือนเดิมใยเล่าพรุ่งนี้จะไม่เป็นแชมป์เพราะฉะนั้นฝากติดตามให้ดีนะครับกับ B-Quik Absolute Racing Team นั่นเองนะครับ Thank you very much
ขอบคุณมากครับ
โอเคเดี๋ยวไปดูกันอีกคันนึงนะครับสำหรับคันที่3นะครับที่ได้แชมป์นะฮะหมายเลข55กับมาคัสเวนเกอร์ฮอกกับวินเซนต์ฟรายเดอร์ Congratulations
Thank you
How do you feel
Thank you feels good yeah being P3 And
This was the triple champ today, and you cooperate by your team. All your team, you have a position by 3 positions today.
Yes. Top 3, B-Quik. Very good.
Yes. How about you, Marcus?
It was a good race. It was really good fun. I like especially city tracks a lot, so I was really happy to come here.
Yes.
And amazing track, amazing atmosphere. You know the racetrack so close to the beach. I think you don't have it anywhere else, and so it was good fun the whole weekend already. And
amazing job too.
Sorry.
Amazing job.
Yeah, the car was really good. I have to say, as I said, I like city tracks a lot, and unfortunately I could not overtake. It was too much risk. You know, attacking the teammate. Then there would have been two cars out of one team, and I didn't want to go that risk. So P3 is a good result for us.
Yeah. Talk about tomorrow for the next race.
Yeah, we are starting P2 tomorrow, so everything is possible. I try to come out P1 after turn 1.
Yes.
Because it's, as I said, it's very difficult to overtake here. But even if P2, I think is even a good result for us.
Right. Last question. Talk to Thai fans who supporting you. Leave a comment to Thai people.
Yeah, it's amazing. As I said before, driving here in Thailand in Bang Sang, it's I've never been on a racetrack like that. I think so. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
All right, thank you very much. โอ้คุณมาคัสก็บอกว่าเขารู้สึกแบบดีใจมากรู้สึกมีความสุขสนุกกับการแข่งขันในวันนี้มาก
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So that's obviously post-race all done there, and I think that it was the don't want to take out a team car. I think that was the critical factor there for Winkelhock, Dan.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's exactly what he said. I think fair play to him there that it would have been very risky given how tight the racetrack was, and yeah, had the pace in clean air, but Sean was pushing pretty hard in that final stint to try and hang on to that P2, and so I have to say well deserved to both him and Hank in that number 26 of the B-Quik Absolute Racing cars. And yeah, I think it shows again maturity and experience from Marcus to bring it home in P3 and make it 3 out of 3 for B-Quik Absolute Racing on the podium there in Thailand Supercar GT3.
Just having a quick look at the qualifying order tomorrow, the Ferrari was actually the car that qualified on pole for tomorrow's GT3 race as well, ladies and gentlemen. So don't forget, more action coming your way. We'll kick it off at... I believe it's going to be 10 a.m. local time tomorrow morning from Bangkok, which is UTC +7 if you're watching right around the world. If you're watching from Australia, it is going to be 1 p.m. start from the Australian coverage side of things, and it will be a 3 p.m. start if you're in New Zealand, or if you're on the west coast of Australia, well, it's only 11 a.m. start. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, coming up tomorrow, we have multiple of our shorter format races before we kick it back off with exactly what you've seen here later on in the piece. We'll start off with the Thailand Super Eco. They'll get their race number 6 underway at 10 laps off of a standing start. After that, we move on to the Thailand Super Pickup, one of the premier classes and probably one of the best ones to actually sit back, relax, and watch as the racing gets exciting. Another standing start, 10 laps for those guys as well. Thailand Supercar GTC's race number 4 will be 12 laps from a rolling start. That kicks off from 2:55 Australian time. We're right on midday local time in Bangkok. After that, we move on to the GTM and GT4 before we move from there straight into the Thailand Super Pickup race number 6 for the A and B class drivers. And then finally, finishing things off late tomorrow afternoon with the Thailand Supercar GT3 race start, scheduled to be about 3:20 p.m. local time, 6:20 p.m. in Australia. We thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for the Thailand Super Series all day today. Don't forget all of that action coming your way from tomorrow. We'll see you then. And for now, Dan, it's been an awesome day here in Bang Sen. Final notes?
Indeed, yeah, it's been a great chance to be able to cover all this. Big thanks to all of the people watching on the Thailand Super Series YouTube stream, as well as with Speed Cafe TV as well. Also great to be able to communicate with you guys via the live stream chat, and there's been things we'll be able to hopefully try and answer for you guys, and things you want to know. Hopefully, look forward to seeing more of that come tomorrow with all of the action here from Bang Sen to wrap things up for the weekend and the week for everyone that's been there at the circuit already so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. We'll catch you again tomorrow. We'll see you then.